keep the kid down. Now it's a big bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salad. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances. Yeah, gotta give them no work. 9 to 5. Yeah, come with some purpose. Gotta stay on your job. I be going berserk. The time is mine. Gotta give them alert. Gotta look who in first. Yeah, you know it's a team. Gotta rep on a shirt. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, they all wanna doubt the boy, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise, know you seen them on a sign. It's a movie in real life, it's real life televised. Check the wrist, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know, we go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know, you looking at the goal for real. Wins.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's good to be back. All right. Oh, God. Oh, hi, Athena. How's it going?
Yo, Sentinels made it to Champions Paris, and Zekin got his 2,000th kill.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Well, it seems like Americas are back. At least one of us are. All right. What we got going on here? Oh, hey.
Man.
Oh, Doug. Good to see you, buddy. How's Brazil doing?
Great. Cortezia brought MIBR back to life. They're going on a run.
Nice. Okay. Hey, what about our boy, Baby Bay? How's he doing?
Look, over there.
What? I wasn't going to run after him. Oh, okay. Well, let's just see what's going on in here. Surely nothing else crazy could be going on. These binders, so unwieldy. Unbelievable. Oh, hey. What's up, Bender? Oh, come on. Just hit it with me. Just put it on here. Put it, there you go. Yeah. Jeez, it's so heavy. It's so much stuff. Anyway, what's been going on?
Lev, Kruviza, 100 Thieves, NRG, Thuji, all still in playoffs. It is wide open.
Oh, my word. Well, hey, it seems like those rookies are paying off, though, huh?
Yeah, and Dryad hit her growth spurt.
What? What the hell?
What's up, little man?
Hi, Dan.
Not you, Unk. I was talking to Ender.
What the hell?
Anything can happen in stage 2. All we can control is the here and now.
The Stage 2 playoffs are in 13 whole days, and we got 8 spots still up for grabs. As always, here in Americas, anything can happen. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in sunny Los Angeles, California. That's right, folks. I'm back. Woo! GB's back. Alongside Athena, we got good woman. You keep growing.
What? Is this not normal?
I guess. I mean, you know, we're just. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
All I want to know is, you know,
That's
when are you
all
going to
I
join the
need.
Lakers?
Next week, actually.
Next week?
We didn't hear.
Next week is Dan Dryad's tryout to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Well, what do you know from there? I miss you guys very much so, very much so. All right. Well, guys, also, this is an important thing. This is it's a holiday. It's a very important holiday. It's International Cat Day.
Oh my
We asked our
God.
players to send us some of their cats. We asked our fans to send us some of their cats. I don't have a cat.
I have 2
So
cats.
that was my picture there, the one missing. You have 2 cats.
I have 2 cats.
What are their names?
Gaia and Aura, because it's connected to Dryad. You know, it's a whole thing.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Oh.
I can't have cats because I'm allergic, but years ago, me and my wife, we saved some cats in our backyard, and I named one of them Warhawk. Because it was a favorite video game I had. Hey! International Cat Day for Chalk as well.
Wait a second.
Dog
Yeah.
and meow.
But he's the.
Isn't he the?
You know what?
Yeah,
Don't ask questions.
Okay,
Don't ask questions. Okay, just embrace it. Now, of course, folks, we got 2 huge matches today. First, we got Cloud9 going up against 2G, and then it's going to be MIBR versus NRG. Here's your schedule right here. 2 big matches. Why don't we go ahead and take a gander at those standings, because this is what it's all about right here. You got the top 4 in each group are going to be making playoffs right now. You got Sentinels, 2G, C9, NRG, Crew Visa, 100 Thieves, heck, NRG. These are all teams that can clinch playoffs with a win this week. Now, of course, the top 2 in playoffs make champs, and the top 2 point leaders that didn't qualify are going to be punching their tickets alongside Sentinels as well as G2. And Sentinels just confirmed they're in the top of Alpha right now, so they're clear. They're good to go. All right, but Omega, something's going on in Omega. What's going on?
Yeah, I think Omega's kind of in chaos. I think it's definitely one of those groups where everyone can beat everyone. And every time I try to think like, well, I think this team is looking really good, the next week they get owned.
Very
and
different.
I'm just like, I have no clue what is going on anymore.
Yeah, it's not only just looking at the names of the teams, but also just looking at their performances. Like one week, Energy looks amazing. The first week, they didn't look as great. So it's just kind of switching it up. You never know what's gonna happen.
I just love how we're supposed to take all this seriously.
Yeah.
As you're just
Sorry.
there. As you're
What
just
do you
looming
mean?
over me.
It's the blue hair.
You know what? Right now, me, you, one-on-one basketball. Let's go. I want to see if
Okay.
I can dunk on you. But be forewarned, my knees will give out.
You're the basketball.
I am the. Come on, Athena. I just came back. All right, folks. Well, look, it seems like Omega Group is in turmoil. All right, so that calls for an emergency. It's time for emergency groupology. All right, let's make our way over to the desk, and I'm sure Dan is going to be the exact same size that she was just as we were doing this bit. All right, let me go ahead and grab this thing here. All right, you can hang out with me.
Yeah, I'm here
Okay,
with
let's
you.
do this. Hello, friends. So, as we all know, things are going a little crazy in the Omega Group right now. Darn say, maybe a little too crazy. Now, because of that, all right, oh, hey, Andrew, she's back. Would you look at
Yeah,
that?
that's why I sit on this side, because, you know, like the camera angles just make her look a little
Gotta make
It's
it look-
the angle.
I think you should
Yeah.
just move a little closer,
Yeah, just-
so this way you can seem like a mountain of a man. All right, just do that there. All right, now, here's the deal. All right, we're going to rank where we think that these teams are in this competition right now as we get ready for the home stretch. So we have our icons down here. Let's start from the bottom up. How about that? So why don't we start with 5 and 6? Let's clear those out right now.
5 and 6.
Who would you put in there?
This is so
It's so hard. I
It's
don't
actually
know.
so hard.
Who sucks the most? No, I'm kidding.
Whoa!
I'm kidding.
not
I'm kidding.
I'm not answering that.
All right, who we got? You gotta make a
I'm gonna
decision.
say Loud.
I agree
Loud.
with that. I was going to say that too.
Okay,
Agreed.
Loud is actually
Big
kind of
agree.
fair, and they're a great team, but it's been, it's a tough group. What's going on 5?
I'm going to say Crew.
Crew and
Whoa,
I'ma be-
that's crazy.
I'm going to say Crew.
we do have a
Fight me
trooper
on
here. Do you want to fight?
I want to fight.
Okay.
Okay, you want to fight.
Okay.
I want to fight,
convince me.
and I'm gonna say just you know, because this is the vibe. I'm gonna say 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves? Are we fighting? Okay. All right. Maybe we'll put a pin on that one. Let's go to number 4
You're
real
the
quick.
final voice,
Let's go
by
to
the
number
way.
4.
Okay, number 4, NRG.
NRG number 4?
We're just not.
We're fighting today. I don't know what. I
I'm
think
gonna
it's the blue
place it.
hair.
I'm gonna place it, but
Okay,
it can
no, I'll
always
allow it.
change.
Sure,
All right.
sure.
All right. Where we number 3? What do we got? What do you think?
I'll put 11 number 3.
11 number 3. We
think
like 11
11
number
pretty
3.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll accept
I'm
that. I was gonna say
11 number 3?
MIBR number 3. So then we
So
have to
then-
put them 2.
So
Yeah,
then
I'd say
MIBR
MIBR 2.
Okay. So MIBR 2.
Wait, who's won? I don't
There's
even know
no
who's
way
winning.
100 Thieves is 1. Okay, I vote
Oh!
100 Thieves 1. I mean 100 Thieves 4, NRG 1. Thoughts?
100 NRG.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
let's do
So
it.
we're
Who are we
gonna.
missing? Oh, crew.
So we're gonna move
Gamba.
NRG here,
No, can we put crew 4 then?
and then we're gonna put crew at number 4.
I agree with this.
Okay. And number 5.
100
We're gonna
Thieves.
put 100 Thieves.
Yo, wait, hold
Hundo
on.
I don't want
T-
them not to.
Well, I'm gonna place them down right now. This is where we are, but we gotta lock this
100
in
Thieves
quickly.
hater.
We're gonna lock this in. Give me 5 seconds. What do we think? Who are we moving?
1100 Thieves.
I agree.
1100
I was gonna
Thieves.
say
Yes, let's take them,
1100
let's take
Thieves.
them.
Okay,
All
okay.
right, so we would put this here, you
Okay.
there. Okay,
Okay.
looking at Thought Fans in Shambles. All right, there we go. Is this? Are we,
Yeah, I'll allow it.
I like
Okay,
it.
great. I'm not signing off on this. This is purely Athena and Dryad.
You put them on
Wait a
there.
second.
I was just the pen. That's
He put
all
them
I
on
was.
there.
No, come on. Now, of course, we have successfully, I think, handled this emergency. So let's actually go ahead and keep the fun going because we got Cloud9's Vic and Oxy who do very well working under pressure. Why don't you go ahead and check this out?
Hey everyone, it's C9 Vic and C9 Oxy, and we're here to play Words to Penned. I'll be given a word and I'll be instructing Oxy how to draw it. As Oxy's drawing, he's gonna try to guess what the word is. Know how this is?
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. Give me some good descriptions here, Vic.
Alright, imagine drawing glasses with the 2 circles first.
Okay. Just the lens. So this
Just the lens, yes, just the lens. Under the connector piece of the lens, draw like an upside down beak, like a triangle.
Fuck it, bro.
Draw,
Looks like some sort of animal here, huh?
draw 2 circles in the triangle.
In the
bottom.
triangle?
At the bottom, just 2 small ones.
In the triangle here?
Yeah.
Oh my god. What the hell?
I feel like it's good enough.
This is it?
This is it.
That's it? What kind of drawing is that? What?
It's Valorant related.
Oh, obviously it's Valorant related.
It's not an animal.
It's not an animal? Why is 2 circles a triangle? Oh, is it Wingman?
No, bro.
It isn't Wingman?
It's not Wingman, bro. I want to make you draw that. But you're close. You're getting warm. It does detach from the character.
Yeah, give me something to draw, Vic. Give me something.
I gave him a basic version of it because I know he can't.
You gave me 2 balls, a triangle, and 2 other balls.
Okay.
Are you serious, Vic?
In the lenses, you
In the
can draw
lenses.
a smaller circle.
Another one?
Yeah. Do
Here?
that? Yeah. Under all of it, you can draw an arm.
An arm?
Yeah.
What? Oh god. I don't know how to draw an arm. Wait, an arm was actually not bad.
Well, how many fingers are you gonna put on this guy? Go. Draw the arm.
Am I close enough? Is this the guy that defuses the bomb? Is he?
No.
No? Does it have to do with Gecko?
No.
It has nothing to do with Gecko? Is it like an owl? Like a sky flash? Sky dog?
No.
What other character has it? You can detach this. Is it like obvious?
I mean, I think from this, I think I gave you a good enough like foundation for you to.
I thought this guy's
piece it
defusing
together.
the spike. What is going on here? This guy has an arm and everything. What character has an arm, a detachable arm? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say it's like a skybird. Sova owl drone. What? Sova has an arm?
Yes, because it detaches.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah, you see it now. It's so obvious.
No, I was like, this looks like an owl or like some type of bird. And I was like, the only thing I could think of was
Bro, I would have told you to make wings and stuff. It was a bird.
And I could think of sky. It's so obvious. No, but this arm threw me off.
I gave it above the arm. It's
Oh,
flying.
you did not say that. You said arm. That was it. You said draw an arm. I don't know what the arm is. Were you guys able to guess it? I wasn't, because this guy isn't good at explaining. But thanks for watching Words to Pen with me and Vic. Were you able to guess the drawing?
I will say that went about as well as you would expect it to go. Now, of course, before we get into our first match, we're going to show you guys a whole new way to watch VCT Americas with shot call. That's right, you got to say it like that every single time you say it. Now, you think you know what's going to happen in the game or in the next map? Why don't you go ahead and call your shot? You can move up the leaderboard and win some rewards. Why don't we go ahead and check this out, right? Because now it's important to know this is in beta, and we're going to be rolling this out on Twitch here today. Oh, hey, my former employer. All right, so here we go. So this is shot call, and what you can see here is you have a bunch of different options here, like different polls you can participate in, and you earn points for those polls. So this one, for example, that I'm going to do is Oxy and Spike, which says silence, but it should say Spike. Who will get the first kill against each other? You know what? I'm feeling my boy Spike. So I'm going to go and pick Spike. And it's as simple as that. And of course, you're going to be competing and playing for this round start spray that you can unlock. You can even see who are the leaders who are shining, who are doing the thing and, you know, kicking all the butts on the leaderboard, all that good stuff. And then obviously you have settings and everything else. And it's as simple as that. That is shot call, and it doesn't get better than this. So make sure you guys participate in it and let us know what you think, more importantly. But let's head on over. Join me. Camera, come with me. Come, okay? Because we have got to get into our matchup, all right? We have a lot of work to do here, okay? Our first match of the day, okay? And we're back, and my goodness, they're making me work here today. It's been quite the... All right, let's dive into it, shall we? Because we got Cloud9 that's coming into this one here with a lot of hype going up against 2G. Now, of course, C9, we always talk about the hype because this is a team that is well known to be a group team. They do quite well here, but it didn't feel like last week that narrative was working out for them, Dryad.
Yeah, this time around we played a little bit different against Sentinels, and they had a journey where they started getting those first 2 wins as we expected for Cloud9 in the group stage. But once they got into Sentinels, it's a different story. To be fair, I feel like they didn't play their own game. The Haven that they played against EG was very different to the one that they played against Sentinels, and it's the little things that ended up adding up, and we'll see if they can bounce back today.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely got ahead of themselves a little bit, trying to push a lot. We saw Oxy kind of going wild in places where maybe he shouldn't have been, but I still love that spirit from him. I think they had the right idea, the right energy, but they just didn't play their game exactly like you said, just didn't play the game plan the way they
And it also just feels like Sentinels are such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
You know, that if you try to play that more free hand, you know, hey, let's play for picks to see what we can get open on the map, it's not going to work out against a squad like
I think in one of the interviews too, Sentinels mentioned that they saw that C9 had like gaps in their comps, something like that. And I think they mentioned that, and I guess they just really abused it, and I think it looked really good for them. So.
Yeah, well, and take a look here. This is, of course, the road that is still left here for Cloud9. They will have to take on 2G, which is going to happen today, and then their last opponent will be G2. So Dryad, they got to win. Like, if they want to make it into the playoffs, this is a big game that they cannot give up here. And Cloud9, big moments tend to kind of not go hand in hand all the time.
But again, even if they have difficult matches, they are winning the matches that we expect them to win. I think against Sentinels, they were not really favored.
Fair.
Now, going into 2G, I feel like it's a middle ground, right? Where 2G has shown great things, but has also shown some weaknesses. So it's a good chance for Cloud9 to bounce back, get the win, because if Cloud9 get the win today, they make it to playoffs.
Yeah, they're locked in. They're in, right? But of course, we'll talk more about this in a little bit. For more on C9, let's actually see what Vic had to say, who had a chance to catch up with Ben Silly earlier on today.
Van Silly standing by here with Cloud9's Vic. Vic, I have a question for you. It almost seems like today's game is a must-win in order for Cloud9 to clinch playoffs. Because if you lose today versus 2G, it's going to be a tough match against G2 next week. So what have you learned last week in your loss against Sentinels that you can carry over into today in order to guarantee a win against 2G?
I think from our loss last week against Sen, we learned to just play more confident, more calm together. I think in the big rounds, we kind of choked against Sen, and we just got to avoid that today and moving forward.
Let's change that choke 9 around. Good luck, Vic.
Well, there you heard right there from Vic, right? They felt like they choked those big rounds. Can't let that happen today.
Yeah, I feel like they talked a lot about playing together, and I think that kind of goes into like our next conversation about Oxy and Spike, where I feel like Oxy does really good when he's playing with a team, and Spike kind of has that really good discipline to play off of kind of breach util. They have really good game plans around him. But for Oxy, I just need to see him like reel it back a little bit and be less of a zoomer in a way, and like kind of just going crazy to really
be less of your generation.
Yeah, be less of your generation. Hey, I'm in that generation. Okay? I'm Gen Z, baby.
And you too. Be less of your generation. I'm kidding.
But yeah, no, I think just in general, Oxy has been really good for C9. Just needs to have a little bit more discipline on that.
Absolutely, it needs a little bit more, and I feel like we've seen those signs for Cloud9 again when they played against EG. The team looked a lot more coordinated. You see how Mitch and Oxy are constantly playing together, but when they play against Sentinels, it gets a little messy where Oxy's trying to get that space by himself with the operator, and things don't usually work out that way. I feel like for Spike, it's a little bit of the same what you're saying, how they're setting him up, knowing that he's mainly that Neon player that we know, and it needs to be a fast play to make it work out.
Yeah, there's a lot, of course, riding on the shoulders of both of those boys as they take the stage in just a little bit. But here's the thing, though. Spike and 2G, they got a massive win last week because they needed it, right? They needed a big win, and they got that win over Furia. Now, they're going to have to do this again because, as we had noted before, they're in danger of missing playoffs. And most importantly for 2G, because they're an Ascension team, that also is going to play a factor into this as well, Triad, because if they don't make playoffs, that means they're right back into Ascension.
Not even Ascension. They have a chance of not even making it to Ascension with the way that they're
That's
performing.
true,
So it's a little scary for them to be in the situation where 0 or die very early on and a lot earlier than for other teams, right? Where they still have this week and next week. And talking about 2G, I feel like they're showing us, once again, really good signs, but some things are still missing. I like some of the things that they did in Corrode when they were playing with the operator on the attack side, but once again, I want to see how they're trying to get those fights, trying to play more aggressive with Neon, and with what they're able to do with the Neon a bit more in towards mid.
Yeah, 100%. They set up the Neon super well. I feel like every single time it's just a matter of like how they kind of change their game plan to be a little less predictable as well. Because I feel like right now with that breach in the Neon, we kind of see all the setups that they have and we know the protocols, but they do have really good protocols. Their mid-rounding is really good. They're really good with the decision making. So, I mean, I wouldn't count 2G out of this.
Hey, go in there, click a couple heads, you know, see what happens, right? I mean, if the protocols are as good as we're setting it up to be here, 2G could very well find themselves in a great situation now. But for more on the Ascension squad, let's actually hear from Pryze, who had a chance to catch up with Vans earlier today.
I'm standing here with Pryze, but also with Aldi for translation. A quick question for you, Pryze. You guys played an outstanding game against Furia last week, also with Gobera just popping off on Ascent. But naturally, Gobera cannot do this every week. So what's the biggest win condition to make sure that you seal the deal against Cloud9 today?
A nossa arma para ganhar hoje é a mesma de sempre, a nossa energia, a nossa confiança, a atitude que a gente vem tendo e evoluindo em todos os jogos que a gente vem jogando. E falando dentro de jogo, a gente se preparou muito bem essa semana e a gente está muito confiante e preparado.
It's the same as usual, you know, lots of energy and putting ourselves into the game and communicating. We worked a lot during this week to get this win today.
Awesome, Aldi, thank you so much. Pryze, obrigado. Good luck today, man.
Thank you.
And of course, we're looking forward to seeing what that work is that 2G put in to prepare for this C9 matchup. But highlighting some of the individuals, though, let's start with Gobera here because, you know, it's a couple rough performances as of late, but I think it's safe to say last week, like, he stepped it up in a big way, and this was exactly what the doctor ordered when it comes down to 2G and what they needed to keep this season alive.
It's a massive change as well for Gobera. Week 1 and week 2, he was going negative, and it's just not a little bit. He was struggling a lot, and then going into his week 3 is a massive change where he's clutching rounds, where he's having so much impact with the multi-kills and giving that support to the team. I feel like this is the Gobera that we talked about towards the beginning of the year, and I want to see him keep up this performance. Right now, he is the #1 player when it comes to clutches outside of Net, but Net hasn't had the opportunity to do it as much. I feel like Gobera is one of those guys that he was saving this map of Ascent over and over again. I want to see that too there again.
Yeah, I feel like when you have, I've talked about this every single day that I've been on this desk, but every single team needs a rock, and I feel like Gobera could very well be that rock. And just like you were saying, Dan, I mean, these stats, they're kind of crazy, no?
Yeah, it's a massive difference. Week 1, week 2,
swing.
and then what he was able to do against Furia. Again, it was a Furia that is struggling. So now that they're going against a great team like Cloud9, can he keep up the numbers?
Well, and that was going to be my question, right? Like, yeah, those numbers look great, but it was against a team that has not been having necessarily the best of seasons here. Now we shifted over to a team that has a little bit more firepower behind them. Can Gobera still keep it up? And that's kind of the question for a lot of the players that are on this team, right? You know, we really highlighted Spike, right? The young duelist coming into this squad. But we also have Silence, who has been lingering in the shadows, dare I say being quiet. Doing
being
some
silent.
I wasn't going to do that, but I knew you would.
Yeah.
And then the lower third says heard. Great. But yeah, so obviously you're also looking for players like Silence. It feels like it needs to be the sum of all the parts here.
Yeah, he's their flex player. He's been doing really well on each role. You can see there he's played Sentinel and he's played that Jet. On that Cypher, on that Vice, he's looking really good. He's relying a lot on his utility to hold down sites and doing it really well. And then when he's on that Jet, he's able to bounce back, able to bring out that operator if he needs, and just being a really good, solid role on this team for 2G.
Which is what we saw last week, right? When they were playing on the attack side for Corrode, he was actually picking up that operator in a lot of the rounds, kind of being able to hold the extremities in the way that they wanted to, because they were not really playing that fast mid-control that we see a team like Sentinels, for example, do. So Silence here, and obviously on Ascend when he's on the Jet, he looks great, and it's just one of those pieces that I feel like at least has been a little bit more consistent for the team and that they need today.
Yeah, it is a, wow, I tell you what, but for 2G, there's a chance here. Now, we want to be very clear that if 2G were to lose today, actually, chances are they could still make it into playoffs. It just works out in like differentials, win-loss, records, all that good stuff. But there is still a chance here for 2G. But let's actually hear about this squad from their competition. Here's Cloud9's Mitch on 2G.
Their biggest strengths are just pulling a round out just by their mechanics and being able to just out-aim everybody. I think maybe their biggest weakness is being a newer team and franchise and not having that experience at, this level of play yet.
All right. So we are back now. Obviously, lots of pressure here for both of these teams. One of the players, though, that we did want to talk about, that we did want to highlight before we got into our super fun little thing here on the AD, it was Xeppaa. We don't really get to talk about him that much. He always flies under the radar, guys. But this dude has been such a rock for this. You want to talk about rocks for a squad? I really do think it's Xeppaa.
True. I feel like he's been super consistent, super stable. You don't often see him going off and being at the top of the scoreboard, but he is always able to hold down a site. And I feel like he's one of the longest standing members on the C9 roster too. So he's been there forever. He should be somewhat of a veteran to kind of guide the rest of his team and set up the play style for how they want to play.
He also has such a hard job. He's so flexible. We've seen him play kind of everything throughout his career in Cloud9.
Oh my God, remember his Sky arc?
Sky was insane. Then Clove that we saw earlier this year, he's really doing it all.
Yeah, he has always been such a consistent force for this C9 team. Always enjoyed watching him. Always knew that whenever he's last alive, chances are he could pull off the win.
I heard the longer his hair gets, the better he is in the game.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's why. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
So what does that mean? You know what? I could grow my beard out.
True,
I can get it out this way.
Gotcha,
All right,
gotcha.
maybe we'll work it that way. It's okay. Eventually, we're all just gonna have blue hair dye like Dan does as well. Now, folks, before we get into today's first match, Dry and Athena are gonna be doing something pretty fun. All right, you're gonna be put on the spot with a blind ranking.
Bro, again?
Yes. Now, we're going to be doing a power ranking of the players taking the stage today, all right? But you won't know who's coming up. So let's get our first player on the board. Who's it going to be? I'm actually quite fascinated who this first player is going to be. So let's go ahead and show it up here. Throw it up the graphic.
No, they don't want to.
No? Is it here at all?
He's number
it's on the
3.
telly. It's on the telly. I was told it's on the telly. It's on the telly.
Whoa, you're showing us
I'm showing.
That's
okay,
crazy.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to do these things. I'm not a smart man.
Okay,
all right, first up, it's Mata.
Mata? Wait, where did we put NRG?
You put NRG in first.
I'm gonna say number. Isn't 2? Okay.
I think.
I'm down for 2.
Yeah. Mata's great. Mata's
great.
Yeah, 2.
2. That's not 2.
Wait.
I remember how to count.
Okay, we relax now. Next up, we have.
What's next?
Verno.
Verno. We have a lot of great players today, so I want to say 5.
Verno 5?
Oh, sure. I'm on the train.
Verno 5.
I'm on the train.
Sorry,
That's
Verno.
kind of crazy, but I'm on the train.
Next up,
I like it.
Cortesia.
Oh, he did really good.
He did do really good.
I'm thinking 3. What do you think?
I'm thinking 4. He had one. 4? He had one really good day.
He had one really good day.
I like this. I'm thinking 4. You guys are always never aligned. Never aligned over here.
Hey, what do you mean? We agreed on the first two.
Okay, that's great for Bruno.
Okay, 4.
Okay,
We're okay with
4. We're putting Cortez on 4.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I like
All
this.
right,
I
it's
like
a shame.
You
too.
did great, but I'm
Look
sorry.
at that! Look at that stash. It's absolute glorious. All right, next up is Oxy. You have 3
Okay.
or 1 available.
1.
You think that's gonna be the best?
Yes. He was number 1 week 1, and he's still number 1 ready player in America.
True. Okay, we're using stats.
We're using stats. We're using the numbers.
We're using
Number
numbers.
1.
We're using factual
Thank God
data.
Dan's here.
So number 1.
I don't have
number
any
1.
stats in my brain. Yes, number 1.
All right, Oxy's number 1, and your last player is Spy.
Oh, okay. Wait, I actually like that. That's
Spike
not bad,
is coming
no?
in at
I
number
feel like
3.
this is what
That's not bad.
How do we feel about this?
We're so smart.
All right, yeah?
Just.
Hold on, sorry, my brain isn't gonna let me.
Ow, no, I'm
So I
kidding.
gotta center that. No.
Yo,
okay,
what
there
are
we
you
go.
doing?
I just had to center. My brain wasn't gonna allow me to move forward with the segment unless that thing was centered. All right, this is it. You guys feel good about this?
Yeah, I'm
I
okay
feel
with
great.
that. Yeah.
I feel like this
I
is
think
what I
it's
would
good.
have done.
Okay,
Not
all right,
bad.
chat, what do you guys think? Let us know as well. Sound off. We'd love to hear from you. And make sure you guys get in social with everything, okay? You know, just go on social media, whatever platform you use, damn it, and just let us know what you think of it. But let's take a look at the predictions for today's matches. Who is siding with who? Oh, we got an interesting Wyatt.
Wait, I put
Wyatt
MIBR.
River.
Wait, MIBR?
Wait a second.
Okay.
Didn't we just put them in number 1, NRG? That's crazy.
So you guys are a little all over the place right now.
Hey, we aren't, baby.
Well, at least
Let's
you two
go.
with your NRG MIBR predictions. I'm perfect. So
Whoa.
what's
That's crazy.
so what do you guys think about this here? Why don't you go ahead and debate the other on the merits of your decision?
I mean, I think just the NRG MIBR is a little bit rough, but
Yeah, I think the other one, you know.
Why'd you go
I will-
MIBR?
You know what? I do think with this matchup, it's pretty 50-50. Like,
It really is.
Like, if one team is just on their game, they're going to win out.
But the thing
100%.
for me is like when energy looks good, they look great and they
True.
look unstoppable. I know the team is very confident.
True.
It's something that they've talked about in the interviews. I'm just scared that we're gonna see that inconsistency sometimes. But for
Yeah.
MIBR, it's a little bit of the same. I mean, they were struggling week 1 and 2 a lot, and then they completely bounced back. It's just what version of MIBR, what version of NRG we're gonna be seeing.
Yeah, and they switched up their gameplay last week to make it more fitting of the way that we've seen MIBR be successful. So if they bring that into NRG,
Of course, to see us standing up.
yeah, true, yeah.
When they're down 2-10.
Yeah, gameplay, pure gameplay.
Pure
Anyway.
gameplay. Pure gameplay. Nothing else. Nothing else.
But yeah, I think it's 50. I don't mind that.
Okay.
I think that's a no. I don't think that's.
We came to an agreement at the end.
Yeah.
Fist fight
Okay.
worthy.
No, it's good.
We're not
no
going to be
fist
fighting yet,
Yeah,
baby.
not
Don't
yet.
worry.
No, okay, all right. I was expecting
I'm
some.
too scared she's gonna
more.
grow.
It's still the pre-show. Yeah, exactly. For all you know, she's gonna grow up 8 feet tall, and then at that point, you're cooked. And then, of course, you still got to find out what was in Wyatt's cereal that would allow him to make
I don't
that
know
such a
that one.
decision.
He's always cooking some.
He's always cooking something.
Yeah.
My guy's always out there. But folks, we want to let you know real fast. See the QR code? Bam, right there. Go ahead and scan that sucker, and that will get you right into Shot Call, right? So if you're watching on Twitch, want to be very clear, if you're watching on Twitch, Shot Call is up right now for you beautiful people to go ahead and take advantage of, all right? So make sure you go out there and do all that good stuff. Y'all ready to start this show?
Heck yeah.
Oh, man, it's good
I'm
to be
so
back.
excited.
Yeah, I know. What you said?
I'm so excited. I have something to say. People say that the hair is because of Lev. You see this team? My team.
Oh, wow.
You
She
should
changed it.
stand next to the monitor. Look at this.
Unbelievable.
She's gone.
Unreal. All right, relax,
She's
Ramona
gone.
Flowers. Okay, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. We're in the home stretch of stage 2, baby. Anything can happen. VCT America starts right now.
É nosso primeiro jogo contra a Cloud9 no Stage, mas a gente sabe que eles são um time muito individual e gostam muito de trabalhar o jogo em cima do Oxy, que é o grande talento deles. A Cloud9 é um grande time, eles vêm se mostrando muito bem nesse segundo Stage, mas o grupo tá muito forte. Eu sinto que tem grandes equipes para todo lado, então a gente meio que não se prepara de uma forma diferente para eles.
I think 2G is more of like a wild card team. You don't really know what you're going to get from them every week. Playing against Spike, I think he's a really good up-and-comer. his neon is incredible, and I think it's going to be a good face-off between him and Oxy.
4 contra 3. Acho que o game ainda tem chance no round. A bola é muito boa. Spikezinho é melhor.
We're kind of taking it step by step, and after the loss with Sentinels, I think it's going to be a good learning experience, and we'll be able to reflect and, get better.
O jogo contra a Cloud9 com certeza tem uma importância muito grande. A gente precisa da vitória para buscar playoffs, então a gente veio com tudo para esse jogo e vai dar a vida para a vitória.
It's time to get this show on the road. Let's bring out your first squad. It's Cloud9. And C9, of course, coming to this one with a lot of pressure, but a lot of hope as well, because if they win this game here, they will lock up their spot for playoffs, and that is huge for this squad, who has performed very well in the group stages. This time around, though, it's been a little topsy-turvy.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how they've been the giants of group stage, but then once they get into that playoffs, they do tend to suffer a little bit. So I think coming into this is a really important game for them. Again, we've seen their schedule. We know that this is going to be a lot easier than their next game, which is G2.
Yeah.
But they should have this one in the bag if they play the way that they played before that Sentinels game.
Yeah, there was a lot of individual mistakes that they made when they were playing against Sentinels that we're pretty comfortable that they should be able to fix today. They are so great in the group stage for a reason. When it comes to those teams in the middle, like 2G, they're able to bounce back. But 2G, I mean, it's a different story.
Well, hey, let's go ahead and bring out your squad. Welcome to the stage, 2G! And of course, I'm hearing the hoots and the hollers out in the crowd for them, of course. We're looking forward to seeing what 2G can do, but in this interesting situation as well here, right? Not out of this one, not by a long shot for the playoffs contention, but if they win here, Dryad, that will absolutely set them up for success in the future.
And that's the thing, they need to get these wins because they don't want to depend on other people's results. It wants to be them getting those wins, them winning this week 4, week 5, and then pushing that way. But for 2G, I feel like we've seen great signs. They finally get that first win against Furia. This, though, is a different story. Cloud9 has been looking great.
I feel like potentially this game might be the game that they kind of get into and understand how the other team plays, since C9 is so specific with their playbook, and maybe 2G can abuse that. But Bind first for C9, I'm actually really interested in that.
Once we get to see the maps, I'm very, very surprised because I expected Cloud9 to pick this map of Haven first. This is what they've been playing since the beginning. This is what they've been working and cooking on. But Bind is a different story. We saw week 1 against Furia, and we actually haven't seen it from the side of 2G in a long time. They played that Xenia tournament, and ever since it's been a secret.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what they played last time, but if they keep trying to incorporate that neon, I wouldn't mind it. But do you think they're gonna go the double duelist route or no?
I don't think so, especially for this map of Bind. I don't think so. Again, it's been quite some time since
But
they
could
last
you, if they elected to do that?
I would love that.
Yeah.
I mean, just because they have a lot of very good individual players, and you can capitalize from that the way that Corrode did when they switched to the double duelist on this map.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting whether or not they elect to go that route. But it seems like they do have, the very least, the capabilities to be able to do so.
Yeah, and I think for C9, the reason they picked this is probably because their retakes are super good and super coordinated when they are on point. So maybe for Bind, I feel like they've cooked up some crazy strats for their attack side, but their defense side is going to be pretty solid compared to like any other map.
Like I said, I'm very surprised that Cloud9 is not going for this Haven map. That has looked great for them. But to be honest, the macro and the way that they played it is very similar to what they do on Bind, where they're playing with Oxy and Mitch towards long. Sometimes just leaving Oxy by himself on this race with the operator. There's a lot of different things that you can do here that you can really capitalize from. And again, it plays very similar because Mitch is on this guy.
Yeah, here's their composition. I mean, nothing really all that crazy on the C9 side.
Yeah, I think it just makes sense the way that they play, the way that they kind of perform their protocols, their mid-round calls, the way that they slow down at all the perfect times, and the way they take aggression. I feel like they have that plan set around that Raze and Sky combo. So it makes a lot of sense. But the Yoru, I'm liking this from 2G.
Double duelist, okay.
I really like it.
This is new. This is very different. I mean, when they played at the Xenia tournament for the side of 2G, Spike was actually on the Gecko. They were playing that Gecko Fade composition. So switching it up a little bit, especially with that Yoru, is something that I'm surprised in. I want to see what he's able to do there.
We talked about Silent and Spike too, so I think this plays really well into it because with the double duelists, they bounce really well off of each other when they are playing together. And I think they're going to give each other confidence to kind of go forward and make that aggression play that I feel like we want to see from 2G.
All right, well, we're excited for this one, folks. Let's let's go ahead and get the show on the road, shall we? Send it over to your casters, who, by the way, I was just told are also facing relegation. Here's Doug and Ender. Do a good job, boys.
I don't have a quip in response to that. I don't really know what to say to that.
Don't
please
kick
don't.
me out.
I'd rather you not. Let's turn our attention over to the Bind, where we talked about the comps and how it's different. They're going to be running this double duelist comp. Christy, what are your thoughts on that, on Bind specifically? And remember, you are earning your spot, so it's got to be
right. Okay, I'm gonna lock in here. I'm gonna do my best. Honestly, I'm a fan of the double duelist. I really like the Yoru on this map. A ton of fun stuff you can do with the teleports across. Of course, fake teleport noises, silly stuff like that. But really, when it comes down to it, I think these two duelists, especially on the attacking side, are just so good at overwhelming sites. Two of the best ults in the game to just blow up a site. And when you have multiple people diving in, Raze distracting to set up for your TP, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, it becomes chaos on the site, and that's exactly what I think we will see a lot of on 2G's attacking side. It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. As I mentioned, 2G going to be the ones to set the pace early on. Notably more successful on their pistols. A bit of a surprise than Cloud9 on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, C9 win a lot of their round 2 forces. They lose a lot of those pistols, but they come back in a big way. We'll see what 2G have in store for us right now, setting up mainly towards this A side where C9 have just really left Oxy towards heaven and some stalling util down short.
The wall, the thorns, not much else on that side.
And it's not like C9 are ready to quickly teleport and get over to this side of the map. Oxy's just playing with a Sheriff up here to get a headshot and duck away.
Toxins going up.
It may be a bit of a challenge. You got a trap set up over in Hookah.
Toxin screen down.
Gobert cautious, not over pursuing. You see the smokes go up, the wall has been procced, and that is where the spike is. So it's going to have to wait for just a moment.
LZ jumps up on top of the box, can hop over the wall and still go for the plant. Now a couple of teleports over towards Showers. Dog should push back these 2G players. And they want to take control of back site now. They still have yet to plant. And C9 are reading this. They've left 2 players over towards Hookah in case there's a teleport back onto that side.
Mitch will draw first blood and hang on to maintain the Showers control. Now you're going to start to see some of the flank come through from B, through sand, and Gobert is already ready for it. Trampling like Clydesdales across the middle of the map, a little challenge done, and Vic hunts him down.
It's starting to fall apart now. C9 coming in from every single angle.
And every single kill going their way, too. There goes the flawless. I'll own that one.
I mean, Oxy runs out of bullets.
Yeah, that one was. I felt like that one was my fault because I kind of called it before it happened.
You did.
And so
you've had worse moments, though, honestly.
I don't know what you're talking about. Cloud9 win the pistol.
That was wild, too, because you could see 2G. They got the site almost too easily, and then they just didn't really know where they wanted to go. First it was take control of backside, then they realized that didn't look so good, so we go back into short. Now we're getting flanked.
You guys are all running around headless chickens. Let's go, baby. Good pistol.
They were all looking the wrong direction for the most part.
It is concerning that that's the look they're showing on the pistol, too.
Yep.
I mean, it's early days. You should be drilling pistols from the beginning.
This is our first time seeing 2G play Bind on the VCT stage, though. And it is a new comp, so gearing up, quick flash into Showers, take the orb. Which duelist is going to get that one? I agree with the Yoru pick. I think Yoru getting Dimensional Drift online is so powerful.
And so they freeze on the other side of that. Showers control still theirs. No interest on the B side of the map whatsoever.
Oh, it's about to be a destruction of 2G.
Yeah, that wall will only do so much.
And then again, Oxy dies to a pistol. Okay, this is starting to become a pattern, these near flawless rounds.
The win conditions are fight Oxy with a pistol and you'll be all right.
Yeah, your just entire team has to be dead before you are allowed to activate that.
Fake teleport. And so Spike is going to try his best to pull off a 1v3 with 48 HP. And the spike out of hand.
Oh yeah, I'm sure C9 believed that teleport. I'm sure of it. I wonder why the door hasn't opened yet.
What a surprise. And so that's Cloud9's second, and they get through that pretty cleanly. They carry, what, 3 Bulldogs into the next round?
Yeah, they do lose the Outlaw. Although, that being said, don't care so much about that when they know that 2G didn't buy anything. So basically full heavies coming into this third round. But even there, I like C9's read of the round state. You know, they had multiple players into showers. They fell off of that. And then just fully anticipate 2G coming back into A short. They have 3 players with C9 ready to lock that down.
Now some interest on the other side of the map. And Zepp is up real far. Oxy's there with them. And look at how much respect they're showing to that. And so off of that denial of space, 2G have to respect the smoke. They have to rotate to the other side of the map. And you've got Net and Mitch lying in wait.
Yeah, Net gets the little information, can fall out of that, but Mitch has a Bucky. And I think 2G are going to have to bring back Pryze's fade to use some prowlers to get into hookah. These close angles so dangerous on the bonus.
Yeah, that's a shot. That's the sound of a Bucky on the other side.
Dear, that was from back sight. Zeppa finds that.
Mitch has to play this in such a finely nuanced position if he wants to get value out of that Bucky.
But there's so much stall here. The gas goes down. Now the thorns can be popped. 2G don't have a clean way in.
No, they're stalling out. Satchel, a box, flashed, unlucky. And there's Zeppa striking again. The 2 Bulldogs having the problem so far in this round. And they're in a position to get another. The Bucky sings. That's 3 for Zeppa. And a flawless round for Cloud9.
It's a terrible day to be a 2G fan and have eyes. Just brutal. Mowed down by the Bucky in center sight. But it's all possible with that early pick. Zeppa finds the reposition into elbow. I think Mitch had good supporting util from backside as well, but this is exactly the way C9 want to start their map pick.
Yeah, especially after the struggles against Sentinels last week. Get that sour taste out of your mouth. I agree.
And they got slapped around a little bit, but instantly taking back some control. And again, with some aggro towards showers. Full Senti stall setup on the B side. You're going to see this so often from C9. Just playing to stall out, buy time for rotates to come in from the A site. Although still one of the benefits of having Zeppa on the Senti role, remember him making the swap over, he likes to play a little bit more aggressively. So even on the passive side, Zeppa will still take those forward lines.
Well, the orb was grabbed, and they push Gobera.
And push him, shoot him, get the orb themselves. And again, there's no way for 2G to speed up towards B. You have to somehow be able to eat up so much of this gas and then burn the thorns. This doesn't seem so doable.
No, and then if you manage that, Big Crit takes over. He still has smokes he can play around. A satchel across, his silence will get the best of Net. And so some breathing room here, some real estate allotted.
Teleport in. Oh, that's gnarly.
Yeah, and those walls are closing in. Second thought of the Seekers, opting not to avail themselves of that resource quite yet, as Vic and Oxy save the day.
Just over, as simple as that. So looking forward now, 2G have to solve the problem of the B site, unless they can just overwhelm A, but I don't think that's so reliable. They do have some big ultimates to play with, but when 2G are playing slower rounds, what I'd like to see them do a little bit more of is pressure down onto A short. You know, if Net is going to have his orb on that side of the map, you can eat up a lot of the Viper gas by pressuring on the lurk, using that gas or forcing it out on the A side. And then that means you can walk up forward on B. You can bait out the thorns before the wall goes down.
Good job. Let's go, boys. Nice run.
You can change the order you approach into the site a little bit. Otherwise, we're just going to see this round on repeat.
And perhaps that's what this conversation taking place right now will be about. How do you solve some of that? How do you get past some of that stall utility that you've mentioned now on B? And I mean, there are a couple of things that 2G need to solve right now. It doesn't seem like anything has really gone their way, but that is a big one. And you imagine here the benefit of Cloud9 in this position is so far, 2G have not pulled off anything successfully. You expect something to address the B hold on the other side of the timeout. You can flip the holds the other
Sure,
way.
yeah.
You can change your setups, and all of a sudden, 2G are still on a back foot.
But it's just so weird, too, this moment to call a timeout because of the ultimates in play as well, because I think this round almost plays itself a little bit, right? 2G have been getting carved up, you know, playing these slower rounds. C9 have found some aggression, so you'd expect Spike to just be running in with the dimensional drift, and they just 5-hit a site. You know, so often when you have the oral, that's how simple the rounds become.
Right.
So then for C9, it's very simple as well. You know, you hard stack, fight aggressively on one side, the other side looks passive. That looks like it's going to be some aggression down short here to try and catch 2G before they pop into the side hit.
Remember, the last time Cloud9 did this, they played in a smoke and just waited. They're not doing it this time. That ult's going to give a lot away, and they're going to swing on the other side of it. Oxy looking for another, pops the ult. Spike, you can only run for so long.
That's crazy, man.
Beautifully done. On the other side of the timeout, Cloud9 dial up a little bit of pressure.
And now this wrap from Mitch. There's no way anyone's turning around for him.
Nope.
Spike down A.
Boxed in like a fish. And that's, oh.
Balla? Balla mentioned?
He's back, he's back. Shout out Balla. Missed that guy. Speaking of casters that got relegated, 07. He relegated himself, it's fine.
That's how rumors start, man.
This is how rumors start. Hey, look, you know, I slip into, you know, his old place. People say I'm replacing Bebe. No. I'm coming in for Balla. We're coming full circle. Hold up.
Pryze will get a couple. Still 30 seconds left in the round. The spike's still out of reach.
30 seconds left.
But Pryze has done well to get this far. Still has some regen armor he can play around, and Oxy and Zephyr are vacating this site.
Yeah, they're not going to give any picks over.
Yeah.
Just force him to plant the spike. Then you know where he is. You can rush him, especially if the clock starts working down. And now they're ready for the quick rotate to B. Perfect.
Yeah, they know that there is no pump fake behind this. No options really for Pryze. And so he swings out. The first pass has been cleared, but Oxy's 3 gets Cloud9 to 5.
This is where I'm hoping the timeout was a little bit deeper than just setting up for this one exec over towards the A side, because I think that round was always going to come down to sort of a coin flip, whether or not 2G guessed the same site that C9 was aggroing on, and then you get this round, or they guess the weak side. And then they're getting in and playing some kind of 5v5 post plant.
He ain't winning that. I'm too confident.
It shows.
His little showstopper play there was real nice.
7-2 for Oxy, Cloud9. Choosing to press a different area of the map here. We talked so much about how they're hellbent on controlling short. Now it's showers, and it's another opener.
Insane. 2G have to quickly escalate down into lamps. But now they're split apart, 2-2. Forced to commit towards A.
The wall and the thorns in play. Now they're gonna try to clear out behind it. The dog first. And utility exchange. Now, as that settles, they still haven't gotten the spike out to a comfortable spot.
Oxy taking a ton of space out of B. C9 no, 2G are stuck in here, and Zeppa's still securing kills.
Spike planted.
It is a mess.
They're deciding to play ahead of this. Pryze was up. He's the last one standing, and he will get swung. Cloud9 gets a 6. 2G. We talked a little bit about the timeout a couple of rounds ago, and hoping there'd be some more significant adaptations on the outside of it, but it doesn't seem like much has changed.
No, and they're just doing a little showers play. A lot of the time you're going to be fake teleporting in there with you have Yoru Flash coming in comboed with the Haunt, and that's a great combo versus one player. You know, because if you break the Haunt, you get flashed. But when there's 3 players going in short, and again, C9 on their aggro side, they're not, you know, splitting up on short and in showers. It's always 3 players fighting together right at the start of the round. 2G have not picked up on that, and as a result, plays like this just get completely crushed.
Yeah, haven't picked up on much of anything yet. This time, some of the Vice utility is back A. You've got the Flash and the Thorns.
Yeah, C9 aren't so readable, continuing to mix it up.
Mm-hmm. They have done a really good job of keeping 2G on their back foot. Even this is a look that I don't think they've seen.
Not yet, but it is a classic one. The jump peaks from the player in Octagon, and then that Slight off angle from net. He can get a pick. Jump in the teleporter.
Likely seeing that in fruition here in just a moment is net. Playing behind the orb will get his kill.
Oh, he wants more.
Oh, of course he overstays. That spam's gonna connect. The spit is good, but not good enough. Spike gets 2 and B is in play.
Vic's holding his ground though. Ultimate into Octagon.
And
the smokes and the molly.
And just like that, the hold is there.
So now a rotate comes in from Zeppa, but a 1v1 on A could determine the round. Gobera is up into showers, and it's only Oxy to hold him. The rest of 2G ready to teleport back into A.
If he gets space, he's not really taking any of it.
And Oxy's in a really tough spot for him to actually clear. With the information 2G have had in previous rounds of Oxy stepping forward on the extremities and going for the flanks, Gobera's been called back. He's not going for the flank himself. He's worried that Oxy has crept up short.
Bolt invested out onto B. Molly will follow. And they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink here. Vic somehow still gets enough damage done.
It's the Steel Garden from Zeppa. The second the exit comes in, because C9 have never been forced to use any of their ultimates except to react to what 2G is doing, you have those layers of stall. Vic drops the ulti, drops the mollies. Okay, 2G wait. But Gobera doesn't go for the lurk, so then they just freeze, go for a rehit without pushing anyone back, without finding any picks, and Zeppa is there and waiting.
8-1 for Zeppa. Spike did really well to get out of long the way he did. But you're right, that ult was the difference maker. That one was the round decider.
And it's unfortunate too, because the round started off so beautifully for them. You know, there's the overstay from net in long. 2G are up in numbers. Now they're going into Oxy's off.
Patience in front of the dog. Pressure on the other side of the map. Gobera will get overwhelmed.
Well,
Oxy's gonna get another shot at the op here. Drops an nade to dissuade the flood out from Hookah.
What?
Spike down B.
That was with a spit too.
I mean, they're going through the Viper wall as well, so that it can't just...
Or maybe, yeah, maybe it was the wall. We'll take a look at it
Give
here
it to
again
us in
shortly.
slow motion. Let's just savor it.
Well, if you're a fan of 2G, avert your eyes here. You're not going to want to see this again. Oh, now you got to think about it.
Yeah, 2G are calling a second timeout in 8 rounds. Hard to blame them. Guy on your screen right now sitting 11-2. And that was after, you know, he got pushed back with the operator, no problem. Oh, yeah, triple paint show kill. Oh, yeah, let's watch. The wall goes up. The spit is on the ground, but no, they didn't even get hit by the spit.
It was the wall.
That's awesome.
His facial reaction. Yeah, man, we thought the same thing. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's the look of a man who does not have to do his job this map.
That's how easy the game is, no? Drop utility and get a 3K with an 8.
Man. That's rough.
A quick resetting of expectations here, because for as much as it has been very casual for Cloud9, what they're playing for is anything but. They win this series, they qualify for playoffs, the rougher part of the season that has forever been their Achilles heel.
Yeah, and they're always telling us this is the time that we're going to be a playoffs team. We're going to go the distance, and I think this roster over the course of the year has looked very, very solid. Obviously, starting things off strong here again, putting them in a great position to clinch.
So what do 2G do on the other side of their second timeout of the half? What's the plan here? Silence has an ult. Gobera has an ult.
I want Gobera to play with some confidence towards the A side. Like, can we walk down A short? Can we pressure some of this utility onto B? Dealing with the wall and Hookah's a good first step. The Thorns already. This is nice.
Okay. They're flushing out a lot of that utility that has been a problem for them.
Our concern is they don't... Okay, well, let's just exec. Okay.
There's Silence getting a couple kills of his own. Zeppa hasn't gone cleared, but Gobera behind enemy lines. Now there's a pit that he can play around. Oxy's going to attempt to retake this with an op. No real way to change weapons, given his pathing.
Oh, but you forgot. He still has paint shells,
right,
Doug.
That's right. He's got utility. Oh, gosh, he's going to do it again, isn't he?
He's using his shorty, too. Just silliness. Trying to draw some attention from Mitch on the flank down long.
Mitch has been patient with it. They know you're there. Uh-huh. Yeah.
If he gets even one kill, I don't know, I quit? Like,
they're just playing for exits here. It looks like it.
Yeah, deny all those guns.
And so they will give up their first round. 2G will get on the board, but they're going to be in such miserable financial straits if Mitch can get a kill here, or two, or all three.
So on the one hand, you win a round.
Which is huge, because you haven't up until now.
On the other hand, you get away with no guns.
Right.
But that was a good example of 2G just saying, hey, we have the ultimates, let's get into the site.
Right, let's just go. Yeah.
Silence gets the job done there. Paint shells comboed in with the showstopper.
I think he was flashed.
Yeah, that rocket isn't so precise, you know?
Really? Is that so?
Throw it in the general direction, it's a kill. But as a result of those 3 kills at the end, it is a bit of a scrappy purchase for 2G.
I'm loving this pace. It might just be too little too late. 2G already threatening A. Never mind.
Who trained you? Spike planted.
Well, an immovable object just met a stoppable force.
Enemy down.
How'd that play out? Not great. Oxy's going to get another Gobert and Pryze. Left to try to hang on to this site.
C9 are also just flanking every round. The satchels to distract. Here comes that flank. Oh, no, sorry. Vic is there. Flank doesn't even matter. It's a cosmetic.
This has been... I mean, we've had a couple of pretty one-sided maps this year. It feels like this feels like one of the most complete, one of the most dominant.
Yeah. I mean, this one, ever since C9, what, did they flawless their bonus?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And they would have had it on the pistol, too. I mean, if not for that one kill.
Been running away with it. Spike here's trying to get a lot done going into the back of sight, but just couldn't quite get the drop on Vic.
This has been a complete class difference.
Yeah, and that comes after 2G. You know, again, they're using these duelist ultimates, which should just secure you a site.
Right.
This time they don't run into C9 fighting down short, so it looks like it might be okay. There's still all that Vise util to segment Spike away from the rest of the squad.
Op proxy has been posted down B long.
Yeah.
So you see some of the rotations from Mitch, particularly heading towards A.
Easy little rotate to come over there. Again, there's full stall on short, so C9 can mostly just focus this fight over into showers.
That clone has always been a part of the plan.
Yeah, get that wall out.
Yep. And so now they get to the point in the round where they spin their wheels.
It's a little bit forced. They're not looking at anything.
Mitch getting 2 from up on heaven.
Down and out.
Just 2 pistols left for 2G. And oof. That would have been insult to injury. Will commit, will succeed at getting the spike down as LZ gets the best of Mitch. And now Pryze will fall.
Just like that, C9 on 10.
Not while I'm.
Maybe we think of different words that could describe it. Shellacking comes to mind.
Whoopin'.
A whoopin', yeah, yeah.
Yep. That feels like a GB word.
I almost said that. I was like, that is so classic GB.
And then a wrestling reference that nobody understands except him. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would we get him?
Why would get him?
See, I wasn't gonna suggest na 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 boo boo, but that also feels like it applies.
Well, Vic is the linguist here, not you, and so
right. No, it makes sense.
Ever the poet, currently sitting at 14 and like 1. Somebody we haven't talked about a ton.
Oh no, he's about to melt them. Brimult in hand. Don't get too close to that Vise wall or it's about to come down.
He's got it at the ready.
Oxy, by the way, is just playing in spawn. Is this guy AFK? Like, it's like, hold on, I gotta run to the fridge, get another drink. Like, what is this guy doing?
His mouse didn't die, right? We're not.
By the way,
we don't have the boostio
He
thing
is
again, do we?
just. I assume he's just getting ready to quickly react to either side of the map.
Yeah.
It is just exceptionally funny. Look at him back there.
So the flash is through, the ult pops, both of them. Segmenting off the right side of the map. And now they have more going on. Oxy takes flight, tries to get a little bit more with his ult. Cobera puts a bullet between his eyes, though.
One enemy remaining.
And Zeppa has never moved off the site. The defenses were never pushed. This time they burn the clock all the way down, but the outcome is the same.
Switching sides.
I like how you say they've got a lot going on, as if C9 didn't just use every single ultimate in the game.
Yeah, listen, I'm trying.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm trying really hard.
So is Vic. This guy is 16-5 right now. Okay, relax.
Boy, this is, yeah, a brutal, I mean, a borderline perfect half for Cloud9. And the truth is they called to save and contain financially, and that's how they lost the one round they did. We're going to throw it to a very quick break, and then we'll see the thrilling conclusion to this map on the other side. We'll see you there.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Well, if you missed the first half and you are just joining us, you didn't miss anything really at all. Cloud9 in what felt like record time obliterated 2G in every single facet of the game. They find themselves up 11-1 at half, and 2G are now on the defensive side, attempting to put together a comeback.
Everyone thought they were watching VCT Americas, but it's actually just games done quick. And Vic's looking like the quickest of them out there. Guy was frying back in the first half. And hey, it's going to be a bloodbath down long. That's exciting.
These gunfights have historically not gone their way, but there's a shot at this. The Spit is in a really nice spot, though, segmenting them off, but kills traded.
Yeah, 2 for 2, not too bad. Zekin also pretty darn low. This is where C9 just hightail it over back towards A. I think we saw a lot of 2G like freeze, re-hitting back in the first half. C9 already having ideas to play a little bit more of the map. And that's a good guess this time.
So Smokes will provide a little bit of cover. They'll get out onto the site and get the spike down. Bit of a segmented approach on the retake from 2G.
Looks to me like Pryze is going to be the guy here, but there is a wall right in front of him. He won't be the guy. No. It'll be someone else. Someone else will be the guy.
Thank you.
And immediately, Crosshairs flip back. So they realize where some of the threat lies. Still has to be dealt with, though.
That kind of long range there with the Frenzy.
That's not the weapon you want in that fight. However, you mentioned it, Zeppa's so weak that maybe he can get away with one.
Last player standing.
Pryze has gotten it down to a 1v1. He's just on the other side. Vic will get his 4. Cloud9 will get to 12.
Vic's just tryharding. I don't know what else to say. Is that 20 kills now? Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's working.
My Brimstone is 20 and 5. Actually just smurfing on the stage. This early fight, I mean, looked decent enough for 2G.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they walked away with trades there is,
yeah,
I think, more than I expected.
Vic's just too quick on those shots.
Just emote on him. Oh, no. All right, so Gobera and Pryze will both invest.
I mean, they're all buying down to nothing.
Yeah, whatever change they could muster.
Maybe a change of scenery? Lotus?
Yeah, that might be the only change that will work here. Oxy satcheling forward. The Molly will delay for but a moment.
Hold up.
Now, don't believe their lies.
You don't believe in Pryze?
I don't believe in this map coming back. They have this full site control. I mean, there is going to be a late rotate through.
This guy.
Yeah, Vic is just unreal right now. He's playing at such insane form.
Spike planted.
And so, yes, Gobera will creep forward. He will get his one.
Hey, you got Vic. That's what matters.
That's the final boss. Pryze will get another. Starting to try to cross through. Pryze left alone to try to keep this map alive. Or to send us over to Lotus. And that's exactly what will happen. Cloud9, I obliterate 2G.
Like the look on Oxy's face there, too. The look of embarrassment? Like, I don't know. He's like, I just don't know what I did there. I was a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
I was watching Oxy's stream last night. He was promising me a magical series. That's what he said, a magical series.
I mean, yeah, that wasn't not magical if you're a Cloud9 fan.
They kind of look like the big evil, like, you know, supervillain, though, in a way, dominating so hard right at the start of the story. That was nuts.
Oh, silence pied. Well, you know, this is why we don't play best of ones.
This is why we don't play best of ones.
Exactly, because there's always a chance for a wild series if 2G can pull it back on Lotus. We will see if that's the case on the other side of this break. Yep, that one right there. We'll be right back.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. When I flip society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Oh, it's Heavy C again. Blades online, and the knives take lives.
Chega nas costas, já se mostrou, eles já sabem dele. Será que vem? Largou Bela de novo. O Pala com 5 de vida. Será que vem?
Vansili standing by here with Coach Imi. Imi, I think this is the first time that I've looked at the coach player reactions and I see you cackling and laughing instead of head in hands. So it looks like the vibes are good. But let's focus moving forward onto Lotus. Is there anything that's scaring you from 2G from that first map that you want to look out for map 2?
From the first map, no. But, you know, he's probably going to be on Neon now, so we have to watch out for that he's the X Factor, you know? So, but we're prepared. We're ready.
Awesome, Mimi. Thanks so much, man. Good luck.
All right, there you heard from Coach Imi, and well, of course, him talking about who he's fearful of there. You heard him talking about he was referencing, I'm assuming, Spike, who will be switching over to that Neon potentially as we get ready for map number 2. But boy, oh boy, that was a bit of a shellacking, you know? You hate to see it. And Dryad, it did feel like, you know, coming out of the gate, C9 did not really have much in the way of concern. And every single time they took a fight, every single time there was some kind of approach from 2G, C9 had the answer.
We mentioned a little bit of the double duelist, the change that 2G presented and the opportunities that they had here, but honestly, they were not playing the double duelist the way that we thought they were going to do it. They were not really getting that space early on. They were waiting for 20 seconds or less to go for that side hit, and Cloud9 were really good at rotating that utility, make sure that they were delaying even more and more, and that way getting those wins. I feel like they were even surprised. I mean, Oxy was just with that play, just like, wait, what happened?
It was crazy. But yeah, I feel like for C9 too, even on their defense side, I think they had like 11 first kills that game, and majority of them being on the defense side, pushing, taking that aggression. They did a really, really good job. And then following that, like Oxy, he had a really good game. But I say that, but I feel like every single one of these players had a standout game.
Yeah.
Even Vic was looking really, really good on that map.
Towards the end, it was all about Vic.
Yeah.
I think he almost closes it out with a 4K.
Yep.
It's just everybody stepping it up. I mean, when you're winning 13-1, that's kind of what you're expecting for the team. But again, the good thing that I want to say for 2G is that the vibes were still great. They were laughing. They were not frustrated. And that's what you need to go into the second round.
I hope the vibes are still good. You just got your ass beat out there. I mean, honestly, like, I hope that the vibes are still good. Not to be mean, but, I mean, you got to keep the spirits up one way or another. Otherwise, this thing's going to be cooked, right? But there is, at the very least, going to be some semblance of hope for them. They can lean into Spike, into this Lotus here, and maybe take advantage of some of those gaps that were present in C9's game, right?
Yeah, just like Coach Imi said. He was talking about how he's worried Spike is kind of their wild card, and he's going to go up and show up on that Neon. We've seen him play really good on that Neon. We've seen 2G have really good game plans around it. So I think for Bind, they were just like, whatever, we don't play this map that much. Like, maybe we can just let it slide and move on. But for Lotus, I mean, I have higher hopes for them.
Yeah, I mean, we have to have higher hopes here as we get ready for map 2. Let's actually see what's going on with the coach of 2G as we have Vansili standing by.
Vansili standing by here with Coach Fazor. So, Coach, obviously not the start you wanted in this series against Cloud9. You had some time just now to talk to your team. So, how do you bring that morale up? What was talked about to get ready for your map pick?
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't wake up for the map 1. Shit happens sometimes, right? Yeah, but now we just, I just said, like, we didn't wake up. We just have to be ourselves and win. Actually, like, we just have to turn on the monitors, actually.
If anything, I love that you still have a smile on your face, so good luck for map 2. Thank you, Coach.
Well, I think if he didn't have a smile on his face, we'd be a little concerned about his demeanor going into this here. But hey, you know what? You heard from the coach of 2G himself. Hopefully, the players will just turn on the monitors for Lotus. That sounds like a sound strategy, Dryad.
I think that's possible. I think that's possible, you know? I think we can do that, 2G. I feel like that's something
See, I got their monitors on. I can see their monitors turned on there.
Now, the other side, well, now they're turning it on. I think it's okay. Lotus is going to be a different story. The win condition for 2G 2G to win this whole series is going to be that neon from Spike. And in this map of Lotus, they're playing very similar compositions. You see most of it looking the same, but Cloud9 is going for a double controller composition, while on the other side is a double initiator, where you're trying to set up Spike for those moments of success that we've seen him do in the past. I still think it's tough, but as long as the vibes are good, I think it's actually a good chance to take it step by step.
Yeah, true. And one thing to keep in mind, though, is that if C9 wins this map, they make it to playoffs. They're in. So I think this is going to be definitely C9 trying really, really hard.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, they have been, but I'm just saying they're putting a lot of effort. They're aware that even though they won that map really easily, going into this next one, it might not be that easy. And I like to see that from a team.
Yeah, that is a great note there for Cloud9. If they win this next map, they win this, they are into the playoffs. We'll be right back after this quick break, and then Doug and Ender will be bringing you guys in to map 2 on Lotus.
Cloud9 up 1-0 in this best of 3 against 2G, and Lotus is now the next map that we turn our attention to, hopefully for both of us, because we get paid by the word. This map will be significantly longer than the 14 rounds we just saw, Christy.
Let's hope for it. I want to make let's have a little deal here. Deal here.
Hey, you got this, big guy. Hang in there.
Okay, I'm gonna power through.
Hang in there.
Deal here. Okay, me and you, everyone in the building, watching back at home, we're going to have collective amnesia. Map 1 never happened. If you tell me map 1 happened, I don't believe you. Did map 1 happen?
Yes.
No, it didn't. Doug, this is map 1 of the series.
Right. Let's talk about agent select. What do you see in there?
I mean, I'm seeing same old. 2G. They were playing this breach previously. I'm not so sold on the breach anymore post nerfs, but we'll see what they can get done with it. Honestly, if we can just see 2G running some execs not into a stacked Vi's Viper site, I'd be a little bit happy.
You know, when you started the we're gonna play a game, I thought it was gonna be something about integrating with the new shot call feature and guess how many rounds you think 2G will win this game? And I thought you were going to do something really toxic, like set the bar at 3 or something.
No, I called my shot. My shot was that in map 1 never happened, okay? Doing a little revision there. But all good. A new map awaits, Lotus. Tarek promised me 2G have minimum 5 rounds here.
Oh.
That's his word, not mine.
That's really bold out of him. But we'll see.
He called his shot, and you can too on Twitch on Fridays. VCT Americas.
Nice, very good.
Pop open that extension. You're gonna love it.
You're not getting relegated, big guy. They're keeping you.
Might give a very good raise.
The dog will clear out mound, and so 2G sniffing out C side of the map. And if they do decide to go there, they have 2 thorns they're gonna have to deal with as well.
That flash gives the info over. 2G in the space. I want to see if C9, with this Prowler not finding anything front B, options to step in and open the door, but instead looking for that quicker rotate back into Waterfall.
Down to 50 HP for the Duelist.
That's good.
But they have gotten out onto the site. Oh, Zeppa, don't.
Shorty gaming, really?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh. He got a little chip down.
Yes, he did. Turns the flash. Of course he gets a kill. 2G scaled up behind utility. They were cautious. They wanted to create a little bit more space by pushing into spawn, and then that happens.
Now they need to get active, find some kind of spam shot through the smoke, take a forward line.
Which was really part of the issue at the beginning of the round. Cloud9 now funneling in behind the space that they're trying to take back. LZ gets 2 with Classic, and all of a sudden, there's a shot at this, but Vic is holding the defuse, gets the half, pulls off. It's LZ left in the 1v2. The tap is there, the kill comes through. It's another round for Cloud9.
LZ gave it a nice go over in Waterfall. Basically did the same thing that his teammates are trying to do back into spawn, except he guessed right. He pathed into the place where there was only one guy really coming at him.
Right.
But Vic starts off this map 2 strong again. 2-0 on the Omen.
I think I might end up having like a...
Oh, the paranoia is late on that fight into spawn. It actually tagged 2 players just after... or 2G rather had lost 2 players.
I want to keep a close eye on Vic. We might, if he continues to perform at this level, might have a record series. Vic getting another.
Little door shenanigans on the A side. LZ seeing if anyone's home.
That's going to swing behind the door, behind the smoke. Not able to settle there. Pryze is there to punish. Wall not proc, but the site is theirs. Forced to sit back for just a moment behind the thorns, and Vic is on the prowl.
Not this guy again.
Between him and Mitch, I mean. And the smoke slowly dissolves Vic now, pushing forward. Silence again, getting the best of him. He's left in a 1v2. And once again, it's close, but not enough.
I mean, even these rounds, though, are more challenging.
Yes.
Coming down a little bit more on the eco here.
Yeah, more competitive, yeah.
For sure.
Don't lose.
But this is where 2G have to fire back in a big way. Can't give up this anti-bonus.
People are
and avoid the nightmare from the last map, yeah.
Yeah, especially because C9 only have a couple of Bulldogs. They actually all forced down in the previous round, so won't have much of anything here. Nice opener.
Yeah,
the spike.
Great shots, yeah. And that double swing. I mean, for as much as as Cloud9 have stomped 2G up until this point, they're still playing with like the perfect balance of discipline and disrespect. Like they know where to hit, and they're not going to overswing, right? Like
they're
not
on the
gonna
line.
Throw the rounds, which is probably the most impressive thing I've seen out of Cloud9 so far. I love how they're playing it.
And for 2G now, it's about trying to see where that stack from Cloud9 is going to be. Playing it spread out right now, 2-2-1. As 2G really struggled against the defense-sided aggression from C9, so now going back towards the A spot. Last round, they only saw Net here, so can lean into that again. Although it is worth saying, this smoke that Net plays around on the A side is super annoying. It blocks off that entire choke point. He can pop out from 3 different angles. So if he doesn't overcommit this time around, he can be really difficult to actually push away. And all the time he can buy causes these rotates to come in. This wall is low and ready for a trap.
Yeah, it's primed. The wall to section it off. The flash there, and it goes through. Oxy gets the opener. Pryze was there on the trade. That was labored, but it works. They crunch in from B. Very well done by Silence. They win that wall fight.
Vic going on a little mission now to see if there's a rifle he can pick up outside of A.
Shadows traveling.
And there are low players, but like you said, having the lurk actually pay off. 2G playing the whole map. I think this was a dynamic that was a bit absent earlier.
What, the value from the lurk?
Yeah, and pivoting out, like,
because that was something you struggled with on Bind too.
Yeah,
right. That's not. It's a bit of the same story.
And it's different players, right? Gobert was on the Viper previously in the lurk role on Bind, didn't really do that at all. Silence, on the other hand, absolutely jumped in for it here, and it helps when you need these late round options to pivot into.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little assist.
Wow, 2G now doubling their round count in this series.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that one was below the belt. I apologize.
You're on watch. That's a verbal warning, Doug. It's crazy because the first pick did absolutely go C9's way.
Yeah.
But I think these adjustments out of LZ and Spike especially.
Well, and I mean, there was a massive gun difference there too.
For sure,
which just kind of plays out there. And so now both these teams can approach this round from a power position. LZ getting caught up. Decade has to wait for just a moment.
C9 are trying to fake a little bit more pressure towards this A side, opening the door, throwing the haunt, while the rest of the team was fighting over towards B. These players, or C, those players now slipping into B. But because 2G matched it, that's been called already. They realize that the Neon, more aggressive angles were back on the other side of the map, now move in to re-clear them.
How did he find that little angle? Will go off unchecked. Rotations fast towards B, fast towards C.
Crazy macro. Both teams just dodging each other completely, but it's the value of that lurk. And 2G punishing C9 for flip-flopping a bit too much on the map.
They have to be careful, though, because 2G's rotating back towards A, and Cloud9 are already back here.
And they still haven't cleared out net in grass. He's got a chance to pinch off the rest of the 2G squad grouping in.
He's looking to play spoiler, and he's in a position to do it. He hears them. One kill spotted, a second settled. Does damage on the third. And now Zeppa's lying in wait. He turned. Oxy looking to help from over his shoulder and will fall. Finally coming through in the punish to 2v2.
Spike planted.
Oxy and Vic, this two-headed beast of Cloud9. Starts to slowly deny some of the space from 2G as they're the ones who take a step back. LZ and Gobera, a sliver of health amongst both.
Full kit from Vic.
They've got to find a way to hang on to this. Steps give position away, a tap of the door to threaten the flank, but that paranoia is going to attack both. It's going to buy time. They have not committed out onto getting spiked down yet. Oxy spams into smoke. Gobera's dead. LC is going to have to play this perfectly, and it's just not enough.
He really tried there. 3 kills, but can't adjust into Oxy before Oxy pulls away from the spike. That was a wild round. Felt like we were sort of in the thick of things with LZ playing around this lurk. He was the hero finding the first kill of the round. Nearly finished it as well. But like, what is happening? Oxy just wheels around, gets the spam skill, following the tracers back through the smoke.
Again, aggression towards A main. This time there is more threat behind this A main push from Cloud9.
Ulti back to spawn.
Is he committing to this? Oh my goodness, he is. He's stuck it. So there's going to be a fight coming in on the other side, but by the time he arrives, the round may be over. Oxy gets 3. And as the dust settles, LZ's left alone.
Oxy getting 4. And it comes after C9 switch things up, just like you called there. Previous round, it was weak utility, feigning pressure on this side of the map. This time, Oxy gets right on the opposite side of the smoke. No paranoia or anything to get 2G into that space, because LZ was...
Oh my god, bro.
was looking all the way back into spawn.
I think Silence was like in his pocket. That's how close they were on the other side of that smoke.
Crazy.
I'll find you.
So this time C9 switch it up. So they do show the Neon stun into that same space. You can see Oxy doesn't have that one, but this time he fast rotates back to react into B or C. It's all these small differences when you show the same utility at the opening of a round that can confuse 2G.
There.
Again, reminiscent to what we saw in Bind.
Olé.
Where there's just enough flavor.
Okay.
Between every bite. Silence has an op.
That's an operator. What's he doing with that thing? Going front B with it? Posting up onto the line to look for a jump peek?
If he's even giving the jump peek.
Shadows traveling.
I want to check out our opper here.
Oxy will be playing a dangerous game. And he's not even going to give them the line.
A lazy rotate from Mitch would be punished, but no, Silence finds nothing. We're down to 40 seconds. It's time to do something, but look at this. C9 have 3 players ready to react. The Omen smoke comes in from cross map.
The benefit, though, is they have those 2 ults to play around. They have the Nightfall, they have the Rolling
Nightfall
Thunder.
hit 0 players.
And they stagger behind the Night. The Rolling Thunder will hit all 3. And so they've gotten the sight. So now they're going to have to deal with hanging on to it. And Gobera goes down. There's 13 seconds left. They still have to commit to getting a spike down. Pryze will try to do what his teammate could not and will succeed. Oxy has his ult, Net does too. Mitch, one off of the Nightfall, and they're all stacking up together. If the flash does not connect, there may be trouble. They try to flood behind the wall. Mitch completely disrespecting the controller on the other side of the stage. And the slaughter continues. Silence got his.
And now he's running to save. So many. You think about what was just sent into that site, Doug. The two best ults in the game for 2G.
And to be clear, I love how they handled it.
Yeah.
They staggered it. They weren't even hitting the same spots. The timing was off just in case the first one doesn't connect. There was thought behind how they executed it.
It was just the post plant where it all falls apart. Mitch getting to spam kill through the smoke. Then again, these fights into spawn I really don't like from 2G. This is the second time that Spike has, you know, pushed back into that space.
Yeah.
First time in the pistol round, the paranoia was just late, you know, or he was early, you know. Get into that in VOD review, I don't care.
Right.
And here, it didn't seem like there was anything actually sent there. There was the Rolling Thunder, but that was way earlier into the round.
And I think, theoretically speaking, I love the idea of taking C and then scaling into spawn. Pushing that line back a little bit, I think, is incredibly effective when you're trying to hold. You're forcing the other team to use utility earlier than they would otherwise to clear space that they should already have. But you're right, the execution on it has been quite poor.
Been a little bit desperate, it seems like, to get some of that space. Maybe looking to be the hero a bit too much, but 2G have a moment to try and settle back down. Again, carrying the operator back in from the previous round. Silence. Not a bad idea to post up front B. A lot of times you are seeing people just go for the jump peek angles. But it's hard for that operator to actually do anything. If no one jumps into it,
right,
well then, okay, walk back and regroup with the team. You're probably not just holding shift through the B site with an operator in hand.
See if you can find some value with it. This time, it seems like the approach is the same. Perhaps a dog to get him on the line, post him up B. And so far, that is the case. Meanwhile, a Pit invested A.
High-low setup from C9, though, so if Silence looks for more...
It's an off angle, too. I mean, yeah.
Wouldn't be pretty. C9 are always playing with Oxy, ready to fast rotate, fast flood into either side of the map. This is going to be the same story again.
The one round they had success on was because of a late lurk through B, and they were able to crunch outside of A main. The setup is there, but they're abandoning it now.
Yeah, you've got the player there, but it's an off. Again, you're not stepping into the B site with an off.
Oh, this has been popped. The pew pew fingers come through, and Mitch falls. And
That's a technical term?
Yes. A little bit of room to work with. And Vic decapitates on the other side. No more value there, no more joy. On the swing, a dink is dealt. Vic's waiting patiently. Magazine starting to run out. Snaps on to get his one. But Net will have to 1v3 this. And it would not be impossible. This has legs to it. Spit to deny that early swing. Gobera gets 3 as 2G get their second.
Just overwhelming that site. I think Spike getting the first there, even though he ends up falling down later on. 2G are able to just keep zooming on through, pick up guns, get the spike down. Mitch almost had him too. But all these stingers are living on like 1 HP. Gobert on 11 after the first fight he took. I respect it.
A little fire on the 2G side of the stage. Same idea, the dog, the op. And Oxy's here to greet.
It looks a little silly doing the same thing 3 rounds in a row, but like they still haven't seen him post here.
Right, and that is defaulting.
So 2G are gonna go for it, but C9 don't hold the B site the way that 2G think they do.
Nope.
Again, 2G think there is someone right there.
And they're almost, right? Big turns the flash. Spike and Gobert get a couple.
Yeah, destroying the high-low setup there. It's Gobert's flash. That might just be a round.
Yeah, that breach neon tandem proving to be a bit too much.
But look at the ults on the left side of your screen. C9, they're feeling pretty confident. If they can find an opening pick, they can look for it.
Yeah, there's the opening pick you were looking for. A Steel Garden on one side, a Nightfall on the other. Everything goes into disarray. LZ's got a really nice spot, but he's got to speed up. I don't know that they can buy enough time for him to provide value. Oxy pops his ult, swings into 2, 3 on the round, and LZ's left alone.
He doesn't even have the ult to try and recover the spike. There's 22 seconds. This was a 5v3 round.
Shadows traveling.
And so LZ pushing forward, high-low,
Enemy remaining.
snaps onto
10
one,
seconds left.
Oxy stays concealed. And that will secure the round. Cloud9 gets a 6.
All right, I think Cloud9 practice for this week. We're going to work on our high-lows a little bit. a little busted there. But honestly, like, 2G almost fall victim. First of all, great work out of Go Barrett. Like, actually, individually, I think playing very nicely. Good utility. Spray down there as well. But even though it's a 5v3, the fact is, because those kills came so early, LZ was in Narnia, not really through any fault of his own. Then Oxy finds a pick, so it's a 3v3, and C9 have ults, so...
And so they abandon flirting with the C side of the map.
Yeah.
Now turn their attention towards A, where the wall is, where the thorns are, and where the flash is.
There are times when, even if you have a big advantage like that, even if you know you have the C site, it is beneficial to just slow down and regroup, play together.
Gobert is using the Sentinel skin gun buddy.
Is he auditioning? Like, I don't know if they have a spot.
They win no matter what, huh? Now speeding up towards A. The Nightfall to pave the way. And it will not tag onto anyone, but it will get a ton of space.
Zeppa still has the Steel Garden, though. He never used it last round, and here it comes.
Spike planted.
I believe only 2 did not get tagged. Oxy's going to try to push ahead of this. Spike falls with Vic over his shoulder. The guiding hand, and now there's a smoke out towards tree. 2G have to brute force their way through this. Try to hang on to some of this space as Zeppa is creeping around the corner. Will punish Pryze. A tap of the spike will draw utility as Oxy's fighting for his life. A 2v2 now. Oh gosh, LZ. LZ and 2G save the round for as close as that was. They get their third.
Everybody was holding their breath. I know. These A hits are working, the post plants, because it's always with a bad buy too. Like, how are 2G getting these stinger kills over towards A? C9 gonna hit a little pause. Yeah, that's timeout, correct? Audience here is locked in.
Yeah, that was scary.
Well, Oxy's legs are gone.
And so again, an animated response from 2G. A timeout, a chance for Imi to get involved in the conversation and try to stop this rumbling from 2G.
Rubble fight. I'm just gonna call it now. Rubble fight. Hey, just don't give them A site.
Yep.
C site, 2G are like collapsing in the post. Yeah, don't give it to. Like, we'll play C over and over again over these early fights. Looking at the money, C9 not too hot. It'll be sheriffs for them. So, Dark shot call looking pretty solid so far. 2G can convert on this one.
Yeah, the buy not being great here for Cloud9 makes me question what the approach is on the other side of the timeout. It does not look like an A main fight.
Yeah, they're saving it for next round. Let me cope and pretend like I'm in Imi's mind.
Right.
You show the C fight on the eco to confuse 2G.
Oxy was not allotted any space. 2 crispy shots out from Silence to open the round for 2G.
I don't think they were confused.
No, they did not take the bait.
Maybe Silence needs to be opping over towards C instead of front B. Maybe that's the place for him to be.
Enemy remaining.
Mid tries to take a little bit of space, pays for it with his life. And this round is over as quickly as it started.
Actually, we have to wait for the spike to explode. There's a little,
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just, yeah, sit here awkwardly.
You got any jokes? You know any jokes? Anything funny?
No.
We can't. A flawless round from 2G as they get to 4.
Here's my Rumble fight. Here it comes.
Long have we waited.
I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud if it's not a Rumble fight. Please, C9. For my dignity.
For this comeback to have some legs and for it to be possible, I do think 2G, for as much as, you know, there's levity in it, they did need to get through rounds like that as cleanly as possible.
Oh, yeah.
And so that helps financially. Look at their ults. They're starting to stack. Pryze is halfway up to his. Possibility of a 6-6 is not unheard of. There's a Rumble fight you were looking for.
There it is. Get the kill, fall back. And now what did 2G do?
Silence is going back to holding the B line with the op.
Although, it's a different player on B this time. With the net, maybe has a different tendency. Maybe. I'm coping.
Well, this is just a lot harder because there's no dog to put him on the line. So he can't easily take it, just decides to abandon the idea.
And even with a Rolling Thunder for Gobera, hard for 2G to accelerate here. Still a Vise Flash, couple of Thorns, back bend.
And Vic is playing all the way A, but he has TP. He can join the fight quickly.
Oxy is already on the move. C9 know exactly what's going down.
Oh, and the smoke will buy more time. 2G are starting to stall out outside of C. Smokes of their own, the fault line, and the dive TP. LZ's up before everyone else.
Yeah, no Neon means he needs to step up and get the job done.
How much further can the pseudo-duelist go? Diving onto the site. Reinforcements now arriving. The Paranoia will delay the flood for just a moment. And now on the second attempt, they will try. The Pit invested a Paranoia of their own as they start to push. There's the Rolling Thunder. Oxy stunned up and dealt with as LZ gets the best of them. But as the Pit goes down, they take those fights, and it's all into Pryze. A 1v3. Dog will confirm position. And Pryze is painfully out of options.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to get the tag with the eye. And Mitch is there to punish.
Last round before the switch.
C9 are going to keep trying to just walk 2G into these C finishes, make that side of the map look weak. Because these post plants are so good. And every round, by the way, first of all, good flash turn.
Yeah.
But every round, C9 are either killing the planter on C with just spam from Waterfall or getting them so low. Gobert was taken down to 4 HP trying to plant the spike. Just from some spam shots from Zeppa.
Nice, let's go, boys. Good round.
Back to their winning ways they go into the last round of the half.
I don't think 2G have planted on B.
I don't think so.
Except, oh, sorry, the round they initially won.
Yeah. Look at how much space Cloud9 have taken up A. You called it at the end of the previous round, Christy. They're trying to force them into C.
It's just too straightforward. 2G can't hold onto the C in post. They don't even have ults to favor it. Maybe Fade ult online from Pryze. If he plants the spike.
And the thing about a freeze here is it's not suggesting anything. They don't have an A line, so there's no reason to believe that's where it's headed.
But just look at this utility cycling through. 2G forced to scale on in.
That flashed. Can't see a thing. LC dropping around him as the wall goes down. So does he. Traded back to those spikes, still playing from a safe distance as Pryze is stunned and was just lying in wait. Silence crumbles, an 8-4 half for Cloud9.
Destruction. Oxy's quick rotates. He is always there to supplement his anchors. 19 kills in that first half for the kid. I think Doug just choked.
I did. I'm good.
Doug, I know 19 kills is a lot, but looking like 2G on bind out here.
Oh, I bit my tongue too. Right. An 8-4 half for Cloud9. Oxy stomped.
You just quiet down, Doug.
Yeah, you take the throw.
We've got a break to get to. Doug, get some water.
Well, 2G put together a half to keep things interesting and to keep us locked in a bit here, but Cloud9 still walk away on top at half, 8-4, and now they're going to be the ones on the attacking side. Doug, and with me is Ender on the call. A 19-8 performance from the Star Duelist, and anything but that for the promising youngster on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, it's been tough for Spike to really get in the game this time around. Even in those early rounds, C9 shutting down all of his aggression. But LZ has really picked up where the rest of 2G haven't quite shown up. This round, a little bit isolated towards that A side as 2G stepped down into the mid space. Ooh, LZ saw a few guys there. Little jump peek, fall back. He's got the paranoia to solve things out, but as that door opens, he's got to get out of here.
Will succeed. Sending 2 through B main to crunch too.
Yeah, a little flank going on. That can speed up quickly with the Neon over there.
And with the spike planted, there's that flank that we were just talking about a moment ago.
Really hard for 2G to break this heaven hold out of Mitch.
Meanwhile, a lot on the shoulders of Net here. Tao, good night. That was sharp. Yeah, that will do. Net gets 2. Mitch on the swing up in heaven. Silence gets the best of him, but Oxy now flashed up, trying to dance around it, of course.
Yeah!
When Cloud9's playing like this, you can really do no wrong.
That makes sense. You're blinded up. Start walking left and right. Hold down left click. Yeah. 21 kills for that kid. Unbelievable. 2G can't even luck out a bit. C9 are just high rolling everywhere. Yeah.
Hey, give me that deagle. Give me that deagle.
Net's gonna take the deagle. Oxy's gonna take a Vandal.
Investing a little bit here. Full armor too.
This is a very strange round 2 buy out of C9.
Yeah.
I'm trying to crunch the numbers. You have 2 guys basically full saving, 1 guy half saving, Net on 0, but with armor. Must have bought and dropped.
It's probably how Oxy has that Vandal. And they've gotten out onto A. Spike will go down at the hands of Mitch. And I think we're going to have time to talk again.
Yep, 4 people on the flank. Again, if 2G keep just putting poor Silence here to re-clear heaven, C9 will never lose an A post plant, I don't think. If you can get a player up that rope, bunker in without pressure coming down onto him, especially with like Thorn set up back there, you can get one-way smokes cooking as well. It's just very easy for all 4 other players to turn around and watch the single choke point to get back in the site. Watch this door.
So what 2G are wanting to do here in an ideal state is die to Spike. But they are not going to be able to do that if Cloud9 tries to exit out the way they are. And so, all right, 3 of them did.
Yeah. Oh no, C9 lost a stinger.
Financial ruins.
And they're all just going to buy Vandals anyways, or Phantoms, whatever. Not taking a bonus. Real round coming in. Oh, Oxy was only getting 1.58 kills a round in the first half.
Pedestrian performance out of him.
That's kind of mid. He promised me magical again. He's only 21 and 8.
Dude, you're a tough crowd. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're tough to please, man. Early denial of space from A main. And they decide to waltz into that fight. Perhaps still Spike gets 4. As 2G get 5.
That wasn't your run-of-the-mill bonus either. That was C9 fully buying into it. And Spike just flattened them.
And so again, the fact that they even had the line on that fight, I think really sets everything up. They use utility to deny that early space, force them to swing into the fight, and Spike's there.
He just keeps going. Never even, he has like the smallest hesitation to step back. He's like, actually, I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah, that's what you want out of your duelist, man. Quickly into the next round we go. Spam already out from Net.
Yeah, C9 on half armor, so they can just keep buy.
Cover going out.
They're daring 2G to take this fight.
Bring them down.
C9 are just gonna leave net back over here. Maybe see if Vic can bait a shot from root before escaping.
The dog will go off without a latch.
Go, go, go.
Now the rotate back. Spike feeling some of the pressure. The question is, how much do the rotates respond? You've got Breach already headed over. Silence as well.
But C9 are always leaving their options over. Again, still those two players back towards A, so they can make an honest go at C and still end up pivoting.
My concern with this is the Spike is back C, so even if they creep up on some of the space A, it will be late.
It's all on Pryze now. He has to get these two.
30 seconds left.
Has utility, both there, and Vic just so disciplined, man. Checking every single corner. Every rock. Pryze pushing forward. Oxy. Again. And so now 2G are going to try to flood back into this site. What utility do they really have? Not much. A couple of flashes and stuns, but no fault line or anything like that. And Cloud9 refused to relent on the site. How in the world do Silence and Gobert get back into this? Waiting for the stun. So they might be afforded some breathing room. But the map just feels so small. The site so suffocating right now. Even that jump peek into the swing is perfect. Cloud9 are playing a pretty damn high brand of Valorant right now.
Just shutting down 2G with Spike trying to fly into the site. He just got crushed. And there's a lot of things that obviously you can look at in VOD view and whatnot. I'm curious if we're going to see that site hit again, or the retake again, because I think the smoke coming out of LZ was counterintuitive to what they were trying to do on the retake, because there's a paranoia line that comes onto the planter, this stun line as well. But that, oh, maybe that was a defense smoke. It looked like it was red to me earlier. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. If he had a smoke, you need that to be on tree, though, to actually let Spike go up and play off of the utility, because the tree players are the only players that weren't crushed by the paranoia and the stun combo. I think that's a world where 2G could have won the retake.
And so 2G call a timeout, but you saw Amy was the one on your screen, vocal earlier, trying to calm down his troops. If you're 2G here, I wonder, I mean, maybe you take more of an aggressive beeline or something like that. Try something that you haven't really shown before to try to cut off some of these rotations. If we know that Cloud9 likes to play spread out and likes to leave all of their options open, as you were saying.
Well, I think it just comes down to you need to get a forward line at some point in the mid-round. Because, they did have it, right? Over towards Sand early, you had Spike that was over there, so when C9 rotated 3 players back into Sand, he heard them, saw them, fell off, that was fine.
Right.
But because they didn't have someone then check out on the A space, they weren't able to get in front of it. But all things considered, literally Pryze just hits his shot in tree. I think 2G have a much more legit shot in the round. Not just a macro thing, not just a micro thing. It's all of these, you know, +1s getting on top of each other until the round is lost.
Toxin screen down.
Even in the face of some of this spam, 2G have taken an aggressive line A.
That's good. Now C is where there's a little bit of a weakness, so this is where C9 could exploit by taking into mound, showing some presence, leaving a lurk if they wanted to cut back, although this looks very much to me like it is more of a pop idea without someone creeping up into front B. They're just going to go in.
The smoke arrives just in the nick of time, denying some of that vision, but Cloud9 will persist. Silence! Beautifully done! He's going to look for the third, and Vic stomps him. 2v2 now. Zeppa trying to dance on the other side of the stun. Styles on Zeppa a little bit there.
Well, fadeaway action.
But Nets left in a 1v2 with an Odin in hand and Spike to boot.
And they're all thinking, what about the gap front B? What about a gap A? It's got to be alert coming in right. No, no, no.
Net with a chance to clutch a 1v2. Oh, 2 times he crosses waterfall and goes unpunished. Gets a spike down, tries to drop, will succeed. Thinking someone was there on the challenge.
He's got the gun for the job.
Yes, he does, and he's got the plant just in the right spot. 2G, this is much easier said than done, but the youngster gets 3 on the round and secures it for 2G.
Spike has definitely been heating up into this half.
As is Silence, both of them.
Oh yeah, from that early 4K he got back on the 3rd round of the half. It's a little fadeaway. I like what we're seeing out of him. It's a long way to go for this team. That is crazy.
Exterminei. Tô vazando. Eletrizante. Tô vazando.
Yeah, that's beautifully done. And so they keep things close within 5.
A fight, here we go.
And remember, this has been on the other side of Odin's spam. A very different look from Cloud9 here. They popped Oxy's ult, and 2G have vacated the space.
But C9 are looking to pivot back into B. 2 players lurking up front B, now the door broken, and Oxy's just been left on stairs.
He's got a Bucky. And they're gonna have to re-clear him. They cannot ignore stairs. This is a big spot, and that's a duelist on the other side. The wall to cover the additional challenge. Maybe gets a bit more than he bargained for.
Vic steps into the party though.
And LZ's so weak here. Drops the smoke before dropping health.
Cover going out.
And that will help, at least for now.
2G have Fault Line that just came back up. A flash, a haunt. If they're gonna make a go at it, it's now, but all of C9 are playing offsite and they still have layers of stall utility.
There's the stun. That was the last thing they really had to play around. The wall's causing so many problems here. They stall out.
C9 have so much in the post plan that it doesn't even matter if now the kills come and it's just too late from 2G.
And so they save what guns they can as Cloud9 gets the series point.
Match point.
.2G basically had no map control after they were pushed back from the early Rebel fight. Remember, they didn't lose anyone initially, but it was this idea of, oh, well, actually we're both paranoid up, they have to run back into sight, and then Oxy being left on the lurk, getting the 1v1, even though he eventually goes down. C9 have just shown a lot of depth in their ideas round to round.
Across both maps, to be perfectly clear. Beautifully called, beautifully played.
Have we seen a quick B-pop? I don't think so. Now's the time.
Spike is here with a Bucky. Gobert is there as a challenge. They push forward and it's a slaughter. A beautiful round for 2G.
And maybe that's why we haven't seen the quick B-pop. I don't know.
I don't think they'll try that again.
Mowed down. Good read out of 2G. Gotta like that. But I think part of it is like 2G have been in these setups before, just the 1-3-1. We saw a lot out of that from C9 earlier in the half. Just to be able to quickly react across the map. C9 aren't perfect on the money, so they are gonna sort of half invest on this. Few rifles, but making sure they can continue buying as we move ahead.
I'm out of here.
Denial of space A. And a little bit of denial of space C too. Spike is tucked.
Yeah, 2G are doing a lot of this. Put Spike on the close corner, have someone else baiting for him. And he's often good for multiple.
Yeah, no Bucky this time though. And they're looking.
Mitch knows.
They know. No chance to provide any value.
The rotates from 2G are coming in. And the stall has been decent enough, but now it's gone.
This Odin can hurt though. Look at that barrage of utility. Cloud9 can't find footing.
Toxin screen down.
This is what I was talking about before. They leave that Viper on the lurk, rest of the team moving back towards A.
But Pryze is up.
That they are.
They have to realize that that's not a safe place to go. But look at how all of the
still
rotations
rotating?
have come from 2G, yeah.
But Pryze was front B. Somehow he thinks it was possible for them to be over there. Ult to tap the door in the Shadow Realm? As a fake? I didn't know you could do that. That's awesome. Unfortunately, 2G know exactly what's happening.
30 seconds left.
But it's too little too late. Cloud9 are ahead of all of it. So now they're out onto the site. They're going to get the spike down. And they have the guns to put this round away, to put the series away. 2G have to make a miracle happen here. They are taking their dear sweet time.
There's no one to play off that stun. It's all over the place.
The paranoia has been invested too. Still no scaling up behind it. Now they're diving, and with only one gun left.
It didn't look like there was a plan.
Gobert left in 1v5.
Oh my God!
Oh.
I just...
Yeah. Well, that really felt like the most fitting way to close that series. Poetic, some might say.
Poetry's really fallen off, Doug.
I mentioned it earlier, and I think I touched on it all the way back in Bind. Cloud9, the brand of VALORANT that they showed this series is terrifying for the rest of Americas. If this is the form they're carrying in, when they look this good, they look unbeatable. And with that win, they qualify for playoffs.
They are in playoffs. The only team they've fallen to so far in Stage 2, Sentinels. That looked kind of the opposite story. Them trying to match up with Sen.
Right.
C9 often the team that is crushing in the regular season, carrying that through here. Oxy finishes the game 27-14.
Not too shabby.
Magical.
Vic also had an outrageous series. I mean,
his bind was... I do and I don't want to watch that map again. That was kind of filthy, what he was doing consistently. An insane performance on the Brimstone.
I think there was tremendous depth in their calling, in their preparation, in the layers that they showed. Cloud9 showed just enough to keep 2G on the back foot every single round. The looks were never the same. I mean, so pleasantly pleased with how they played.
And I think you'll look at a lot of these rounds, it'll be C9 sort of some players like Oxy just absolutely frying in the server, but I do think there was a complete difference when it comes to the macro approach on both maps.
Yes,
I think
agree.
C9 were frequently reading what 2G were trying to do. Even in the first half of this game, when things started going poorly for C9, they identify immediately, oh, it's just these A post plants that are an issue for us. So we fight them on Rebel, we entice them into finishing on C, where I don't think 2G won a single post plant. And it was just hook, line, and sinker what they were able to walk 2G into.
Yeah. I think, again, a testament to the preparation and the plan coming into the series, and then it also helps when you have kids frying in the server the way 2G did. Or, excuse me, the way Cloud9 did. That's the one. Oh, we didn't need to replay that. That felt unnecessary. But so, yeah, again, Cloud9, best 2G. They do so in pretty damn dominant fashion. And for as much as the second map was a little bit closer, the 13-1 on Bind really just kind of tells the tale of just how strong of a performance that was.
Yeah, that was a good one. Unfortunately, Tarek missed his shot call. Said 5, they got 7.
I think it was over 5, no?
Well, maybe he said that. I choose to believe that he said exactly 5, and he's wrong.
Unlucky.
Tough.
Really, we're going to throw it down to Ben Silly on the stage, Rises, for the Verizon post-match interview with Net.
Thank you, Doug and Ender. And Riot Games Arena, one more time. Let's give it up for Net! Net, congratulations on a big win. We talked about it earlier on with the coach interview with Imi. He was talking about good vibes. Everything was looking like everything was falling into right places. But from your point of view as a player inside the server, going toe-to-toe and head-to-head against 2G, how did that go for you?
I would say it went great. Obviously, Bind was a stomp, and we played very well. And same thing with Lotus. I would say that we let some silly rounds slip away from us, but overall, I'm really happy with our performance.
Well, you're talking about like the 5 people 9th round towards the end is ridiculous. No, I'm just kidding. But it almost seems like your role as well now for Cloud9 is slightly different too, because I noticed you're even purchasing weapons on that second round for Oxy. So your role now is not only just to lock things down, but also be a big support player for C9.
Yeah, for sure. I have a lot of stars on my team, a lot of great players, so I just want to do whatever I can to help them play at their best level so we can win.
Awesome. Well, a big congratulations, because with this win, you're actually qualified for playoffs as well. But the job is not done. We also know the storyline of C9 going into the playoffs, where unfortunately, you guys always kind of fall short. So how is it going to be different this time around?
They never had me.
That's awesome. I love that answer because actually that brings me to the final question. You actually had a tweet out back in 2022 when you were actually at LFT looking for a team, and you actually wanted to say and let the world know that you wanted to be the best Sentinel player in North America and also the world. So going into today, how do you feel now? Where do you stand in these rankings?
I'm still pretty far, but I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there because there's a lot of great players in Valorant.
Awesome. Well, Nat, big game coming up next week against G2, your old team. Is there still a rivalry as well?
Yeah, for sure.
You want that dub, do you?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, Nat, thank you so much for your time. One more time, give it up for C9 and Net as they have just qualified for playoffs. And stick around as well, because coming up next, we do have MIBR versus NRG. Thanks, brother. Well done. Good job.
Who gives you wings?
When I kind of get that flow of the game, I would say I'm pretty unstoppable.
This is Mata's round. Oh, and another one through the window. Oh my God!
When he's like feeling the game, he really understands his role well, and he's able to like take over in chaotic situations.
Pretty excited to play versus MIBR, playing against a familiar face in Verno. He's taken over the IGL role now. I know how he plays. I know how he thinks. I'm in his head. No, I'm just kidding. Should be a close game.
It's going to be fun to play against Scuba. Played with them for 2 years. I think the meta shifted towards Scuba's like style of play, which is kind of just like heavy like lurking and just like playing around like smokes and stuff.
Scuba, the rookie, shaking off any nerds. Scuba with 3.
I mean, these next 2 weeks are like the crucial weeks. Like we have to win. I hope that I do my best and we can win.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this beautiful Friday. It's MIBR versus NRG. You got Golden Boy here alongside Athena as well as Dryad. We're going to be breaking it all down. And this time around, we're in the Omega group. You know, that fun group where totally normal things happen all the time. And this is an important matchup, by the way, because for both of these squads, this is huge, right? Now, 100 Thieves need to bounce back and lock in playoffs, but MIBR needs to keep up the momentum in order for them to get out of this, you know, kind of basement hell that they're in right now. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at all those 1s and 2s, all those 2s and 1s, Dryad. Things you love to see on a Friday.
That's a way to describe it.
Yeah, that's one of the words we
Not
can use.
confusing at all.
Not at all.
We're not just doing the math every single time a team wins.
Yeah. And I failed math, so, you know.
too.
Oh, hey, look at that. Twinsies. Look at that. Love that. But, of course, so there's a lot on the line here now. But for more on MIBR's dramatic win last week, let's actually hear what Artson had to say with Vansili earlier on.
Vansili now standing by with MIBR's co-lead, Artazine. Artazine, you guys had an impressive victory last week against 100 Thieves, a huge comeback of a 2-10 on Bind to be able to win it. How much does that win mean to you guys? It's your first win since VCT Masters Toronto, and how do you translate that against NRG today?
I think that's a really good win to keep up the momentum for the rest of the tournament, at least, because our lose streak was kind of like putting us down. But after the victory, we for sure recovered it. We have a good preparation for this week. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep trying and keep the momentum as far as we can.
Hopefully, we get to see the top 3 MIBR again today. Good luck.
Now, of course, for MIBR, right, their season was in jeopardy. Things maybe have been going a little south. So what do? They called Cortezia to save the day, because this guy managed to, I would say, not just through gameplay, but also through his demeanor as well, was able to help this team overcome a 2-10 situation. And I think, you know, it just goes to show you, when you have a player out there, Athena, that is bringing that energy both in and out of the server, the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like as a team, they found their footing, but when you have that constant hype, the constant communication to keep the vibes up, it always helps. And that big momentum turner for MIBR was kind of the catalyst into them finding their game style, really finding their identity and putting that into play, because we saw them looking so good. And if they bring that same energy coming into this week, I think we're looking at a really, really good team here.
Yeah, he's such an amazing Viper as well on Vine.
Yeah.
He was able to do on the fragging department was insane, on top of the vibes that he was bringing, as you were mentioning. Being 2-10 down on Vine and having to turn it around, you know, you win the pistol and Cortezia standing up.
Yeah.
He's bringing the energy from, you know, when you think it's already, you know, we're going to map 3. So I love seeing that from them, and I love that they recognize that that was something that was missing.
Yeah, I think that without a doubt, you need to have those individuals out there. Can't everyone just be stoic? Everyone can't just be like, oh yeah, good game, we won the round. Like, you actually have to, you know, show like you want to freaking
That's
be
what
there.
I sound when I'm
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you in comments. Oh, yeah, guys, Blu-ray. No, but honestly, you have to want to sound like you want to be there,
100%.
right? And I think that goes to show you with Cortezia.
I mean, especially when you're more of a veteran on the team too. Like, you have to be there for your team. You have to make sure that the rookies aren't getting too hard on themselves as well. It's a confidence builder, and I think it just worked really well for them.
Yeah, no, for sure, without a doubt. Now, of course, Dan, this person right here, had an opportunity to catch up with Artson following last week's win. Let's check out what they had to say. What do you have to say, Dan?
Creo que una cosa que faltaba para nosotros con con las derrotas es energía. No teníamos mucha energía jugando los otros juegos. Entonces, a mí, un poco más a Cortés. Cortés es un cara muy alegre, muy eléctrico. Entonces, nosotros nos conversamos, hablamos, hey, necesitamos un poco más de energía, necesitamos conmemorar más, estamos muy abajo, muy fríos, entonces vamos a colocar energía por arriba.
Now, I don't know who that woman next to Artson was.
Who was that?
I don't know.
crazy.
I've never seen her a day in my
Imposter.
life. But there, kind of goes along with what we were saying, right? Like, the confidence to be able to just like speak up in those moments, to say like, hey, we got to keep the energy up here today. This is very important. I think, without a doubt against NRG, you're going to need to do the same thing to them.
And also recognizing that that's not something that everyone can do. You need to have the personality to be the hype man. And, our team recognizes and is praising Cortesia for that reason, because he's able to do it compared to everybody else. I mean, you would not expect, Aspas to be standing up and hyping up his teammates. It's kind of everybody else being able to do it. So I love to see that for our team. He's such a great leader, and I love the way that they're balancing things off right now, right? When you're still going with this co-IGLing style, where everybody else is able to take a part in the communication too, and allow pieces like Cortesia to shine the way that he did in the last series.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also a huge thing to be able to do all of this on the outside of the game, but also perform on the inside. Like you said, his Viper was really good. The way that he's playing has been super well. He has been super stable for the team, and I feel like he's really putting that onto that map. The util usage has been great. A lot of the time, their winning conditions have been on that Viper pit, and he seems to utilize it overall really, really well. They have that solid plan, and he's playing phenomenally.
Yeah, if they can keep this going, especially Cortesia, that certainly sets him up for success here in this matchup against NRG. But you're still going up against NRG. You're still going up against a force. Granted, though, I would say that the same conversation was probably being had with 100 Thieves yesterday, because they were also a team that was looking like they were on the come up as well, Drya.
Yeah, it's a big difference, and if you look at the setup of MIBR, we kind of thought it was over for them. Looking at them week 1 and week 2, we thought that there was no chance for them. Then they completely bounced back against 100 Thieves. They look so much better, and that's what they talked about. This is the momentum that they needed to win that first series to make something going up with this. For NRG, it was kind of the opposite, right? Starting very slow, and now looking like a very, very strong team.
Ironically, it feels like both these teams have found their identities.
Yeah.
And it feels like now they're in that matchup where they're trying to see like which one has the most solid gameplay, the most solid game plan as well, and just like who's better as a team and having that synergy and keeping it up the whole time.
Yeah, excellent point on that one. But you see, I think that for NRG, right, they're going to need to have to slow down whatever momentum MIBR has been building up here. And if anything, it seems like maybe the, maps might be in their favor, right? Seems like you just ban Icebox and you kind of solved the problem there, team. I don't know. You think that's on the cards here, Drya?
It's a great possibility. I mean, it's really impressive. This is the map pool for MIBR that they had for the entire year of America. So they're 6-0 right now. When you look at, we're ignoring what happened in Toronto, we're ignoring what happened with Team Liquid, but just the fact that they've been undefeated in Americas on this map is a statement. And part of it is Cortesia, the player that we talked about on the Killjoy, how good he looks. And obviously, it's a map that allows you to frag out, allows Aspas to do whatever the team wants to do.
Yeah.
And it's such a strong win conditions for them. So, win conditions as well on the other side for NRG. Just, don't play that.
Yeah, just avoid it, NRG. We're telling you what to do.
Stay away.
We're staying away. But yeah, no, the Icebox looks really good. I think MIBR, they never lost their identity on Icebox, and I feel like it was more bringing it into these other maps, which is why I feel like last week was kind of, or not last week, sorry, 2 weeks ago was like a little bit rough because we didn't really see the team that we're used to seeing. Whereas on Icebox, we saw Aspas taking a lot of that aggressive angles, going back to that operator and just being really solid on that. So,
yeah, the confidence to go for those fights the way that we know they're capable of doing. But on the other side, though, we have NRG, who, like MIBR, is also on a bit of an upswing as well, right? Because they, too, came off of a big win off of Leviathan. I remember seeing the results here, and I'm not all that surprised, Athena, but at the same time, I do have to feel like, man, what a great time for NRG to like really wake up in this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think this game was so fun to watch against Lev, but NRG, they took it to a whole nother level. I'm super convinced that whatever changes that they have made, whether it's in the gameplay, whether it's in the calling, whether it's in whatever it is, it has done them wonders. Because the NRG we're seeing now looks so good as a team. It feels like their mid-rounding is really good. Feels like their pacing on all their rounds has been solid. You talked about how they were super slow and now they're starting to speed up a bit. And it's done really good things for them.
Yeah, it's a team that honestly looks amazing. And I've always been worried about NRG because they can be a little bit inconsistent. But it feels like you said, they finally found themselves. They finally found a style that works for them. And it's very doable. I mean, you look at the MIBR matchup that they have today, it's kind of 50-50, but I still think they can win the last two. And only with this one, they already make it playoffs, but they want to get stronger. I feel like the macro for this team has been great. They're so proactive when they're playing defensive side, no matter what map. And it's just the little things that you see them slowly working out for them.
Yeah. This definitely this gives me confidence for NRG because they can continue to build off of this, right? But we did get an opportunity to catch up with the rookie Scuba. Vans caught some words with him earlier on today.
Vansilli now standing by with NRG's Scuba. Scuba, to me, you were like the controller to look out for within challengers going into the VCTs. But just towards the end with Qbert Academy and now with NRG, you had to switch into the Sentinel role. So how does that playstyle change for you? Is it more, and how do you make the impact, with NRG with this new role?
I appreciate that. This role swap to Sentinel has been pretty easy for me. It's very similar controller in Sentinel. And obviously it's not a full swap. I still play Omen and Astra and Viper on a couple maps. So honestly, with Qbert giving me the chance to learn the role and get some practice in it, I've started to like it a lot more than Smokes.
Awesome. Hopefully that impact translates over against MIBR today. Good luck.
We're seeing players, you're seeing players like Scuba, words are hard, grow and evolve over time, but also guys like Mata who have been crushing it as well, Athena.
Yeah, every single one of these players have really stepped up when they needed to, and I feel like for NRG as a whole, we've seen Mata and Som constantly be those outstanding players. So it's good to see that it goes all across roles on this team.
Yeah, this is a squad, and if anything, this is also a match that you are certainly going to want to sit down and take a watch for, because this is going to be a fun one. As we get ready to head on over to the stage, it is now time to bring out your two teams. Here are MIBR and NRG. Let's bring them out. All right, and let's welcome to the stage your first squad. It's NRG. And of course, NRG, well, they have a lot going for them here. Off the big win last week for NRG against Leviathan, which we all thought was going to be a close one for sure, but NRG managing to come out on top there. They have to be feeling fantastic coming into this week.
For sure. The momentum is there. The vibes are there. And I feel like they should just hold on to that confidence and make sure they're putting that into the server. NRG had some of the cleanest gameplay this past couple of weeks, for me at least, watching throughout all these Americas teams. And I have high hopes for them going into this game.
We mentioned a little bit of Mata and what he was able to do before. Mata, the numbers that he was putting on first kills last week, that was some moist Shopify Mata that we were seeing.
Ooh.
Back to challenges, and I love that he's bringing it back.
Well, let's see if his opponent can stop him in their tracks. It's going to be MIBR. And MIBR, of course, coached there by the legend Fraud, growing throughout the stage. A topsy-turvy season, without a doubt, Dryad. This has been a bit of a roller coaster for this squad, but hey, things are looking rosy on the other side.
Last time that these two teams were on stage facing each other, Verno had just gone to MIBR, and it was a revenge matchup that they were looking for. And now, wouldn't it be poetic that Verno denies or at least delays that chance for NRG to make it to playoffs this time around?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, spicy. And there is a possibility, right? This MIBR team is playing some great Valorant. Let's go ahead and take a look at the series layout here. You got Lotus, Bind, and if necessary, we're taking a trip to one of my favorite maps, Haven, to close things out here. Starting things off on Lotus for NRG. Athena, what do you think about this series layout?
I think it makes sense. I think NRG, their defense side on Lotus is really good. They have really good rotations. They're really good at making those aggressive plays and falling back into those retake kind of situations. But I mean, this goes well for both teams. For NRG, for MIBR, sorry. I don't remember the last time they played Lotus. It's not on the top of my head, but I can't really remember what agents they used to play.
It's not something that we see as often, and for NRG, this was one of the maps that looks strongest, as you're mentioning, when it comes to the macro, the way that they were going for that A fight early on the defense with the Raze, with the Omen, and a little bit of what the Fade were doing. They're so proactive. Once they spot that there's nobody towards Robo, nobody wanting to take that A fight on the attacking side, they're immediately rotating, putting that Fade towards B. So there's a lot of little different things that you can do here, and that makes me excited to see what NRG and how strong they're going to be wanting to start here.
Yeah, another note, just wanted to point out, what did we see banned first? Icebox.
Hey, they heard us.
Seems like they caught the memo, NRG. All right, here are your agents now. It's Lotus, so this is about the box standard of what you would come to see on this map. Some swaps here and there on certain class of agents, but nothing all that crazy on the NRG side.
Honestly, I'm more curious about MIBR because I want to see what that comp is. I want to see how they're going to set up these players for success, because we did see them lose their identity a little bit. But the double duelist, this is what I love to see. Okay, I love to see it, although no Viper seems a little crazy to me.
This is what they were doing before, and we saw Artsin when the team was still struggling, this is one of the maps where we saw Artin and the things that he was doing on the Yoru towards the extremities, especially towards Seaside, where he had a lot of chances, and now that the team is all back together, they have a good chance with this double duelist composition.
They do indeed. All right, folks, we got ourselves a killer matchup with high stakes and two of the best on the mic. Welcome to the stage. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. With MIBR's momentous win against 100 Thieves last week, this group of Mega got very, very spicy. There's like a 40-round differential between first and sixth in this group, and that is absolutely nothing in context of things. And here, I feel like this is an inflection point, this very important week 4 matchup for both these sides, and honestly, everybody in this Omega group looking on.
Absolutely. Heading into this last week, the results here could determine whether or not making playoffs is even in your hands. Will having a 2-3 record be enough? If NRG can get to 3-1, it feels like they're destined to be in the playoffs. I feel like we've never really seen a group this close and this high quality in any stage of VCT Americas any year so far. It has been an absolute joy to watch.
It's wild how it's played out, and we can't confirm, we can't say for sure that a 3-1 record, a win here for NRG will mathematically secure their spot in the playoffs, right? It's a little early to say, but it's a damn good way to be walking into our 5th week here of this stage 2. And it would represent an incredible comeback for NRG across the spectrum of this year. Let's dive in here. MIB starting on the defense side, often running in the pistol. The double duelist look from MIBR clashes with the double controller of NRG.
Both sides taking opposite sides of the map very early here. NRG working off that Viper's wall to get some space towards Tree. Standard going to have the Prowler to clear this area of the map. Somewhat of a stall coming through with the Thorns, and that will allow MIBR to quickly rotate towards this site.
Yep. An early B stack here meant that some stall util was required on the MIBR side, but here we go, Marta Spotter coming to the side, and Cortezia, the man really standing up for this team last week, opens the account with finesse. Now it's down to Scuba, Brock, and Som. The latter of who's tried to test here over towards Piffle might like another player to swing off him, and that is underway. Scuba gets there, but a little bit too late now. Has to raw face Cortezia as he drops. Very low is Verno, but still having to take the fight as Brock and Scuba have 7 points of health between the two of them. Hard-hitting weapons, though, in hand. It won't be enough as MIBR clean them off in this pistol.
There was some lovely stall there from Cortezia, just playing towards Tree. Even just the single Thorns did enough for MIBR to fully pivot over towards that A site. In addition to that, they had the early space on C, so they knew they could get out of there real quick. That was a nice, fast rotation, and in this moment, Mata kind of exploited with an awkward satchel, went into a position in which no one else on NRG could have actually swung in time to trade, and from there, things just cascade to an MIBR pistol round win.
Artazine, in that interview we previewed in the pre-show, mentioned that at the time there wasn't anyone really keeping up the momentum, but Cortezia is getting up out of his chair every single one round for this team, trying to run it back Boostio style. And he went nuts with 20 attack side kills on Bind last week. Someone I'm looking at here to really drive this team forward. There's a lot to put on the shoulders of a rookie, right? But that's what we've come to expect from him. He's garnered himself that reputation. Aspas here with a quick cancel out of that ace side part of the map. NRG with Brock a little low. Still moving on Tree.
You know, it's interesting, earlier in this season, this was a map that MIBR actually picked into. They started on defense, and the best play coming out of them was from their duelist duo. Artson and Aspas had some really good synergy over towards that A site, so I want to see if that's something they continue here.
There's a lot to hang your hat on if you're an MIBR fan right now. It's a matter of it coming together against a quality team in NRG. Artazine already trying to amble his way into the site. Postplan, of course, we are, but already the marshal's starting to sing out, and it's over. Almost as quickly as it begun. MIBR convert here. Take a couple Guardians and the Marshal out of the round.
NRG will be content enough to get the plant down in this, coming in with the classics only. I'm excited to see more of this Artson Yoru, how it's going to pan out. You know, to further reflect on the time they picked Lotus earlier in this stage. Artson was the star of that series. It was a tough loss for MIBR, who was a part of that downswing that they were on. But he stepped up individually, especially on the defense, the way he was playing forward towards A. He was even opping a lot and was looking very consistent with the weapon. So I'm interested to see how that's going to develop with him having more time on the agent.
But taking the op out of Aspas's hands is always an interesting dynamic. Speaking of which, Som caught up here, playing a little bit too close in that rubble position.
And trapped by the typical opening combo. Look in the Razorvine.
Pretty good little intuitive timing there, but not expecting that Scuba could have already passed through those thorns. Artzin caught entirely unaware. This site is now going to be taken for free. MIBR will have to play for the retake. That involves Verno just having a ghost. Ospas just with a Marshal as well. So this seems like a situation that NRG should absolutely be able to win out.
Now these Guardians are really going to need to sing out. I think one thing you're looking towards is Baby Door now, as that's being blown in. Shenum already shows. Prowler will be felled quickly, and there's Corrode again from the same spot.
Yeah,
that ceiling direction.
Just a jump up before the cloud actually went up over towards that waterfall side, so caught is Scuba.
Damage onto Ethan. He goes low, but he's able to spray Verno away. Aspas, though, is encroaching. Not the perfect weapon for him with the low health target. Right in his purview, he was able to take two. This has gone pear-shaped awfully quick for NRG. And Brock has had to play back off this now. Cortezia on the defuse. Nothing he can say about it as a showstopper employed. Just an insurance policy.
I didn't even feel like calling out that Ospas was 2 orbs away from the showstopper, because surely he wouldn't get it when he's just got the Marshal at the time as well.
6-0, Wyatt.
It seemed like NRG had the right idea there, taking some space even after Scuba died towards Heaven. But when the distraction was coming in towards Baby Door and then some fighting as well from the waterfall side, Mata and Ethan just didn't know where to look, and Ospas had a really late silent wrap back towards Heaven. Perfect swing timing. Can't believe that MIBR were able to win that, honestly, but they played it great.
Once again!
Oh, please, we can't be
guys,
doing it again.
We're going to talk about this.
It's the oldest util combo in the book on this map, man.
Mata must have thought he had the drop and is able to get ahead of it, but Aspas is now just being fed kill after kill.
8-0 already. Brock on the lurk, picked off by Cortezia as well.
Surely not 2 showstoppers in 5 rounds. That's not a thing that should be happening. Aspas is well on the way to his next. Scuba inching forward here on A, but the wheels have essentially fallen off the bus here for NRG with that opener.
Yeah,
with that happening in back-to-back rounds, Wyatt, that's just... Yeah.
I've gotten whiplash from these last 2 rounds. Art's in now without on the cross. Wow,
goodness.
Just that the slow grab walk from Psalm is enough. All right. They might be able to get this spike down, especially with that dark cover. One way being thrown up towards Heaven. This would require some monumental play from Psalm and Scuba. You know, nowhere near that Viper's Pit. Would love to have it in a situation like this.
Still a horn here for some info. Paint shells back up for Aspas. Shannon with the paranoia. In theory, MIBR have the tools they need. Horn dealt with now. They know Scuba's over towards that tree direction. Som trying to join him. They're going to get broken apart here by this paint shell with Som. Good reactions! Gets himself in a decent spot now. It's up to Scuba. Tap on the spike. Scuba emerges and Aspas finds his 3rd. Look, it's a tough ask to see NRG recover from a horrific start to the round. And a moment there from Som gives us hope. You can't be dying to the Season A combo 2 rounds in a row, man. That's
no, you
two
just
gun rounds.
Like 2 in a row. You can't be doing it. Unacceptable, honestly. That is so unfortunate. And then Ospas just gets into a... Or I believe that was Sauce Boss on the webcam there. This new Duel 7. Sauce Boss is crazy. He's 9-0 already. Crazy mid-season roster change. Respect to MIBR. No, that was another great round. But NRG, they just keep getting the spike downs. They can keep buying up.
I'm not saying there's going to be another showstopper from Aspas this round, but there's anyone to funnel kills in the direction of, it might be him.
Now Artsin up to some Yoru things. Just able to push up towards Rubble. Has that gate crash escape all the way back into the spawn.
Time should be getting low on that, though. So decision will be approaching for Artsin, whether he sticks it or gets out. Flashed himself around the corner. Oh, bloody. Okay, that one could have gone either way. Some fancy footwork from NRG.
Not mad at that. If NRG try to accelerate, they're going to have to deal with all of the util littered across the site from that Vice. Trying to get the wall activated as Mata, but that's not going to be the case. Steel Garden routing everybody into the corner. All of MIBR essentially have rotated, drifted to this side of the map. They have 2 players for a B pivot if it comes in, and they're fully slacked on A. NRG certainly in some trouble here.
Shearwall did get triggered amidst all of that, so you can now bank that pinch onto A if you get tree control, and Artsin was the player commanding that space. He's now been cleared. Shannon wants to move up here. Give himself a way to maybe reinforce this side or push up on it now. He knows he's about to come clashing with NRG. But Cortezia has a nice little off angle inside tree. Now NRG starting to feel a little bit more contained to the high ground. Mata makes the gambit. Inferno's got the transfer. Leaves it up on Scuba. Up Periscope, he says, and he's hunting. Have a chance to slip away now, but waiting for him is Aspas, always the final boss. And has himself yet another one. Just get this guy a standing desk and be done with it.
I'm surprised NRG, I mean, honestly, okay, rather, I'm not surprised they felt like they had to go for a re-hit. They had no control of the map elsewhere. But I'm surprised at the way that they went about it. Some of these swings here were a bit awkward. You know, Sam catches Artson overextending, great, but then the door gets procced. He runs through it. Scuba was near it, but didn't go through. A lone disconnection there with the spacing, the attempt to swing together. MIBR couldn't have been more prepared for that. They had all 5 players on that side of the map. They had 2 ready for a B pivot if it comes in. They have 3 stacked onto the site.
Over the course of the year, MIBR are 2-8 on this Lotus map. Now, those stats get affected by a bit of an abysmal showing in Toronto, but in general, they've struggled here on Lotus. Today they're looking much better, but things are going exactly the way they drew them up, right? Artesine facilitating, Aspas 10-0 right now. Cortezia, just the engine room of the team in terms of their energy, he's adding to them at the end of the round. Whereas on the NRG side of things, well, I mean, the first gun round, they try and make a play towards that B side. Obviously, they get punished because they're not able to push off that site whatsoever. They lose far too many players trying to get in on A round later. This is a very slow start for a team in NRG who's kind of trying to secure their path to playoffs in this Omega group. Our MIBR, like I said, Masters for me was like the most cataclysmic ending to a honeymoon period I've ever seen for a team, MIBR. It looks like they finally found some footing.
100%. I mean, this is an opportunity for them to show that they're not just a good team, but a great team. A team that can bounce back from such a cataclysmic event is a display of the most resilience you can have as a competitor. Our Aspas forced back by that paranoia, some aggression being shown towards Mound, where NRG have had really no desire to go up until this round 6.
Yeah, and that's conditioned because Cortezia has not played on C either. So there's no sheer wall to contend with for NRG on this part of the map. They might be really content to send that Vice solo to the A side and just keep them there.
Now there's going to be a rotation from NRG over towards this A side, where there has been a light insertion from Scuba, just playing back rubble.
That door, of course, Razorvine to buy some time. This is looking pretty reminiscent of the pistol round. There will be a moment for MIBR to get some reinforcements towards the top part of A. The rest of that team, though, not in position. Martin looking for a showstopper, cleared instantly. That's the stopping power you need. Cortezia hit him like a Mack truck.
I mean, it's been an absolute nightmare for him. A lot of pressure going to be coming onto Shannon Brock. It's coming to remain slowly easy kill for him. Aspas in heaven trying to isolate a duel, but he just can't find the opportunity to do so. Left. Pivot from NRG will result in the spike going down. An opportunity for MIBR to display some more prowess in a B retake. They succeeded in a 4-on-4 earlier in a situation just like this on the B site.
This time, though, the player coming in from upper, not successful. That's Cortezia after shutting down Mata. Not able to get into this B side proper, and Scuba's well aware that Artesine is lurking here. A double face was set up, it wasn't needed in the end. Scuba bests him. Now MIBR left with Aspas and Verno only looking on. Economy's in a decent place, all things considered, as MIBR have chained round after round together. And at this stage, they're just hoping to make it more costly for their foes.
Aspas would love to do a little bit more damage. That would get him close to the showstopper as well. Just sat at 3 orbs away, but Brock going to deny that and leave the round with a steel garden now. Victory for the first time on this map. Is NRG requiring to use 2 ultimates, that showstopper initially, the pit as well, to pivot over towards B site. But they do a good job in the post plant of taking forward space, getting control of heaven early.
Also, they tease that Nightfall out of Verno before calling a cancel on the A hit, pivoting towards that B side of the map.
Bro, I'm actually heated up. Bro, I'm telling you we're going to win this game. Lock in.
I mean, listen, Sam has been shooting for sure. When we've been on his POV, his aim has been crisp. He's just been in unwinnable situations for the most part so far, but he is looking locked in. Artson on the swing. All right, trade. Very rapid. Couldn't teleport away.
It's going to have to be enough for Artesine.
And now you can see that NRG want to accelerate. They don't have that trip for the flank anymore with Brock down. They want to take the fight to these anchors.
Well, Cortezia's going to have the stopping power yet again, and not too shabby. Once again, he finds the raise. And once again, Mata, a killless round. MI6 would have to be on the phone for this guy.
Oh my god, my heart dropped for a moment, but Scuba recovers with a pause in the aim.
Som should have the drop here. No reason why he shouldn't be able to get rid of Verno. Has that timing. It's going to be down to Aspas with an operator. Has to find a way in.
Surely not. Surely not. NRG need to close this out.
Should be a pretty standard crossfire setup here, Wyatt. Even for Aspas to break it will be quite challenging, but paint shell's available. Blastback, he's honestly got all the tools he really needs to split this up. But it's getting claustrophobic, it's getting awkward. A little unwieldy, trying to get the operator in the game here, and turns his back on Scuba. Giving NRG a second consecutive round and a true way into this game.
Another situation where they have to recover from a really awkward, precarious situation for Mata, who's trying to create space. And to be fair, they are able to trade off of him, so 1 for 1, they'll take it. But then really it just comes down to Scuba on a lovely lurk, getting up through stairs off of all of that distraction for the backstab.
Something that Verno mentioned as well is that the meta's headed sharply in that direction. Scuba's able to go with these long lurks and get results.
Now it looks like NRG maybe will slow the game down a tad, given they have an outlaw from Mata. Cool little early play. Aspas leaping into that dark cover. Hard to play off. It's stuck.
How is he not expecting Cortez
No one to
be
trade.
there?
No one to trade can isolate another fight now.
Massive spacing issue here for NRG, and it's going from bad to worse. Cortez low, able to swing on this and still wants to take the fight because he knows there's redundancy now for MIBR. They can start to enclose. Broker's down at 27.
Oh, he's so cooked.
Not a chance, and now it's up to Ethan. Still no spike down. It's across the way from where Ethan's standing. Nardazine and Aspas should have this dead to rights. Ethan testing, and MIBR back in front.
I mean, that just looks like an NRG who feel like essentially all of MIBR went for that aggro C play. And then, you know, maybe sometimes Sue could be fully splitting out of CB. You do see that fairly often. I'd have to look at the mini-map again to see where NRG were in regard to their own spawn, the info they were getting. But Som just tries to force the issue, get into A, everyone catch up to him. But
I mean, it's like a second.
It just felt like they thought they could get that site for free.
Bold to assume that MIBR would leave that side empty, even with aggressive play on the C side. I mean, this time, Cortez has actually been brought over towards C himself. Sheer walls at B main, though. A lot of saber rattling going on here, Wyatt, but we'll see how much of a commitment there's going to be. Yep, Mata realizes there's no sheer wall in play and so commits. Cortez, the one to look for. Anchoring.
Beautiful.
Like the best of them, Wyatt.
Beautiful crossfire set up. Teleport across from Shenum, tucked into the corner as well, with Cortezia taking that initial contact and a swing from steps.
And again, just how split Mata is from the rest of NRG. It has been this
a
vice util that has
nightmare.
staggered them so significantly when they go for these fast hits. I mean, this is a team that we know really likes to make use of that, especially in this double duelist setup, lacking that second controller. Still plenty of stall util at your disposal when Vice is in your composition.
I mean, yeah, how many times so far in this game have we seen NRG opting for a very fast execute towards a site that just results in them walking straight into all of the Vice utility, denying them, and then there's the fast rotations from the other MIBR players over to the site because they're stalled out and they just go for the hit. Rather, you know, re-hit or continue the hit after that util expires. This has been miserable for Mata so far, and it's not even like, I don't think it's his fault, it's just the game plan is just sending him in to die right now. He is unable to get any support of significance.
Something tells me I should know what they're pantomiming there, but I'm not certain. Either way, it's nice to see MIBR enjoying themselves out there.
Okay, here we go again, just fast into B, past the wall. Mata trying to get some space, get into heaven, take the fight to someone with this Bucky.
I mean, he's certainly given an account of himself here, but is he going to be good enough? Som caught. Oh, okay, Aspas wants to drop on in.
Okay, was there any util? What was going on there, man?
No, unless you consider a lack of self-preservation instinct a form of utility. rifle-did clip in there by the looks of things.
Spike planted.
Shenam, in theory, in a position to catch Brook, but has to take the fight. Brook always tough in those 1v1s.
A lot of rifles recovered over for NRG. Ethan makes use of the Phantom, puts up 3 on this round. Well, the fast hit just finally ended up working out for them, but they're able to pivot away towards the A site, crucially, and a weird moment, honestly, from Osbos, just sending himself into the site, I think completely dry of any util.
For a player that usually prefers to have a decent amount of like util set up for himself and a written invitation from His Majesty the King, surprised he just goes in there.
And just giving up that baby door position as well makes it an easy call for NRG to get over to that A site. All right, opt for Osbos. Looks like he just wants to position up on that tight angle towards B.
Adazine, I know you're playing Yoru Bro, but I'm him, so give me the boomstick.
I mean, this is contrast to the last time that we saw MIBR, and it was Artzin opping the entire time, and he was playing really well with it, and ideally you do want your Yoru to be the guy with the ops. You can teleport away, but ultimately they have Osbos on their team, and you want your star player to be comfortable when you can allow him to be, and him hopping on defense, that is just when he's at his best.
Set him up for success. That's the simple approach for MIBR. We've got themselves a 4-round lead here on defense. On defense, being the operative term there, pretty darn good for Lotus. Zia will be the one to test yet again at C.
He's had this Steel Garden for a minute, has not been forced to use it at any point in time. This is going to be the moment.
Mana, does he have his weapon? Yes. Just before Steel Garden actually activates, and Som's able to make use of the shorty by the looks of things. Artazine, of course, heavily advantaged in terms of guns in that engagement, so he wins it out, but has to leave the side. He knows he's overexposed there for a moment.
That was Brock down to 4 HP off that spray through the wall. I think a headshot was connected even at that. All right, retake now could be awkward. Osbos.
They can flash in here.
Yeah, he does find a rifle, and a nade could easily kill Brock.
This is a big stack at the back of the side. Paint shell there could be pretty devastating. Horn cleared. Artazine now able to step forward. That razor vine dissipating. There's that paint shell, gets everybody moving, and Brock gets caught inside of it. Scuba's able to get ahead of it by the looks of things, and Artazine hope to take a jump fight. Aspas second swing. Maybe. There's a wall where you wait a couple more seconds for Verno to be in position, but now he's got nothing to say about this.
Yeah, things just not totally synced up there for MIBR. The two duelists had a game plan in mind, but Verno not in time to assist them. It has been a struggle for NRG to get rounds on the board, but they're approaching a reasonable amount. They've got 4, they could end with 5. It's not too bad.
It's a decent recovery. And that might be a result of the pretty unique calling structure that MIBR have, right? Is that Verno, start of the round, is calling for what he wants to see in general. That mid-rounding is a bit more Artazine focused, right? He's getting involved in the comms much more in that phase of the game.
That was an awesome opening kill from Mata, by the way. They had the hard read on where Cortezia would be positioned. He ate that paranoia. Mata with a fast double satchel up that right side.
Quick enough that he still had his primary for that kill as well. Right, so it looks like the C's nade combination would have been relied on there. Heavy early presence for MIBR over here, but of course, gate crash out for Artazine.
Yeah, normally he'd been sticking around on A, but he's actually going to be the one to pivot over towards the C site, and they've left Osbos here playing towards Rebel, fully committed. I wonder if the intention is, if NRG come back, he's just going to rip that showstopper and try to get a kill or two.
Now NRG, after that early thruster, hoping that MIBR would get uncomfortable with expiring info and push off some of these sites. Well, you see it here.
There's just a jump out with the teleport for some info. Have to imagine Mata was spotted there.
Definitely a bit of a tell, though, that obviously it's highly likely the device is on that part of the map.
Find you.
Especially because the sheer wall was B side.
Haunt gets thrown as the wall drops. NRG trying to act like they have intentions of getting back out towards that A-Rebel side. And well, to the extent that Osbos wants to send it in with the showstopper, and you have to imagine NRG now are going to be hightailing it towards that C site with a rocket of their own. Mata is in, that's a clone!
Nah.
And it doesn't even kill the clone. What the hell?
Well, we're just going to keep going. We're just going to ignore that. If I don't see it, it didn't happen. Already, Shenam trying to filter into the site. Artazine waiting for him up in the corner, but it's Ethan with the operator in hand now. Viper's Pit active for NRG. That's pre-plant, by the way. So expect to see some spam come through. Som, though, safe from it, tucked in the corner. As Verno steps up, sees Som coming, cleans him up. It wasn't the Viper he's hoping for. But Aspas and Cortesia are still here. Brook's always very dangerous with this Odin. Playing to the fringes of the pit. Where's the play coming from MIBR? They're out of util, they got no choice but to step up, and in goes Verno, combining nicely. Brook just tries to mow them down, and Scuba up in the face of Verno, hands him a death blow, giving Cortesia no choice other than to go for it. Shorty accounts for one, but he does not have time, really. A tap, maybe.
Move faster.
Feels like he has to stick at Scuba on the corner. Not quite there with a crosshair placement. And that's a third for the youngster.
That goes crazy in the pit to close out a 5th round for NRG, which I feel a little surprised that they got, in all honesty. They go on a 3-round run to close out this half that was looking like we were on course for an MIBR blowout. They were shutting down every single fast exec that NRG was going for. They played a really pacey game that just wasn't working. The Vice was absolutely denying them. And early on, Aspas was in takeover mode, puts up 15 kills already.
3 rounds in a row to end the half for NRG, and they're back into the game well and truly. Lotus just starting to heat up, so don't change the channel. We'll be back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
A late comeback in the first half puts NRG squarely in the conversation for this first map of Lotus. But on the other side of the stage, Aspas and Cortesia are still looming large, looking dangerous. 15-5 for Aspas. Definitely feels like he's being set up to be comfortable, to be high impact, to get a lot of the attention in terms of the weaponry being dropped over to him. But he's been paying that forward with a great performance individually.
I do want to take this halftime moment to call back to the last times that we've seen each respective team on this map. MIBR's defense was the more impressive half. Then they go to attack, things totally fall apart, and they lose Lotus. It was their pick in that series. On the opposite side, NRG, when we saw them just last week on Lotus, I was blown away by Ethan's calling on defense, and his individual Fade play I thought was just electric. Some of the best util usage I've seen from a Fade on this map. So things could absolutely flip around. NRG could get control of this game.
Quick door open here as Marta's able to peer in, and he sees MIBR sheepishly trying to make the way towards the B side of the map. Shannon needs to recover the spike, he knows it, but he's got to wait. That door to shut. Then from every which angle, NRG are taking their pound of flesh on MIBR as soon as they emerge.
Look at this pivot, oh my god. Crucial kill from Artzin.
He knows he's going to have to face down some action here from Mound Wyatt.
And now they can just plant backside. He doesn't even have to face this right now. Artzin can play a little bit more passive.
Trying to get out here. Gate crash thrown, and Brook's going to catch him on the cross. That's 3 already for the lad. And Shenum trying to probably get close enough for a right click. He knows he's essentially one and done here. Oh, buddy. Brook gone. Anybody? In step MIBR, and they are reeling after the first round. Flurry of punches. And now it's going to be a multi-face through the smoke. It's NRG. Crucial pistol secured. They're on the road.
They just come out of the gate absolutely swinging, taking that mount control and then activating a little crunch on the players in B main. Those sheriffs dealing so much damage. Sick round coming out from Brock.
Oh God forbid that guy gets money, because he's getting an Odin in his first opportunity.
Ooh.
Okay, dude.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he is definitely one of the most frustrating Odin players to go up against in Americas.
Him and Kess both being a VCT now is kind
Calm
of
up
crazy.
there.
Calm. Yeah.
You guys love an Odin.
NRG now up to 6 after that showing in the pistol.
This is a force right now from MIBR. Long range, they're winning that with a stinger.
Okay, well, see, crazy. It's an
man.
NA sting around, coming right at you, folks. MIB are swarming over this A side.
Oh, and this is a VCT Americas moment, Mitch.
No one does like we do. Oh, what is it? Too loud to ignore? Yeah. That's us right there.
Oh my God.
Trying to
No,
bow
no,
down
no.
to the open. You know what? If that's our identity, I'm here with it. Brook now wants to try and intervene. Things are already well and truly out of hand, of course. This Bulldog will need some serious bite to match the bark. I think NRG realizing there's not much to be done in a round like this, and so off they waddle.
That is
dejected.
a sad save.
Tail between the legs.
Osmos, he wants to hunt. But yeah, surely no way that either of these NRG players will be going down. I mean, what was happening there? There was the peek out with the Bulldog from stairs. Just
Mr. President,
4 players
they've
with
gone for the stinger
stingers.
by. They've gone for
no.
it. All right, MIBR back in town.
VCT Americas.
Never
No one does it
changed,
like
baby.
us.
Nope, nope.
No one does it like us.
That's brutal.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Tom is just, he knows he is about to have to face the Horde when he turns the corner, and they were even faster than he thought they were going to be when
Such
he
a
peeks out.
gentle desk slam bunker. My goodness. Such restraint. I would have done an Alex on that one, but that's just me. So, that pace clearly unsettling NRG a little bit. Not expecting him might be able to swing so heavily over towards that rubber direction. At least Ethan wasn't. Gate crash straight into B, though. No messing about now for MIBR. They know they've got a chance here to really... Whoa! You're not supposed to be able to see an NR bus. You're supposed to be blind, buddy. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them.
Okay, we're overplaying this MIBR. We got to relax.
He's maintained that Bulldog from the previous round, though, and it's gone to work on MIBR. This paint shell's going to buy a bit of time.
Look at this wrap from Cortezia. There's no way they expect this.
With a classic? Can he make it work? I think the timing doesn't quite favor him. No, he's been an upgrade here. There's that stinger, and Brook runs headlong into the salvo. Shedon knows what's waiting from the other side. Unfortunately, no choice but to face music. It was Som, excuse me. Wins it out with a stinger. Utter pandemonium. No other way to put it. Spike is down, and when Som, clever Team P inside the smoke, gives it a tap and steps out. It's like he's done this before. Aspas with the judge. Shedon will have to salvage now and have to make a ton of noise doing so. Already got it at half. Some veteran, cool head, calm, collected, it won't be enough. There's the rookie, puts it to bed.
In God's name is happening, man? That round was pure chaos. I mean, I don't know what was happening with MIBR trying to push out through baby door into A. You just don't have to be doing it. You just don't have to go. You already have 2 kills.
To be fair, we saw this from NRG. Like they've done that pivot, right? They get some presence inside B, pivot off towards that A side of the map. It's an odd decision in that moment, sure.
I mean, ridiculous. And then there's just the flank all the way through heaven. Coming back to the stairs from Cortezia. This is chaos. We're into the next round already. It's going to be an Odin for Som, actually, who's playing over towards Tree. Martin wants to try to claim a little bit of this space or retain it at the very least with the teleport to get away later.
First order of business is to get that sheer wall out. And that's what you see the defenders are trying to dissuade right now. That snake fight to prevent anyone stepping up.
MIBR doing an excellent job of extracting utility from the defenders. There was a molly down there as well with those thorns. Now backing off, still a minute on the clock. Artson has given up that space towards A, so for all MIBR know, someone could be pushed up towards rubble, so why not clear it with this dimensional drift? Artson gets all of the info, and now MIBR take this space.
Sticks it 2, trying to fight Marta, who's able to get back with a blast pack. Cortezia just loses as the curtain comes down there in B main. Pressure on the Som. Tempo needs to be maintained here for MIBR, or Cat's going to be out of the back, but they're being slowed up by a smoke over towards Tree.
They stalled out by a Paranoia as well. Bruno gets that first on the entry.
Okay, fighting into the side, it's getting a little bit messy, a little bit ham-fisted now, and Infant's able to find 2 from upper. That's big. That's going to give NRG a distinct advantage as Aspas is spotted by Brook and he drops down, keeping the game tight.
We are all gas, no brakes in this game right now. The rotation is so fast from NRG to get over towards a heaven, completely crush MIBR on that entry, who somehow almost wrangled it back. You know, Cortese, he's just caught there off that wall drop, very standard lurk position. Brock had a beat on. He was so ready to put him in the coffin. Impressive stuff from NRG. MIBR forcing into this. That's resulting in some weak weaponry and outlaw.
What a round for the outlaw, though.
Yeah, a lot of potential kills. Oh, 5, in fact. Could be one shot.
Just the choice when he knows the economy's quite choppy on both sides. Finally, he gets himself a, you know, a scoped rifle in his hands.
So again, we're just seeing MIBR here fairly early into the round, wanting to get the utility out of these seaside defenders. Dark cover is placed here to get the wall activated, try and break some of those mollies, maybe get a molly out of Scuba in addition to that. Oh, Artsin is just caught by spam. He was posted up with the outlaw over towards A the entire round.
Some may not have ever seen him there. So that is the outlaw now out of the equation for the time being. Brook has the opportunity for a nasty little timing here, and just as Scuba appears in, Brook is the other side of the pincer. A 1-2 punch that there's no way MIBR getting back up from. They're already looking woozy. It's only Cortezia has to challenge this. Now that economy finally broken on the MIBR side.
NRG are just perfectly set up to anchor that C site. Really well done. MIBR hoping to contact in. Just random spam kill just onto Arts. It gives so much info as well to the NRG defenders. I love how those anchors are playing off of each other. Scuba and Brock there. It's really lovely stuff. The swings that they're taking for each other. The activation of that arc rose as well. The timing. It's caught by Scuba getting out of the smoke. There's just so many little things happening there that add up to just a beautiful defense on that C site.
And MIBR trying to do the right things early in these rounds. I think a big priority for them has been getting that sheer wall forced up. And now we know for sure, NRG will be in playoffs with a match win here. That is what is on the line. And for a number of our 2-1 teams this week, which we'll be featuring a few of them in these matches.
Oh, this group is just absolute fire right now. Every
3-2-1s,
game
3-1-2s.
is insane. Every game is insane and so impactful. This week is such an inflection point for the Omega group, who's going to make it to playoffs. And further than that, at this point, we know G2 and Sen, they are going to champions. That's locked in. But the other 2 spots, God knows who will be making it at this point. I mean, you could predict multiple different teams to be in those slots, and it feels like it's changing week by week at this point. NRG would love to lock up a spot in the playoffs, and if MIBR just end up being 1-3 into the last week, serious danger for the team that have been the hope of an entire region this year.
And we're not in this position of being so mystified by how this group is playing out. If MIBR hadn't beat 100 Thieves last week, then it's looking way more cut and dry. So after the timeout, it's Shannon with the Guardian to hand. Already a push off the B side behind the Prowler. Ethan, early info coming on in. He might see a cross past him. He hears, I think, Cortezia jump spot that corner.
Now that door is going to be activated, so Ethan does have to be a little bit worried about the potential that he could be getting flanked. Someone could be pressing him from the front. I just want to get out of dodge. He is just playing with the utmost confidence right now.
Sticks around, but takes a fair licking of damage in order to do so. It means that NRG can play with a bit more peace of mind on the extremities. Ethan's done his job, and now we'll take a more conservative line. And MIBR thinking about maybe pressuring that part of the map a little more, knowing that they put some damage down on Ethan. They've got a lot of space to re-clear still wide is the thing. It's going to be costly for them, and the slow it up on A, that paranoia wards them off. Looks like B is the call for now.
And it looks like if they execute right now, they could be getting into this site for free. MIBR have done a fantastic job of just dragging those rotates towards the A side, but they are being stalled by this wall. Mana back on the line.
Aspas is in the side, but it doesn't seem to matter. Mana was hit by the paranoia early, but MIBR could not capitalize because of the shield wall. Because this round, of all rounds, they chose not to test it and pull it out early.
Aspas does have the showstopper. That could be the catalyst of an upset round win. Even with bad weapons, man disadvantage as well. Can he find the opportune time to just turn the tides with that ultimate?
Dangerous, that spam's coming through the wall from Som. He was able to down Artazine instantly in the previous round. And there's C-Link to be concerned about as well if you're MIBR. Not a lot of util for NRG, and this retake, but it doesn't seem to matter. Shenum doubles down, it's 2 with the Guardian. Evens up the numbers. Aspas not able to prevail, though. It's up to Cortezia with nothing but a Sheriff. He's low, it's not going to be enough. NRG, sheer force of will has brought them back to parity.
Model with that 2-piece was so crucial in the mid-round. The wall being adjusted over to the B side. We talked about MIBR, how good they've been at getting the util out of the Vice, but NRG are starting to play around that by shifting the wall positioning. I think even on C, Brock saved one of his mollies to throw down way later in the round so it wouldn't get broken. And this stall is just enough for Mata to get on the line, nothing to obscure his vision, no flashes remaining, nothing. That is just as free as it gets for him. And they play to the man advantage from there.
Prior to this round, that sheer wall on C is being baited out early, right? But if you want to play fast, you don't have the time to figure out where the sheer wall is. You don't have the time to draw it out.
Teleport from Shenum deep in A. They want to go for the split onto this site, but there are 3 anchors here.
He can play up the Nightfall, though. A lot of info here for Shenum now to move up with a bit more impunity. And Artazine opens the account in the best way possible. Paint Shell's going to give Som the hot spot, and Shenum smashes him after TPing backside. NRG trying to one-up NRG. As Artazine is already close around this one way. It's a pace change from MIBR. Tough to keep up with. It's something Kes talked about after their loss last week to this team. He said there was such varied pace from MIBR, especially on that bind map, that they couldn't keep up. Seeing it here as well, NRG shell-shocked.
Relegated to this save. MIBR go for a classic Lotus move when your Omen has from the shadows. Especially when you've got the Nightfall to combo up with it, so you can cancel out that audio. And then you have the flanking Omen coming through with the fast exec. All of the anchors on site were absolutely crunched. That triple face onto Som just deleted him from the server. And he was trying to play over towards Tree. Great round from MIBR to just pull out of thin air late into this half. It's a risky one to go for, and it fully pays off. And they still, on top of that, have 2 really significant ultimates to win out another round.
And that's the difference between, you know, TPing with the spike onto the site and not having the spacing right, like Som did in the first half, and Shenum just being just a lurk in the enemy spawn.
Let's go! Just have some great entries there from Artzin.
20 rounds in. A very close affair on Lotus.
And, you know, this is, wow, it was actually looking like something we've seen from MIBR before, where they play the 3-1-1, have Artzin control towards A, but he teleports immediately to C. It's a fast exec off his rocket, but fully denied by util.
Damage came in, the vulnerable from a snake bite, and Aspas loses his ult and life for nothing. Steel Garden comes in, MIBR wanting to insist on this part of the map, but a defensive Viper's Pit might give them pause for thought. The spike is, why is it a waterfall? No, with the spike, dropping it out in front of NRG. That's a head scratcher, and that's giving the defenders a pretty big advantage.
It feels like he just didn't even realize he had it. Gets completely ahead of himself. All of NRG are gathered up to deny that spike. 50 seconds now on the clock. Do MIBR try to attempt to go elsewhere? They're getting close to a dimensional drift. Will that find any value in a situation like this, even if Artzin finds the kill and gets it? No. Or are they just going to save? I mean, how do you even get back into this round? You don't. You simply don't.
It's like, what are our protocols for the enemy dropping a spike right in front of us and there still being 3 of them alive? I don't know if they know either. They just...
just stand on it. Yeah. I mean, just the mother hen approach. It's an
odd situation. It's hard to drill stuff like this. I think no one's going to think about it too much in practice, but...
Artzin would just like to go ahead and min-max, get his dimensional drift.
I mean, if you're going to extract some more value from this round, this is the safest way to do it. Artazine as low as he is, and the economy not in the most established position for MIBR. Seems like discretion might be the best approach in a round like this.
What an insane round. I mean, that was Verno getting ahead of himself, trying to also capitalize off the Steel Garden. And there were a couple players that were caught towards Waterfall, but he just didn't expect another one close. Scuba uses the pit here as well. This was a mental round. So many ults were used across the board. The rocket, the nightfall, just everything.
Yeah, how'd Aspas die, bro? You threw util at him, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, gotta be a timeout here, I think, for MIBR. This is the issue of how they responded to the defensive Viper's pit on that C side, probably to address. Well, even more importantly, look ahead now is they're able to buy into this round, and they've got that dimensional drift that Artazine went and made sure he would have developed by this point. So it's crafting a strategy around that ultimate, the only one they have available, because bear in mind, they used that Steel Garden unsuccessfully and the Showstopper both at C. So this is their best chance to make real use of that, and why they've definitely tracked that Mata is online with this Showstopper.
What I'm loving about this NRG defense is the rapid pace that they're operating at. The rotates to support anchors, the floods that they're having are just excellent. They're always stacked up to take the fight to MIBR in these situations. Some really great calling coming out of some of that early space that they're taking. They want to fight now defensively for some rubble control. What is the move from MIBR with this dimensional drift? How can they use it to get an 11th round on the board, get closer to sealing away NRG's map pick? And Bearman, you mentioned it earlier, this is MIBR's record on this map is 2-8 this year. They're taking it to NRG right now.
Some of these rounds they've won have been just astonishing. They don't want to take a rubble fight early, but NRG have a different idea, right? It's already Artazine getting into B, and he's definitely got heads turned his way with this dimensional drift active. Mata, he's pushed up into them! Oh, just in time. Cortez is able to respond. Aspas will be stymied briefly by the paranoia. Slowed up, pushed away from A.
I mean, this is madness. Look at Artazine. He's flanking through stairs right now.
They know.
He's ready. He's on the angle. Saw him tucked away in tree.
Can this be Prowled? No, they're going to clear it. Artazine with the trigger discipline.
He's going
creeping
for
up
more.
on Ethan. Poised to send the knife into the back. And now Brock is going to be surrounded on the side. And Shenham stepping up. Not even a moment's notice to respond. And that has gutted NRG. In it's spilled all over Lotus, and they've got no map control to speak of.
This map has been so chaotic, but controlled enough within the chaos for really either team. Scuba wants to get back in here as the Som. They have the money to do so!
Surely there's not more where that came from. Scuba actually able to trade that kill out. Puts him in a 1 versus 1. Cortez here has to stand tall, and he does! Salvaging the round for MIBR. Should have been a foregone conclusion until Som just whipped around the corner with the Odin.
Cannot believe it got that close from Som. That was a sick transfer. Art's in on that round, got so much value out of the dimensional drift. MIBR are stacked up here, waiting in the dark cover to pop out.
Okay. Awfully close. Cortez, yeah. Bro is virtually done like 20 box squats or more this game.
I mean, Mata could have won that round out early as well. Wow, we're already into the next one. All right, NRG, they have some control over towards this A side early.
Yeah, again, NRG know they're sort of prioritized here in this rubble fight. Happy to play into it. They, of course, also have the Season 8 combo should be required. And Mata's still threatening that Showstopper, just hasn't had a good use case for it. Might hear, though, if NRG get an early read on MIBR's drift back to A.
Still two Prowlers for Verno. Trying to re-clear now with that. Som dodges things out.
Paranoia placed for a fast hit, so it comes out ahead of MIBR, but we'll still give them pause for thought. They are hanging around, though. Want to test this and come back in after some of that util dissipates. Som doesn't fancy his chances now and wants to give this space up, and Mata will remain tucked towards Baby Door. A chance to intervene.
Both sides just lobbing all of that utility that they've got, the initiator util back and forth at each other. It's a fast rotate over towards C. The space has been controlled by Cortezi and Shannon. They want to go for the execute, but NRG are just as fast. They've already got 3 players here. They're ready to anchor.
Steel Garden comes on down. It's going to be a problem, and Mata connects with the Showstopper.
And look at this, 30 seconds left. MIBR, they want to get the hell out of here. They don't feel comfortable executing towards C. NRG have been so fast to rotate to these sites, to flood, so they want to get back to A.
It's got to be close, Wyatt.
Sam is on the cross. Mata's getting back sight.
If he catches a cross yet, there has to be a plate
through
tree.
There's 11 seconds
They have
on
time.
clock.
They have time. There is going to be some issues, though, with Mata looking to disrupt them. Somehow Som gets taken down. Cortezia, a sixth sense about it. Able to get rid of the Omen. Mata with swing timing. Admirable. Verno cannot trade that, and Aspas is caught below. Upper spotted out there by Ethan. Nice. Haunt. All the info now out on the page for NRG. Scuba with a backstep opportunity. This could be devastating. It is. Courtesy and Verno. Falling a screaming heap, and we stay even, folks. 11-11.
For as fast as we're seeing MIBR try and rotate to the lighter site, NRG are just always keeping up pace. It's breakneck speed from both of them. That Steel Garden forces them away. Mata finds the opener. It's a little unfortunate, honestly, for MIBR. There was that timing we saw from Mata's point of view in Waterfall.
Yo, Odin down in vent.
Verno threw up a haunt the second he kind of peeked out, so there couldn't be a trade onto him. It's those little moments that add up. You just can't predict the swing to come. This has got MIBR on a terrible buy. Hero Rifle for Aspas, who's been putting up some numbers. Let's see if he can make something happen with the Lone Phantom.
And that dimensional drift round we saw from Artazine was kind of MIBR's last chance in regulation to have a bunch of those ultimates to leverage in an important round. Since then,
MIBR have a chance here to get some of this utility out. Scuba's anchoring here, playing off of the Vice util. Aspas activates the wall, and there is a gate crash.
There's no map control though for MIBR outside of this mound area.
Artson actually fakes the gate crash, so for all NRG know, there could be some front sight presence from MIBR right now, but they use an arc rose. It flashes, it doesn't get that audio cue, so they know no one has actually worked their way in just then. But even still, look at the map control for NRG. They're stacked up here. They've got a flank coming even.
Still not fully committed, our MIBR. Now starting to step forward, still just dipping their toes in. They see the spray from the Odin come around the corner, and Aspas second guesses whether he wants to go in the waterfall direction. It was Artazine trying to peer over the top. MIBR into the site with these weaker weapons, but now they're starting to struggle. Tony Verno with the Phantom here recovered. Scuba will send him packing with a shorty, and Matt Point comes up for NRG.
Their defensive play here is just absolutely stunning. The map control that they're gaining in the mid-round and the way they're playing off of it, all of those util pieces to continue to get some information towards C. In the meantime, you had Mata, you can see him on the minimap lower. And then the way that these anchors play off of each other. Scuba locking down this site again.
Might be some of the most emotion we've seen from Ethan recently. Nice now to see NRG get their heads out in front.
Oh my God, Scuba's picked them off because he just has so much money.
Embarrassment of riches. And that's how you make use of it here, folks. Aspas out of the game in the last round of regulation. And there's so much work still to be done for MIBR. They've got to wait the util out, force the shear wall, bully into the site without their second duelist.
Verno's going to have the Nightfall here.
Face your
That's going to be with as soon as he gets it. Teleports across now from Artzin. Site is given up by NRG. They don't need to fight right now. They have the player advantage. They can just set up for a full 5-on-4 retake.
They get ahead of their paranoia. They'll actually play off it this time. Somno, the spray damage is pretty good. Verno has seen better days.
I like this from MIBR. Now they're going to just plant for backside because Artson was able to get all of that control. They can completely flip things on the map.
There's a late rewrap here through Mount. It's going to be Ethan. Joined up by Mata. Still time for NRG to make this move in. Two players stacked top of the C site. It's Cortezia on the spike location itself. Gate crash there, and Artazine's going to make use of it now to join up. A heavy anchored setup here for MIBR. They're ready for the retake attempt, but look at that peek for the horn. Two players revealed. Som trying to work through them, but Shadow and Cortezia! The young blood keeps NIBR going. And folks, we've earned ourselves an overtime, methinks.
This game is an absolute banger. Both teams are playing at a sick pace. I love how MIBR were able to work the map in that round where they planted the spike, continuing to fight forward, that util being thrown onto Scuba to work their way into the 4-on-4, the positions they set up after that. Cortezia and Shenham with some stunning work to close the round out. And now the sides swap. NRG back on attack where they struggled so much early on it was looking like this might be a blowout map, which feels hilarious at this point, given how close it is, but it did feel that way.
It was 7-2 at one point on that first half, Wyatt.
Lotta wants to get some early spam going, see if he could connect a kill. Not going to be the case. NRG, they were playing with a lot of pace themselves, a lot of fast hits.
Lotta so deep here on the site. Will they be ready for it this time? Cortezi is not going to have his back in position. Spotted it out, able to find himself too, but here's Marta eventually striking. And he digs the defenders out of C.
Scuba is on such low HP after an engagement towards that B side. He's trying to get back to his teammates at the moment. Marta, if he gets the spike down, will have a showstopper, by the way. Not going to be the case.
Low! Yep. Snappy work from Artezine.
And it's actually Ethan who gets the plant, so they're not going to have that ultimate. Just a straight up 2 versus 2, unless Marta finds one of these kills, could then pop it. Look at Artezine. He's wrapping through B right now, but there's a teleport over towards Steps, the Haunt as well.
Will Artezine flash himself and try and take the fight here at Waterfall? Okay, that's faked. No gate crash from Artezine. Gets the head turning, though, towards the site, which is exactly what he wanted here. He's got the drop. The timing is good. And Marta's He emerges at just the right time. And a cry of exultation from the usually pretty quiet fellow there. He knows they've won a crucial round. Both callers on MIBR put it together.
That is genuinely incredible. The util used there, and then Verno on the cross. That fake teleport sent over towards stairs. Oh my God, NRG did not know where to look. That was genuinely amazing. And then instant swing from Verno. Oh my God.
He was Mound, then he was on the B side in Waterfall.
This is something, by the way, that MIBR have needed bad all year. In the Yoru year, they have not had someone to play this. Earlier on, you know, you were looking at Osboss, but it just never seemed to click with him. It's just not his agent. When he's played it, it's looked awkward. But now having Artezine just locked in on that role, leaning into this double duelist, you know, we're on attack, Artezine can really be the guy taking point, and you can have Osboss as that secondary trading duelist that can then be alive in some of the late rounds. Just seems to be the recipe for this team. You know, moving away from a world where we had double initiators, a lot of breach that could set up Osboss to be Osboss. That's just not the meta we're in right now. And MIBR struggled to adapt, but now they have, and now Artezine is becoming a really great Yoru player.
What a great vehicle for just the expression the guy can show us, at least how his mind works in the game. Really played NRG like a fiddle in that previous round. Now MIBR just had to back it up with an attack side win to take NRG's map pick of Lotus. 2-8 this year on this map. Time to flip the script.
NRG are going to send that same trio to control over towards A. Som with that Odin. Artezine has the Judge right now to close out OT. The Judge and a Sheriff, by the way.
Well, that means that the plan is pretty face up.
Some lineups thrown in to deny someone gets it! Oh my, you joking,
Sheriff just yoinked down to the back pocket. Artezine now is exactly where he wants to be. Posted up on this corner with a Judge to work with, and Osboss will happily take the fight. It's Som down. 3 left to work with for NRG. They're trying to, I think, still get Scuba in position there on upper. It's going to take some time. And in the meantime, MIBR get these jiggles going. Watching every possible way in. With Cortezi as well as a redundancy should he need to get involved in this fight.
Marta wants to group up with Scuba. They still don't even know about this Judge.
They're about to. Bam! Broke out of the game. Marta at least able to find some success. It's Verno dealt with, but the numbers still favor MIBR until now, baby! Showstopper, and he holds his nerve, sees the Chrome, doesn't fire it off. 4 for Marta in the round to save the game. Artezine can't get in. Gate crash, no good. It's for Marta! What a round for an Ivory Power Ace body. That is disgusting. We've got more Lotus to come, folks.
This might be the most insane game of this stage so far. I cannot believe we are still going. These teams just keep one-upping each other round after round. Artezine, cool play in that 2v2, by the way. Here's an ace to keep this game going. Oh my God, that even began with him just teleporting in Sheriff one tap. What the hell is going on?
Okay, round 27 coming at you. Something about Aspas teams and very long Lotus maps here at VCT Americas. Get back to what, Lev C9, Lev Sen last year. Insanity. We've seen so much from these two and still we're gonna have to dig deeper. First map of the series, by the way, so strap yourselves in, folks.
Things are slowing down here for NRG. MIBR having their two duelists controlling towards A. These two have had some really excellent synergy over on this part of the map. Here comes the re-clear. NRG pressing forward. Prowler going to get the info back. Rubble Artsin is ready to take a fight and then teleport back towards A. You can see that gate crash back sight.
They are really milking this lurk wall.
It's going to be a big fight off this wall drop.
Trying to set up an Arc Rose. Artsin, okay, gonna get out of it. Maybe relocate back to the side, but Aspas has been left in his wake. And the assumption is that it was just the Yoru sat in the corner. That was incorrect. Aspas is able to take one for free. Inferno hoped to step up in his stead, but doesn't have a line. It was Artsin who gate crashed back to the site, now ready to receive. No, looks to spray him down. It's 1-for-1s everywhere you look. And now over to B, go NRG.
Does Cortezia try to fight this or just bide his time, wait for the teammates? He's going to be patient, Ethan, getting the spike down. That's going to get him the Nightfall in this 2 versus 3. Rips it straight away.
Doesn't catch anyone. There's a TP out of it by the looks of things.
Oh, it still hit Shannon, actually.
Just a nick.
The only one, though. Cortezia has just been biding his time over on the Waterfall side.
Cortezia on the swing. It's not enough. Ethan downs him. Time is getting short.
Artsin does have one flash to get out of this dark cover, maybe connect that onto Ethan.
So it might not be quick enough to respond to this. He has to get off the angle. Wimpy stuff, Ethan for 4. Don't tell me we're about to see this yet again. Genum steps out. Oh, close one, but no cigar. Denies the ace, but he's denied the round. It's NRG who moved to advantage.
Excellent crossfire from Sam and Ethan to close out that round. Fast reaction to turn the Yoru pop flash out of the dark cover as well from Ethan. Gets the initial kill. Found so many trades earlier in the round. It looked like MIBR were just everywhere. They start with that bait and switch setup. Aspas tucked in the corner. Artsin teleports away. Makes it seem like it was just him there. And maybe if Aspas' shots were a little bit sharper, it could have been a totally different round. But aim was a little awry on that first attempt. Goes 1-for-1. Inferno was on the rotate, but was just a second too late to swing out of the door when Aspas was fighting. Even still, MIBR worked themselves into some great positions there. Great setups. And Ethan absolutely bails NRG out.
After being 0-7, Marta's moved to 17-19. Really come alive over the course of this map.
That is pretty wild.
Aspas was 10-0. Now moves to 21-18. So stately progress for him across the map, but definitely not having that same impact that he had early on that defense side. Oh, you will get a game, folks. Great to have a lively Riot Games arena for it too. 28 rounds of play sees NRG 1 round from taking their map pick.
NRG trio intent on getting that map control over towards Rubble yet again. Som with the Odin, Rock with the Odin as well over towards C. They are trying to cheese their way to an OT victory, take their map Lotus and head on over to behind. Let's see if they can do it.
This is a get me the heck out of here play. Brock briefly showed over on the C side. Slowly ambling back into a safer spot. Now, shield wall not present at C. It looks like it's at B main.
This is a crazy setup from Brock. He has both of his mollies placed close towards the choke. Look at his flash. It's all the way back in halls. So he's ready to back
off there, yeah.
Bait Artsin into fighting deep, which he's loved to do, and then flash and get a kill back there. That's crazy.
And will he have the chance? Because this is going to be a fast hit. Here come in my... Oh my goodness, never mind. Well, comes crashing down. It's Inferno and Artsin already out of the game. Free to call now, I guess. As they're on spectate mode. Aspas gets into the site. No chance for Brock to fall back, but he already found his 2 kills. He's happy enough. And Spike, by the way, nowhere to be seen. MIBR have left that in C main, and that's been noted now by NRG. They know they've got time to set up here.
I mean, surely this is done. There's no way Aspas and Shedham can claw this round back. The spam coming through from Som. Just get Brock and Odin, and that's the recipe for a map win.
Oh, you're kidding! Shedham's able to get the spike.
How did he do it? Aspas gets a kill.
Okay, that should all be happening. Now things get a little dicey. Aspas with paint shells creates some space.
Surely not, man. Surely not. This has to be it.
He's going to have the showstopper. They're giving him the plant. Aspas now rips it straight away. Can't find connection on Som, though, now on 1 versus 2 down to 19. Time ticking. And Scuba seals it. Beaten black and blue. NRG still emerge out of Lotus. A tight win. One that keeps us in suspense all the way through. It's 28 rounds of damn good VALORANT to start the series.
Absolute banger first map. Both teams really on point. We saw so many impressive rounds. Both as a team from either side, individuals going crazy. I mean, like you called out, slow start from Mata, heats up crazy towards the end. And then you had just consistency on defense from Scuba. Monster on that C site. Great calls from Ethan. Arsen's play on Yoru was out of control. What a map,
Do not put us on camera for the rest of this series. We look like a couple squirrels tangled with an electric fence after that one. That was an absolute heater. It's a moment here as we go back because it was a horrible start for NRG. Recovery, 3 rounds in a row to end the half. That's when they put themselves in pole position, and all of a sudden, we start to see Mata get involved, really assert himself. And this is the quality that these two teams have worked hard to forge over the last few weeks of Stage 2. Definitely get a sense of changing of the guard here in NA, and those 2 champion spots still very much up for grabs.
Keep in mind, NRG with a win today would lock in a spot in playoffs in what has been one of the toughest groups we have ever seen in VCT Americas. It doesn't get closer than this.
Take a break. We'll be back right after this with map number 2 in a word, of course, from our analyst desk.
Sabe agora, a aura do bigode, cortesia, pega o primeiro, pega o segundo, pega o terceiro também!
Drops the gas. King's gonna go down as well! Scuba with 3! The rookie shaking off any nerves.
Standing by here with Coach Bonkar of NRG. Coach, congratulations on the map 1 win. I mean, once again, NRG seems to be plagued with very slow starts one more time, and it was an 0-5 at the beginning. You had to call a timeout. So what did you notice from MIBR's playstyle that allowed the comeback to happen, and how can you apply this into map number 2 on Bind?
The timeout was much more about us, to be honest. We didn't really play as we do in practice. It was very slow, as you said, and passive and reactive all the time. So it's just taking a timeout and making sure everyone checks in and just being more aggressive in general.
So that's it. Aggression in map number 2 too?
I hope so. I hope we start aggressive.
All the best. Good luck, man. Thank you.
You got to start aggressive. Be aggressive. That's what you need to do to begin things. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Look at them. I'm killing them with cringe over here. It's amazing. Best part of the job, by the way. But in any case, though, folks, welcome back. That was a game. That was a wild one.
It was a game.
Went to
Just
OT.
like the last one.
Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think the game took about as long as the last whole series, though. Granted, I mean, NRG coming out and picking up the win. Now, when you look at the track there and you see things were getting a little topsy-turvy there for a bit there, Myrna, but it felt like as time went on, you started to see NRG stabilize, understand, hey, these are our win conditions. These are the way that we approach this. And, of course, some great shots from Scuba and Mata.
Yeah, they had a really slow start. It felt like, including Mata just himself having a slow start. But overall, they picked it up. Scuba, actually, from the beginning, though, he was doing such a good job at that attack side, getting his lurks in, getting those kind of space-making decisions in. And when they switched over to defense, man, NRG looked good. Their rotations were good. Their positioning was good. The retakes were good. It was just a lot of back and forth here, and I think it was just like aim trading versus each other, and both teams looked really good, honestly.
I like also what Bonkar said in the coach interview, talking about how towards the beginning they were playing kind of slow, very reactive, and then they started playing their own game. And you definitely noticed that. You mentioned it, Mata was having a slow game. He started 0-9, and then he gets an ace into the overtime. And it's just the little things that add up a lot to NRG. The setup that they had towards A is so strong that you saw MIBR trying to go for that C fight constantly, and every single time it was Scuba denying it. So the little things that was working out so well for NRG as they recovered.
Yeah, and all that, little by little, managed to get them the win. Now, of course, with NRG up 1-0, they're one step away from qualifying for playoffs. But let's go to the other side of the field and catch up with Coach Fraud, see what he has to say as he gets ready for map 2.
All right, Vantilli standing by here with Coach Fraud of MIBR. Fraud, I know, heartbreaking loss on the first map here of Lotus, but let's think about Bind. Bind was a map that you guys owned on a comeback. 2-10 deficit against 100 Thieves, and you came back on the attack side. But this time you also start on defense. What did you fix from last week to make sure you have a stronger start?
I mean, when we played 100 Thieves, they played a really good game. I think that they're probably one of the best Bind teams in the world, so it was just really hard to adapt. I think we've gone back. We spent the whole week practicing for this map pool because we kind of knew where NRG was going to go. We knew where we were going to go as well, so we pretty much just hardcored the whole entire week on fixing up our defense and refining some of our attack side.
Well, let's hopefully here on Bind you get Aspas's second race map win in 1 year. Good luck, man.
All right, and there you heard from Coach Fraud. What they've been putting in the work toward was map 2, Bind. No, they were in a bit of a bind last week because, as we had mentioned from Vantilli, they were down a considerable amount, right? But this time around, they managed to come back, get that dub. This time around, they're looking to start with a much different start here, Dryad. What are you looking to see from MIBR versus last week?
I am looking to see a stronger start on the defense. This is where they were struggling the most, if we remember that match against 100 Thieves.
And how does that manifest itself?
It turns into the little things that it seems like they were lacking when it came to the aggression. The little things that on the other side, NRG seems like found themselves in that map 1. They are going to be playing this Lotus composition that we've seen before. So knowing that both of the teams played 100 Thieves before, they understand their style against each other. And Fraud mentions a little bit of the prep. I want to see a little bit more of the faster plays with Artsy and Aspas on this double duelist.
And I think with Aspas's performance in that last map on Lotus, he was playing really, really good. So I wouldn't be surprised seeing him pulling that momentum into the next game, playing that Raze, being super aggressive, making sure that he's constantly like taking that map control, holding that confidence down and just doing what he needs to do. Because I feel like when we were watching Lotus, for example, the start for Mata was just a little bit rough on the attack side, but for Aspas, with the amount of kills that he's gotten in that last game, he should be able to start on the right foot.
Yeah, keep it going right where they picked up right where he left off. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I gotta be honest with you, on the other side of that, I'm thinking Mata, my guy was popping off at the end there. He pulled off an ace to keep the game going.
I mean, he got an ace. Ethan almost got an ace.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone on NRG is pretty fired up. So it definitely goes both ways. I think this will go down to like the mid-round calling and the macros for each team to make sure to see who gets on top.
That's a great call on that one there, Athena. All right, folks, well, let's see what happens in map 2. We're going to send it over to Uber and Wyatt after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
One map away from securing their spot in playoffs here in Stage 2 are NRG. It was a close affair on Lotus, and that's putting it lightly. Heading over to Bind, like mentioned by Disc, it's not a common battleground that either of these two teams want to go to. That's because they targeted each other's pools pretty aggressively in that ban phase. Let's look at comps though, because we know MIBR have been working this Raze Yoru look on more than just Lotus. Bind, a great place for it too.
Yeah, the real litmus test that we have for both of these teams in terms of how quality are they on Bind is they both went up against 100 Thieves. NRG played them in week 1. They almost had a comeback, ran it all the way back on their own defense, which had and involved some really great utility from Ethan's KO. I was really impressed by the way that they're working that agent in the meta right now. And obviously for MIBR, they had a shocking overtime win against 100 Thieves last week, where they were down 2-10, and Cortezia rallied them back both emotionally with the standing up, the screaming, the getting hyped, and then also dropping 20 kills for 5 deaths on just attack side. He was closing out every single round, had a sick 1 versus 3. So we'll see if MIBR can go back-to-back on these weeks with Bind victories, continue this series and take this to Haven, or if NRG are going to be able to win here, close things out and be the first team in the Omega group to lock up a playoff spot.
Cortezia 6-2, first kill, first death on Lotus earlier in this series. Standing up at the end of every one round for MIBR. I think they've solved their energy problems. What about this NRG issue? A map down. Need to take it to 3. And they won't guarantee themselves playoffs or the win here, MIBR, but get damn close to doing so. Let's get off to the races. MIBR on defense already. Want to push up a short. Mata waiting for them. Arms wide open. It's a bear hug. They sooner forget.
Oh my god, there's something about Mata with the ghost on Bind pistol rounds. He had an insane one against 100 Thieves as well. Just all headshot tap 4K, I think. That was a fight towards B long.
Okay. You know, when your own gameplay is provoking a nauseous response from yourself, then your team's going to be pretty pleased with you. The stank face from Mata and a 3-player advantage for NRG.
No one's even taking damage on NRG right now.
Yeah, they didn't really have to do anything. It's more been like a point-and-click adventure for the rest of the team. A telltale experience.
Mata would love to get a couple more kills here. Get closer to that showstopper. Already has 4 orbs.
Like what remains of Edith Finch out here, really? Just puzzle experience. Yeah. Candy Crush. Nothing to be done.
Oh, that's not good at all!
Oh,
Ace
time! It's an IBIPower Ace, folks! Ooh. For every Ace IBIPower reward you follow IBIPower on socials and hashtag unlock your ace, giving out $100 right gift card and $100 and IBIPower rewards for every single ace. And your boys racked up a second for the series.
This was a sick 3K to open the round. Last swing a little delayed from Shenum, but just an instant tap.
That is practically bubonic. That is so filthy. That's exactly how you want to be starting on the right foot after Marta was 0-7 on Lotus. He's now 5-0 on Bind.
The most one-sided round could possibly get. Oh, this one looks like it's going to be pretty one-sided.
That felt like a bloody, that was an ego shooter. He's like Mass Effect out here.
Everyone from MIBR taking the teleport. Mata just ready to harvest some more kills, and it's over. It's done. He's already got 7.
I think you need more pylons, MIBR. Artisan steps up, sits down, we get it over with again. Okay, sometimes the first couple of rounds of a map are, you know, fevered back and forth, volatile, and sometimes they're just a pleasantry. I think you know which one it was this time.
I will definitely be keeping my eyes on Mata. He's got the showstopper, and that could absolutely allow NRG to convert a bonus round here, keep this momentum going. From a couple destructive early rounds. 3 rifles as well for NRG here. Their economy is excellent. No one's dying, so things are looking pretty good. Pretty cheeky position here for Ospas. Stood on the box, ready for a high-low base. It's just fast in with a rocket right now.
He might be feeling himself, folks, just maybe. Marta crucially able to take down the stall util. It's the Brimstone off the map already. Shenum's had a mare of a start. But Ethan is caught out as he tries to go for a spike plant, and there is no stick. Still, spike loose. That stall util does pay off, even with the lack of molly from MIBR. Cortezia steps up.
Som temporarily denied from the plant as well. MIBR have a contingency. If there's a teleport, they still have Cortezia over towards B, and the gate crash there. Doesn't look like NRG are intent on getting out, though, just waiting for that cloud to have enough energy to go back up so Som can safely plant. Ospas on the line, but no targets.
Overly concerned about showers, but in there, Scuba is watching his 6. Charge across the side. Artisan wants to clear showers and give MIBR a few more options for this post plant.
Now with this wall up, NRG, they want to reposition. They were too heavily stacked towards lamps. They need to set up some crossfires, some better positions to swing from.
There's no post plant util here for NRG. They've got to fight. They don't have a molly of any kind to stop a defuse. They've got to go for it. Berno, who's covering him? I don't know if they're expecting NRG to have fallen back to short because no one's watching that line at all. 2 players on the spot, 2 players
what is happening?
Down. Marta is playing Farming Simulator. He is operating the wood chipper. John Deere, eat your heart out. This guy has got so many logging points. It's crazy. Just feeding them in.
Something just...
conveyor belt of goons just constantly.
Something is, I don't know, scrambled the brains of MIBR there. I don't know what was happening here. Why Verna was trying to stick, there was just no one fighting forward, no space taken from MIBR.
They have no lamps control. They have no lamps control for starters. They have 0 line on the players up and short. They have no wraparound from Shower either.
They just didn't try to fight anything. I'm pretty shell-shocked from what happened in that last round, honestly. This has been absolutely effortless from NRG. And
stark contrast from the competitiveness of the previous map.
Oh, they're keeping it simple here. They're just walking up off that wall. Verno,
I think he saw that.
Yeah, he definitely gets the info there. MIBR will not be doing anything about this plant. Stuffed by some util.
Oh, not bad.
Great combo with the Seize nade.
And that was the plan for MIBR to fall back off that. Still no plant. Stim beacon active. That's now expired, though. This is a pretty aggressive line for Cortezia on B, but he may fall back should he need to. Okay. Patience paying dividends for Scuba. There would have been more there for him if he'd lingered.
Yeah, NRG, they opt to just stick around and wait for MIBR to expose themselves to some of the angles that they were holding with rifles rather than teleport away. Ethan wants to fight on this flank. He's dealt with.
Hilo should do it here, though, Wyatt. This is a pretty strong position for NRG to take in the aftermath, and there it is, Scuba.
Good adjustment.
That's his 3rd. Now MIBR have to put this together. They've got lambs control this time. That's something. But there is the post-plant util. Som mollying the sights. Cortezia catches Brock out, though. Clone scene through. Som turns the flash expertly. Only half for Cortezia. And here's Som finding his 2nd. Good composure there for NRG to sort of salvage what could have been a scuppered ship midway through that round.
Somehow that ends up being the closest round so far. MIBR just taking early shower control, wrapping.
The Seize nade combo.
Yeah,
Gets him there.
that was really excellent early on. Yeah, here's Verno throwing that.
And they're
Seize,
disrupting
Monaco.
the initial plant, right? We saw this from Cortez, I think, like first, second round as well. He's able to throw a snake bite down. So, you know, it's clear that NRG, or rather MIBR, don't want to play post-plant. They don't want to risk it against this, you know, pretty cheesy comp. They've got to get ahead of it, and they've got to use their util proactively on defense.
MIBR now hoping in round 5 that Ospas picking up the operator can get them back into the game. Faced off against Mata, who has been absolutely decimating.
Oh, he's showing some
Brazilian
leg here.
side. Oh, perfect timing, even with the wall going up.
Just what the doctor ordered. If the doctor was in no way interested in preserving the human race, I guess maybe not the kind of doctor you should see. But MIBR very happy to get an edge like that with Mata off the map, 10-3, a menace over the first 4 rounds.
Scuba now knowing that his team is at a disadvantage, wants to be catalyst to turning this around in the favor of NRG. He takes a lot of space off of that wall. MIBR, though, they are totally aware that they're giving up the A site. They just want to control showers, and then when they eventually retake, if they need to retake, they'll have that position to go from, as well as that site.
They have the same Seize nade set up as well here. So
yeah, they can just go for that. Ospas even has the showstopper.
okay, here it is, Seize, nade. Some able to avoid it for the most part. Decayed down, a little disoriented out there, but still, spike plant is a spike plant.
Scuba is still just on a mission to find a kill, but Shannon ready and so fast.
Very snappy with it. Still a full strength cohort of MIBR players.
Would love to connect that 0 point on Ospas. It's not going to happen, though.
Wishful thinking, perhaps. Showstopper still in play. Now, this is all well and good. Saber rattling is fine, but there needs to be a defuse at some point. And with Brock in a 1 versus 4, you'd expect that to be forthcoming, but he has to drop. Verno realizes that his 6 needs to be attended to. Drop to 9. Defuse executed. And Brock will at least get away with his gun.
MIBR do a really nice job just retaining map control there and sort of tactically giving up the site in that instance, given they had that util combo to fight on the spike plant, try and deny it, maybe get a kill again, and then retake from multiple different positions, controlling shower. That's nicely handled from them. Op does end up being the tool that gets them their first round win. This time, it looks like Ospas wants to position with that over towards the B side.
This team just does not play defensive op Yoru at all.
No, they've moved away from it. Yeah, they have fully moved away from it and are just allowing Ospas to be the opera, even though he's a raise. It's just his comfort weapon.
All right, over the strike on the site here. Straight away it's given up. Once again, MIBR up to pull off to an extremity. This time it's to Octagon, and there it is! Operator connection on Brock this time. And all that space now set up for the defenders. Orbital,
in the
he's
seas!
cooked, buddy. No way he's getting out of that one. And that cuts NRG now down to 3. Mata through the smoke finds one at Chenham. The offender just prior able to put his ult down to the tune of 1 kill.
These NRG players on site know that they are crunched right now from long side as well. They really have control of absolutely nothing. They are feeling the pressure.
Looking this way and that, like a bunch of meerkats here grouped together on the site. Som's gonna have to make a correction. He sees Cortez a little jiggle. Big damage now. Molly to follow it up to buy some time. Maybe look elsewhere. Back towards Halls, perhaps. There's the flash out from elbow. Here comes Artesine, but it's been read into some. Thought he was ready for it, but there's a very timely swing from Cortezia there to play off his Yoru. These two are in sync, man.
All the seasons from Verno are connecting. He's doing a great job with that utility piece. But right now, it's this round and the prior that I'm impressed with MIBR's positional decision-making. They're taking control of part of one of the sites around the operator. This moment from Ospas, denying Brock, who was that lurk, going up long, was so crucial. NRG just never had an opportunity to take space towards spawn, go take space towards elbow, try to fight long, nothing. They're just congested into the site, constricted, and when that retake comes in, it's just all too easy.
The biggest change I'm seeing from MIBR here is that instead of trying to get ahead of the plant to disrupt it, to throw util down early, they pull off the site, they give it up. But they know doing that against a post-plant comp is pretty dangerous. It's hard to get back in the round. So they fall back to the best spots for the post-plant comp to play from, into showers or into Octagon, and deny those options away from NRG. So even if they get a plant, they're just given enough rope to hang themselves with. They're usually forced to stand there on top of container like Som was, and they don't have great post-plant positions to fall back to unless they want to fight for them at a disadvantage.
This is a good time for Bonker to call the timeout. NRG were obviously off to a white-hot start, but are cooling off as MIBR have made some quality adjustments here in the half. And when we get back into this, I am going to be looking at how NRG wants to play around Ethan, given that he's going to be one orb away from a null command. That's really the only aside from, you know, maybe late in the round, Mata could get a showstopper, but that's like the only obvious ult that they can work towards early. So we'll see if that's something they attempt to play into.
And that's all fine and well, but MIBR are giving up sites here to come back in after on a retake.
This knife from Ethan is going to be thrown over towards long B to try and just sniff out where Aspas is at. Where is this op going to be?
Aspas unaffected by that.
Yeah, gets out of the way of it, and then the rifle breaks the Prowler, so they just want to keep the op concealed, and that's exactly why. But the shot, just a miss.
Not sure how he missed that, but Arzine sure as hell doesn't. Makes the swing, and this is with the Viper spin up at 8 short, by the way. Too much to talk about. We glossed over that fact. Bam! Well, looked like that'd be another one, but that's 0 for 2.
What is happening?
Looks like Mata got legged, at least. A lot of
maybe
health.
through the wall?
Maybe not,
yeah, maybe not. I have no idea.
He's got too much health for that.
Som wants to maybe take a fight when this wall drops. We'll have to see. Yeah, he's
I'm
posted
sorry.
up for that left side of container.
All right, Aspas. So far, a goose egg for the GOAT on op shots this round. Give me something. Jet him across the side. No, that one doesn't count. That one doesn't count. He did not shoot. And yeah, there's not much really to do if you're NRG. Trudge away. Now, your options elsewhere on the map aren't great either. You can walk into a Viper's pit and get blown up by Cortezia. And go showers. And have Verno drop Dookie on you. Your choice.
This MIBR defense strategy at the moment really is just, let's set up Aspas with this op. They're fully playing around it. They were relentless in that B fight, dealing with all of the utility that was coming in for him so he could stay posted on the line. Left. And then even when he gets off, Artson finds a great timing to pop flash, re-swing, get that first opening kill after Aspas had a couple misses, but all good. He's been able to find the openings on the prior couple rounds.
That's such a clean round. And that's what Aspas hitting 0 op shots. That's pretty good.
There's so much investment from NRG to deal with it as well.
Come on.
I mean, yeah, I guess just, a little bit to the left there, just a little bit wide. Scuba tries to take a timing out of the smoke when the action was happening there, hoping that Hookah would be not held at all, and totally denied. NRG still have a ton of money, though, so they're going to be buying up into this. Ethan gets the null command on kind of just dying last round. So see if NRG can make use of that. The op is adjusted over to the A side.
Once again, though, this willingness to give up space is characteristic of MIBR's approach in the last 3 rounds of this game. Let NRG get it. The null command is definitely going to make it pretty straightforward for NRG to push onto this site, bully in, and look at the minimap. MIBR pulled off, and they're playing in positions the post planners would like to be in.
Scuba wants to go for the late wrap on Hookah. Can NRG fight forward? Yeah,
that's the adjustment.
That is really well done from them, crunching onto that part of the map. Artzin, he couldn't teleport away because of the null command. He had a gate crash towards elbow, unable to use it.
Yeah, this time, like, NRG have that loose end. They're not content just to sit on this B site. Look at how now they can play in those post-plant spots. Please give me 1 kill, thank you! Consider me satisfied.
Looks like Ethan wants to hunt right now. This energy cache is just so good, even despite the fact that they lost the last few rounds, just because the initial rounds were all blowouts for NRG.
I mean, getting this op away would be nice, but that doesn't really seem to be on the cards here. So NRG get around back, and it's a small adaptation. It's about Scuba hunting down those entrenched defenders as they give up the site. Now, NRG not giving MIBR any room to fall back.
Oof. What a snap from Som. And I mean, realistically, even if Som goes down there, I think the Hookah players are still going to inevitably be killed because of the Scuba flank, and then there was a player following up Som as well. I'm just keeping my eyes on this op. This is the clear adjustment that MIBR have made in contrast to last week when they were struggling on defense against 100 Thieves. They have fully centered their strategy around this weapon. This time, Aspas goes wide.
Plenty of action towards that shower side. Slower start to the round for NRG. Obviously, stark contrast to their null command round where they just go for it after getting that B long control.
Yeah, they try to show some presence over towards Shower, but it's completely retained by MIBR. They have had no reason to give up any of these positions right now. Okay, this is dangerous.
Starts with the short, he shows presence, but is able to jump across without being brought down. Now the great NRG migration occurs.
Yeah, what is the move? They showed presence at Showers early, but MIBR have controlled it the entire time. They show presence at A long, but they give it up. Don't go for an execute. So MIBR have 3 players on the A site and another on the way.
Season 8 combo isn't available for MIBR on defense, and Marta's already plowed through Artesine. Now with a showstopper, they should clear the room. Verno hoped to tuck in that corner, but Brock sniffs it out and snuffs him out.
This round should be good as done at this point. No real util to get back in for MIBR. I mean, ultimately, they had the right rotation. They got over to that A site in time, but it is just brute force from NRG and Mata continuing to find high-value opening kills.
I think the showstopper is a big part of that being a problem for MIBR, or just something they didn't feel like they could push back into.
Yeah, it isolated Verno on the site. He did have a second player backside. I think that was Artson, but he just felt like he needed to run away. I mean, he was going to get caught by the showstopper.
I think Artson died lamps there. I think Mata just went for him.
Yeah, it was a second player, whomever it was. I can't remember, but
Verno opts not to pull back into Showers, right? He sort of sticks on that bench corner. Brock sees it very easily. Fair play to MIBR, trying a couple of ideas to stop that fast hit from NRG. And they spent a long time concocting it. It's another round where Aspas was looking for that op value. There was none to be had.
It's been tough goings for MIBR in these last couple rounds.
That is quick. Yeah, there's Artisan.
There's that kill, and then the showstopper popped. Verno's isolated on site.
Verno hooked attack in that corner, but Brock sniffs it out.
Artson looking a little disappointed. The energy was real high for MIBR on map 1. Cortezia out of his chair 99% of the time in post rounds, but as of right now, the mood has gone down a bit.
I mean, we can just hook a connect up, and he can use that to play instead of mouse and keyboard. But he knows he's taken a pretty aggressive line there in hookah, really pushing up on that angle. Timeout the call here for MIBR, who've started to lose their grip on this game a little bit. Obviously, it's a great start for initially NRG. Those first few rounds were just washing over MIBR. But there was an adaptation, right? It was how they fell back into those defensive positions. But now it doesn't look like simply giving up the site is an option or nearly as easy. And they tried a couple other things, like leaving some anchor players in. I think so far, just like the anchor approach has not been good on this half.
And we heard Fraud talk about in the interview with Vansili before getting into this game that they have just been hard focused on bind all week. They were confident this was going to be in the map pool against NRG. They struggled on defense against 100 Thieves. They are looking better so far today, and honestly, I'm just wondering how many rounds do they need here to have a comeback be realistic again? Their attack side was so strong. Cortezia was so good. What is it going to require against NRG? That 0 point is thrown over towards Showers. MIBR can bide their time and then walk forward, but the Prowler for the re-clear will give some information over to Brock.
Yeah, the assumption was that MIBR might push up short on this round. There's the op, Aspas connects with Brock, and they'll attempt to overwhelm him, but Verno is left in reserve to protect him. Turns into a 1-for-1. Forced out though by the fragment. A little bit uncomfortable for MIBR's defenders, as now the dimensional drift to get some info and get into the site itself, and they're going to realize that NRG have pulled off of A.
Yeah, they do still have a minute to play with. NRG have not really tried to go for any teleports away towards that B site while executing on A, and honestly for good reason. MIBR have always left a player there. They just want to cut noise, see if they can draw someone out. It's dangerous for Ethan. He's on very low HP, so certainly going to be relying on Scuba to try to convert in this 2 versus 3, but Artson catches him.
30 seconds able to drift across, and eventually the wall's going to come down. It'll take the 1 out of the round, but that's it. MIBR successful, calling the timeout, able to slow the game to a crawl in that round. And the Aspas pick in showers, pretty instrumental.
It's just every MIBR round win has come down really to Aspas finding a kill with the AWP. The one round they won, he didn't find a kill with the AWP, but Artson swung off him and got an opening. It's coming down to finding these openings, playing around the AWP. That has been every single round win.
Keep going,
Controlling
guys.
showers in that instance. They succeeded with that before.
Double? Oh, you got the money for it, I guess.
Yeah, why not? Artson's playing over on B. Aspas with an opportunity to take a shot, but doesn't do it just yet.
Oh, quite connecting. I'm going to get him. But Marta is hot on his heels. Not quite sure where Aspas went. Realizes he went back into vents. But now, Lamb's control will be under the attacker's side. Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, that timing is just a bit off. Doesn't seem like he knew the wall was going to drop. Som has to break a lot of util in his face.
Fighting for this control, but is about to get double swung if he's not careful. Aspas and Verno trying to at least signal some threat.
NRG are so stacked up right now towards Lamps. It's only Brock playing back towards short. Not the best for Crossfire. Smoke goes down. NRG want to cross, but they're going to spam down.
They've got to commit, though. Look at MIBR crawling over the site. Still a full 5 of them. Trancotensi deals with Scuba. Brock's got a decent angle for this, but when he flashed out of the smoke, it's Artazine like a bat out of hell coming for him. Some, two, with a spray down. There's no time for Aspas, but Artazine was on the spike. Oh, man, that is not enough time to get the defuse. Som saves the day as the Red Bull clutch comes up for NRG.
That was some criminal activity in the smoke from Som. MIBR were doing a good job spamming the players down, aware of a lot of those repositions that were coming in. I think that was Scuba who tried to get tucked, and Cortezia had the read on him. NRG were so heavily stacked towards Lamps. Positioning was not great for this post plant. And they are bailed out by Som entirely.
Just really throwing off the map there for MIBR, who honestly, since that timeout, looked very good, but that was a double op game that they took that doesn't pay off.
NRG have just loved going for fast execs through A.
What is Cortezia going for here?
I mean, look at this from MIBR. They have 3 players towards showers right now. Do NRG want to try to refight it? What is the game plan?
Oh, Scuba contact clears. That's going to give a foothold here to MIBR. Ethan seemingly aware, but the Cortezia is in here, but not aware of how far up he is.
NRG have no control over the map right now.
He could have held it. They have to spike down. Now Som has some post-plant util to make use of. This has to hit hard. Artazine. Okay, he knew he was done at that point. Went for the defuse. Shannon also picked off in the periphery now. 3 on 3. More stall on the spike. Cortezia and Verno have to step up now, but Brock is throwing a spatter into the works, and Marta converts for 3. How the hell did NRG get away with that?
These last 2 rounds, criminal to get away with from NRG. They had no map control whatsoever. Ethan kind of haphazardly trying to get into Lamps, is caught. Aspas catches the flank. It's a 5 on 3. Mata's alone in showers. Shenum just swings in for the duel, and then they forget he exists there. Walks out later, gets 2 more.
Come on, bro.
I can't believe
boys.
they've gotten away with these last 2 rounds. I cannot believe it.
I mean, Artazine knows he's dead there. I guess he's trying to half it before he gets blown up by the orbital strike.
Yeah, but and then there's just no reason to take the fight to Mata in showers. Oh, it's just pretty sad to watch that fall apart. Feels like there should be a 6-6 game, honestly. Som clutches things out in the prior round too. Pretty mad that NRG are up 8-4.
All right, so we're going to step aside for just a moment. It's halftime here in the second map of the series as NRG have a 4-round lead. Don't go anywhere. This one is bound to be crazy if the rest of the map's been anything to go by. A very volatile first half of bind between MIBR and NRG, in keeping with the way Lotus went. In fairness, now MIBR, only 2 defense side rounds won against 100 Thieves. They were still able to come back, win that one out in overtime. So 4, pretty decent staging ground, but this game is completely different in so many of those factors. Aspas picking up that defensive op every now and then, getting some value here with some odd decisions for the end of that half, I've got to say, from MIBR.
It looks like NRG want to do something active out of Hookah to begin this game. This is just going to be just a straight up triple swing with the knife coming down onto Aspas. Takes a bit of damage and is going to be routed out of the position. Wow, they want to commit even more forward from NRG? How far do they want to push this?
Holding it, you think at this point would be fine, but they want more. Double swing on the corner. Oh, that is dangerous stuff. And they trade down in players. Now it's awkward. Brook's around it, and that side of the map is entirely under the control of MIBR, should they wish it.
It doesn't look like they want to rush a thing. They're just going to take their time here. Now, heading into this half, just wanted to point out that Motto is sitting on 15 kills. At the end of the first half back on Lotus, it was Aspas sitting at 15 kills.
Right. 15 and 5.
Both duelists here have been really on point today.
It is zero-sum, though. It's one or the other, not both, as they've been matched up on multiple occasions in that first half. You can take your time here if you're MIBR, an orb for the taking, and of course a safe plant, even though they don't know it, at B.
30 seconds left.
Not taking any risks here in the mid-round.
Enemy remaining.
Okay.
Easy little cleanup.
Headshot machine strikes again.
And Scuba with the shorty. You hate to see that.
Not much more to do here. And very unlikely that MIBR are going to give up too much for free. Feels like the magic trick where they stick the swords into the box and the person somehow dodges it, you know what I mean?
The thrill of waiting for this fight to take place. Oh!
Really?
Okay, whoa! Hey, we got some orbs.
Steady on there, cowboy.
we got some orbs. The stat sheet's looking a little bit better.
They've had that nicely.
Respect.
Yeah, Scuba knows what's what.
Almost back to being positive in the game. 7 and 8.
Bro knows where his bread is buttered. I got to respect it. All right, so there's an over push. You're questioning it. You know, as opposed to MIBR just containing that part of the map, they go further and serve Aspas up 2 free kills.
You will just keep jumping there. If you guys want to kill him, you're going to have to take TP.
Now, I'd be talking trash. Personally, I'd just be saying nonsense.
Bro's theorizing how to kill Scuba on the TV. That's time to talk trash.
Philosophical.
All right, now on the eco.
This is an interesting encounter.
Precarious. Hold up. Okay, nothing interesting going to happen. Never mind.
Damn, bro, you dead ass walked all the way back? Sheesh, man, come on. So a little explore there from Som, sees nothing.
You know, after watching NRG on attack, just absolutely send it down, eh? This has been...
Yeah, they turn themselves into human Beyblades, bro.
We have really taken the pace down a notch. Things feel so much more peaceful. Guys, they just have classics. It's
Again,
all right.
You say this now about MIBR, but we saw them on Lotus with these real pace variations across the half, starting slow and then just being able to, you know, accelerate on a dime in some of those rounds. So this doesn't necessarily mean this is what you should expect for the whole half. Double face here for Cortezia to deal with. It's the drop on it though, and just straight up loses the 1 versus 1. So that kind of gives away the game. Now there'll be a chance for NRG to rotate.
Yeah, not going to matter all too much
Just
though.
the ghost player there.
That's just the ghosts lurk. See if you can get a couple kills, get a couple orbs. Doesn't really happen, but with 3 rifles in the hands of MIBR, this one should be good as done. You know, up until this point, we're talking about the chaos of this map and the series overall, but so far, the chaos on Lotus felt much more controlled. It was 2 teams operating at a very high pace, but with a lot of intention. A lot of the rounds so far on Bind in that first half, they were just chaotic.
I feel like we're blowing off
They were
steam in
just
so many of
chaotic.
those rounds. Oi. Thanks for the gun, fam.
Oh man, that was one of the rifles?
Yep.
Okay, hate to give that away.
Som will leave the chaos with himself an upgrade. And NRG still have that 2-round buffer, but they're still lost. MIBR allowed a way back into bind. Their map pick, bear in mind, with Haven around the corner, which would be a very interesting map to see both these teams go on, especially with MIBR's recent Yoru ISO.
Last time we saw they had
dabbling.
Ospas playing Yoru, so I have to imagine maybe that would switch around if we get there, but very speculative, and who knows if we even will get there. NRG would love to close this out and punch their ticket to playoffs today. They can just stop this MIBR attack side, something 100 Thieves couldn't last week.
Scuba, your Snakebite Cornhole champion, able to try give a foothold here.
Taking me, that was first engagement, but it does fall away. What, do you have something to say about Cornhole?
Yeah, no, it's Cortezia. I've got to attribute the championship to the correct player, in fairness, but created this space for MIBR to move up on that orb position. Nothing to say about Cornhole, really. You?
No, it's a fun game, honestly.
Okay,
I think it's kind of underrated.
All right.
This sleeper game, not gonna lie.
It's very American, though. I've never encountered it, really, before coming in.
Oh, yeah.
More of a Coits guy, you know?
Yeah. Stingers, burgers, freedom, and cornhole. The most American things I can
No
think
particular order.
Stingers might be number one. These
Oh,
days,
wow.
honestly.
There were a lot of big candidates in that list, and you've gone with... Okay, dude. Stingers. Again, pretty ponderous round here for MIBR.
I think NRG know where they're at, by the way. They've got 4 players on A, and Artzin's going to go down, just having a nice time jiggling towards A. There's 25 seconds left. What if we go ahead and hit this site?
Yeah, we are going to have to do it. Som holds his ground, Prowler cleared. And he knows he's going to have to... Oh, that's cheeky. All right. Nice little bait and switch there. Does deal with the Brimstone, but... For 10 seconds left, there still needs to be a plant of some variety. Got to see it down
and
at some
nades, and there's mollies, and there's 5 seconds.
The Brim is dead.
Verno has no health.
The Brim is dead. So there is no molly here. Is going to be a plant, at least for MIBR. However, they're looking a little bit haggard, Wyatt. They've had a tough time of it. Now to try and take this lamp control with multiple players. That rifle that Som was able to pick up now has gone back to his rifle owner.
Feels like this is going to have to be an Ospas moment.
It's the backstab.
It will not be an Ospas moment.
It's never done an Ospas moment. I gotta believe in this guy, dude. What?
It shouldn't have happened like that.
Cast the curses, Mr. Wyatt River.
It just shouldn't have happened like that, Scuba. No.
You know what a PayPal is.
No.
Really? Like, you could do it for so many players? I don't know about him. It's always an Ospas moment, man.
We were down to like 6 seconds. Okay, that's ridiculous, but there were 6 seconds on the clock. Verno has like 2 HP trying to plant. Oh, come on, man.
Get that boy Scuba in a neck brace next round. Holy. Okay. It's a little bit of a raggedy assortment of weaponry
Very
for NRG.
mid-buy from NRG here.
Bone-hurtingly so. Nadazine already fires off a warning shot.
And as if MIBR didn't slow down the game enough, it's time to get the scoped weapons on the attack side.
Yeah, let's go Glacial. How about that?
Oh, my God.
What are we...
Mata doing what he does best. First skills.
This game is such a showcase of individual skill expression at some of these moments.
By the way, headed into this week, Mata, the player with the most total first kills of anyone in Americas this stage, and it is no surprise because I think 24 of them came from just last week.
That's that, yeah, 24 for 12 or something nuts, I want to say. Here's Aspas though, firing back across the bow, and he's rolling back the years while he's at it. It's Mata and Aspas competing across the map for supremacy in the duelist battle. Both teams, as a result, are down to 3.
MIBR, they are surrounded on this site, trying to get some control towards long. What is that?
Yes, he got that internal canine, Wyatt.
MIBR really have nothing to work with here. They're trying to get their way back out of long. Ospas wants to isolate a fight against Mata.
How does he get this? It's a weird off angle, but he's pretty exposed to a push up on the side. Tap for Brock, it is Mata.
Not another one.
Not another Mata with another one. Single-handedly.
Oh my God.
Single-handedly putting iBuy Power out of business. More of those $100 Riot gift cards and $100 iBuy Power rewards for every ace. Following, of course, at iBuy Power on socials. # unlock
gift
your
cards
ace.
everywhere.
Bro is just churning them out today.
3 aces this series.
All right, so
on the mid-buy.
Day one of week 4. Marta goes and does this.
What is this spam kill by? What is that, bro?
Oh, okay, that is completely speculative.
That is the Jesse Pinkman, he can't keep getting away with it moment of the match. How, bruh? He can't do that, man. And now he's got the operator.
Well,
try and do some Osboss-like things.
Let's take a sip for every ace. That's a mega pint, folks. 3 from Marta. Scuba here tucked into Octagon very quickly now. A more pacey round for MIBR, right? You see how they made that adaptation, and NRG don't seem to be ready for it at all. They're being overrun here on the B side of the map. Brock.
Oh my god.
Seen it work, but not for Brock today.
Yeah, this feels like a round where MIBR have just had enough. The third ace, that's too much. It is time to run it down. They're hunting Som as well. This is, oh my god, what a shot, but this is no mercy.
And I am not okay today. Some of this stuff is kind of undoing me. Saw it. Saw it in the tea leaves, folks.
Now, MIBR can absolutely keep this momentum rolling. Look at the status of their ultimates when we get back into this. 2 right now, and just 1 orb away from 2 more of them. Artsin, solid opener onto Scuba. It's the pace adjustment that you were alluding to earlier. It had been glacial up until this point. Nice! And then they had enough.
Yep.
They sent it on that B site. Completely caught NRG off guard.
And this is probably one of the biggest things, I think, that is demonstrated the work that MIBR as a team have put in this stage. Yeah, it was a bit of a honeymoon period coming into Toronto. Hopes were high for this team. Finishing 3rd at kickoff, 3rd in stage 1. Looked pretty darn good. And then they didn't. And then they landed down here and really took some time to recoup, find their style. Bonka back in the mix by popular demand, so I'm told. And already starting to see the fruits of that labor for this team. That's both NRG and MIBR with massive improvements.
Yeah, Bonker was really one of the highly sought-after coaches heading into this year, reuniting now with Scuba. Cool as well to just see him going up against Verno. Those guys were teammates
Oxygen
for
teammates,
years and challengers.
Marta arrival of theirs on that Moist Egg
Brock,
Shopify
I mean,
team. Yeah,
just...
Marta and Brock. Yeah, kind of wild. And there's a ton of, NA challenges representation on that team. They've really come alive. It is those challenges players that have stepped up. Hard to imagine at this point that Verno was that young player on Oxygen, fighting for a spot in Ascension last year.
Now calling for a Brazilian team.
Truth is stranger than fiction, they say.
They might be pretty spread across the map right now. They want to take this shower control. Artsin would love to get the Dimensional Drift here. It's just 1 away if he collects that orb. Not going to do so, though. Had the gate crash that entire time towards the fountain side. Prowler reclear is nicely timed from Brock, though, into shower. Knows that it's been given up. And this is going to have NRG pretty steadfast in these B positions. Crossfire set up right now in hookah. Ethan to take contact.
All right, here we go. Showstopper. Marta just barely looks back at that explosion. Ultimate cool guy energy there from Aspas. His openers have been very good in the last few rounds. Now once more. Snarled up here on a teammate. Oh, yeah, a little bit of an inclination of the head. He realizes that there was a golden opportunity to hit that side hard that has now gone begging.
NRG were ready to rotate out of there real fast if you were looking at the mini-map, but they have slowed things down at this point. Could be a crucial moment over towards Showers. Yeah, this engagement with Som, this timing.
He knows. Cortesian knows, man.
No, it don't matter. He's got a judge.
Got a judge. All right, rifle taken, and Som has the bandwidth to interrupt the plan. It's going to be a dive now here over towards this B side of the map, and this players at Octagon. Scuba well positioned to be the thorn in the side, and Aspas is down. Only one up here, it's just Shenum with a spike knocked to hand, and Ethan puts him out of his misery. And trust me, that was miserable for MIBR.
NRG had some fantastic repositioning late into that round after we watched that very chaotic hookah engagement. You had Scuba get over into long, Ethan into elbow. Som that entire time just playing towards shower. So they had contingencies for everything. No matter where MIBR opted to go, there was some level of control from NRG. What is that?
Like, yes, man. Like, come
The
on.
most American celebration you could ask for.
Oh my god, all right, we're going fast from NRG. Finally, MIBR standing still and playing at a slow pace. It does kind of work out when the defenders send it at you.
So the second Wolf won this round for NRG, I guess. Look what has happened. They have thrown themselves at MIBR, and they have been repelled. Scuba. Snappy shooting. The spike is in a different quadrant of the map.
MIBR, they are taking their time, allowing Zia to pick up the spike so you can have the Viper's Pit activated for the next round. This has been a pretty sick back and forth match the entire way.
There might well be 8 ultimates up next round in a pretty pivotal one, given that both these teams' economies would be undeveloped, a little shaky, and 1 round away from being compromised.
Yeah, that was pretty bold of NRG on that round to go for the.
I guess if they can buy in the next, it's fine. I don't mind the mix.
I mean, yeah, they want to mix things up. I'm not mad at that.
You always feel like you're good for it once a game.
Yeah. Oh man, the way MIBR are playing.
No, sir.
They are going to be a little bit too ready for activity like that.
Okay.
They've been taking their time.
Genuinely, if I might indulge myself for a second, just a banger game served up to us here. Between MIBR and NRG, the latter, of course, looking for that playoff spot here in Stage 2. And what a turnaround that would be after a horrific start to Americas this year. So big changes. They have bounced back. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Sure,
honestly, it's fine.
Cool, man. Great play. Cool. All right. Let's see what happens here. You mentioned it, but right now, 7 ultimates on the board with potential for an 8th, with Brock being 1 away. Looks like there might be a fight towards Shower. Ethan was jiggling that fairly aggro, but not going to happen. MIBR, they're going to peel away. Do they try to go through this pit? Nightfall, and they have a dimensional drift. They've got the tools to do it. There's a Prowler as well that can connect onto Scuba.
Ethan has an L command to respond to this, though. Both teams going all in. Max investment in this round.
I like that orbital strike. It's just going to nullify the attempt from MIBR to dive onto Scuba. He is safe because of that. So just trading ults back and forth, but it results in NRG being ahead.
They forced an L command out as well as that orbital strike, though. So that's it for NRG. NRG, they just went through it all.
Yeah, they did actually use that as well. Yeah, both teams just, they sent it.
I mean, did they need to use both of those, right? Null command for Ethan was pop first, and then Som still goes for the orbital strike on shore. I don't know! What a time for it to happen. 22 and 11, then just flubs it.
That is disastrous, and now it looks like MIBR want to sell. Artsin is trying to push forward.
Brock
is going to do so
much.
Oh, and there's the Prowler as well. They are begging NRG to rotate over towards this B site, but they're just not buying it right now.
The clone doesn't sell it.
20 seconds.
And here's Ethan, tries to slow him down. It's Cortezia first. Aspar steps out. There's a molly behind him. It looks like Shannon pushed past it, but too late to trade this kill. And Som! The Sandman! Put 2 to bed and more to come. Martazine tries to push through. And that is a 4K for Som. Beautiful. And that veterancy comes up clutch when they need it.
NRG are just not buying MIBR's rotates. They are staying positioned for late re-hits or re-wraps. They are set up so well to absorb these last-second executes. Scuba just retains that position at short. Som is playing for Shower. It's such excellent defensive play. I love watching NRG, the way they play that side. We saw it on Lotus. We're seeing it here again. MIBR, they still have cash, though. They're still bought up, and they still have ultimates.
Marta has an ult, but he's taken it to Showers. It's not going to see any action in this early round. Instead, it's an early probe at B long for MIBR. Doesn't have the full weight of commitment behind it just yet.
And the second that Cloud drops, the molly is thrown down. So NRG can just try to retain a bit of the space, but regardless, Scuba is going to be forced back. Well-timed 0 point gets a connection onto multiple players for Ethan.
While NRG spent very heavily those ultimates in the previous round, Cortezia and Zenom still have theirs. And it's Viper's Pit for the post plant, potentially Orbital to stall out in that same scenario.
NRG are just so content retaining 3 players on this B site. They have Mata positioned so deep into shower with the operator. Smokes are going to come down. What can NRG do? That haunt going up top, not going to catch anyone for a free spam kill. MIBR is still stuck at the choke point, not able to get in just yet.
They've got to go. The stall util's been drawn out. MIBR have got to make the play, but Scuba too snappy with it. Oh, buddy. That's pretty darn good. Here's Aspas though at 11, finds his second kill. Keeps MIBR in this round.
The Molly, Verno's cooked!
Oh, no! Okay, Viper's pick comes down, but it's pre-plant. This gives Som a chance to go, and he knows it's just Cortezia there. Paint shell thrown in to further delay things. Cortezia has to take a fight here. 10 seconds. Som decaying down, but he knows this is where he needs to be. This would be his moment. And now it's on Mata. Disrespected! There's no time! Unreal! Mata saves the day again. What a blast pack! And Cortezia, that one is going to tilt you.
These last-second plant attempts from MIBR have just been there on doing. Oh, look at Artzin. He is crushed. Absolutely devastated by that round loss, and who can blame him?
You've got to call a timeout here. You see, a player has their head in their hands. Get him out of that round. Have a chat to them as quickly as you possibly can. Another posthumous Red Bull clutch from Mata. The stall util too good.
Just lives for long enough. Mata has been an easy MVP today. I cannot believe they've won that round. There are several rounds in this bind game that I cannot believe NRG won. If you think back to like the Psalm clutch at the end of the first half as well.
Okay.
Oh man, there's some magic for this team right now.
Via osmosis by the looks of things. Artazine trying to hydrate his frontal cortex. Will that be enough to cool this guy down? Again, 22 rounds of insane gameplay on bind. Finds us here. MIBR have enough to have an okay buy. It's okay. It's a couple stingers here. We're going to have to do it the NA way to keep this team in this series. And NRG 1 round away from securing that playoff spot here in stage 2.
Sending that early Prowler yet. Again, towards a shower. Forced to give it up. There's an early rotate from Psalm over towards this A site. 3 players for NRG ready to absorb this hit.
Fake the gate crash. That was in the corner of the side, but Brock can see it, so that's not really doing much. Smoke down on that plant location. This should spot. Yeah, just Aspas here on short. Slow playing, there's time in the round still for MIBR to milk. 3 players in attendance for NRG. Okay, Orbital's going to clear lamp. Som's going to pull out of that. Entirely off the site go NRG. Aspas, a showstopper as a result, will have limited value, but he got that damage on Mata, and there's the spray through follow-up by Cortezia.
Shen him in some danger. He's only got the Sheriff. Was caught in a duel for a moment, but escapes, doesn't want to fight even with just that weapon. Would rather retain this 5-on-4. Artzin pressed up close with the Stinger. Timing's a reload audio cue.
What a great way to overcome the weaker buy in this round. MIBR overwhelm NRG. And outside of that, there's very little to say.
Scuba just has to save. These rounds have been so close at the NRG economy. It's not great. Definitely going to need this rifle retained into the next round. As MIBR going to go ahead and collect all of the fallen ones from his NRG comrades. That was a nice round for MIBR. They're able to get that Nightfall out early. Only connects onto Aspas. Moment of delay. They get back in. Orbital strike just sends NRG reeling out of lamps where they were trying to get some control, get some space, get back into there. Denied it. And that spam kill just really set them up to win things out.
NRG, I mean, they tried an MIBR-esque play off the site approach, but they didn't really have the util to play themselves back in. That is kind of insane spam. That moment from Artazine really feels like it was decisive in the round. Gives him that upgrade.
For sure. Yeah, just little confident moments like that that you need to be taking, right?
He just had his head in his hands. That's how important the timeout was, I think, to give them that injection of energy.
Speaking of, Mata is just sending it into shower, ready to take a fight. Gets full control, and in the meantime, Psalm has walked all the way up short. And bear in mind, NRG not investing into this round. Their economy is just in a dire situation. I mean, you think back to Mata clutched a 1 versus 2 by denying a spike, but also died. So all 5 players were dead. These guys do not have good money.
Yes.
They've been winning close rounds.
He's done some absurd things this series.
3 aces.
3 aces. Yep. Might be a record. That's definitely a clone. So another slow round for MIBR. Happy to play it this way. NRG looking uncomfortable. The weaponry certainly isn't here for them.
The entirety of the team, though, are stacking up towards
Yeah,
B. This is so dangerous for MIBR because Mata's pushed all the way out of A.
Octagon for NRG. They have to secure it for now. We're down to 40 seconds. Still plenty of time.
If they go for a last-second hit and run into 4 players,
oh, no.
they could lose on an anti-eco.
Oh, the foul that clears that adequately. Som's able to get out, though. Nice mechanics. 0 point. They still catch the players looking to make Octagon theirs. And that's, yep, 2 of them caught out. It's the Yoru and the Viper, respectively. Brock's able to find one with the Sheriff. It's going to be Scuba, and the swing off the side here for Brock. Some damage, but does get sprayed low inside the container. Leaves it down to the 2 riflers, Scuba and Mata in the round.
On the flank right now through Hookah. Can Mata find the timing? Can he clutch up again for NRG?
Headshot down, 2 versus 2. Player inside the site. They know the 10 from Mata, and the showstopper couldn't be released. Scuba, jump peaks. Might have spotted Cortesia, but it's an issue of time as well. A complex problem to unravel for Scuba. There's a swing and it! Bloody beautiful stuff from NRG. And Mata again works a brand of magic only he can provide. What a way to play this team back into the game. Just as MIBR were looking to find their feet.
A very easy MVP call for this series. That was insane from Mata on both maps. 3 aces. Puts Scuba in that 1v1 to win the last round. Spam kills Verno again through container in the same spot. What the hell, man? 7 first bloods that game. Bro, oh my god.
On that map, Aspas is 9 first bloods. Like, we genuinely get a vintage Aspas performance over this whole series. Both maps, he is firing.
Oh yeah,
and both
duels just showed out.
It is still not enough. Some of the stuff that Som pulled off, really nasty.
Oh, they got away with some criminal rounds on Bind.
This
and that's got them in playoffs, man.
A bit of a unicorn of a game, but you are dead right, Wyatt. The stakes in this game for both teams are pretty high, but with this win, NRG have booked their ticket to, I can't believe I'm saying this, our Stage 2 playoffs. After the way they started this year, it looked like all hope was lost. But they've gone back to the well, infused their team with his talent from challenges, and all of a sudden, knocking on the door to the big leagues.
And now, looking at MIBR, they are 1-3 headed into the last
Painful.
week. The question is, did they get their form back? Did they bounce back too late? Because it's possible they end up in a situation where maybe they win their last game, but 2-3 is not enough. Fate might not even be in their hands. It might just be a complex mathematical equation as to how they can end up in playoffs at 2-3. We'll have to see. We just don't know right now. We were speaking about it getting into this game, but this is such an inflection point for the Omega group. It is top to bottom so close. The talent is outrageous across the board. It's just a group filled to the brim with insane rookie players having their first year's debut. It is a treat to watch. It has been absolute madness. And at least we get a little bit of clarity with our first team qualified.
Yeah, finally that muddled mixture starting to come together a little bit more for us. And I think it's tough for a team like MIBR to walk into next week not having their fate in their own hands. Quality roster, pushing NRG to the limit here, but that is the level of potency in this Omega group, man. We have seen some ridiculous performances, but finally, all these 2-1, these 1-2 teams, we start to, find our way through, read the tea leaves here, and our front runners are starting to emerge a little bit more. Let's head down to Vansili at the stage with a Verizon post-match interview with Ethan.
Thank you so much, Uber and Wyatt. I'm joined here by Ethan of NRG. Let's give it up for Ethan, everybody. Ethan, I know this is the moment for NRG with the victory right now, but we have to talk about MIBR. This seems like it was not an easy game for you guys. And what was going on in that MIBR server? They look on fire from last week.
Yeah, just a lot of really coordinated stuff. I mean, they look good when they fight as a team, so any team that does that well is going to be pretty dangerous.
Well, I actually want to talk about the team too, because you guys also look like everybody really stepped up to plate in this series. Of course, Mata with all the aces that he's gotten. But how are the team's vibes, the chemistry now that Scuba's joined into the server? Is it kind of like a Ethan with EG in the past, where you have like hungry young players try to make it a champs? Tell me the comparison with your old team.
Yeah, I mean, having 3 rookies and then Som, everyone's getting experience as we play, and they're getting more comfortable as a team, getting more comfortable just with each other. So it's only getting better and better. So it's good.
And it seems like you're also getting comfortable as well, because I saw a rare Ethan standing up here on the stage during one of these rounds. So what's changed now in terms of you as an IGL for the team?
I mean, they're giving me a lot to stand up for. So 3 aces, and then everyone's making hero plays and stuff like that. It's they're making my job very, very easy.
And with this win, NRG now qualifies for the Stage 2 playoffs. And now for you personally, you actually haven't been to an international stage since that 2023 win with EG. How much would it mean for you to be able to qualify for champs here in Paris?
That would be everything. I mean, that's the main goal. That's the end of the year. Biggest goal. So for sure, it'd mean a lot. And how different will it be this time around with this roster? Do you think... Well, of course, you want to make it all the way, but are any big roadblocks that you're trying to fix along the way? Just small stuff. I think honestly playing on stage and getting the new guys acquainted with, you know, just playing in front of a crowd and against other VCT teams, it's been really good. Yeah, and these games, I want to actually continue with this game as well. Like Aspas, you know, there's been a lot of conversations around, oh man, they're not playing like a jet map. He's going to play on a raise. He's not been good this year overall, but he looked like he was really playing well on that map of Vine today. Yeah, when I saw, I think he was like 9-0. Mentally, I was like, not again, bro, not again. But thankfully, we held him at bay at least for a little bit, but he played insane. You actually allowed for me to remember something from Adam's side, Mata. You were talking about Aspas being 9-0, but Mata was like 0-9 at some point on that first map of Lotus. How the hell did he switch that over to have that dominant performance in the series? Yeah, I mean, Adam's resilience mentally is insane. So even if he starts 0-9, he could go 0-20 and he'd still be like calling and doing everything the same as he would be normally. So he obviously turned it around too. That's awesome. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on the win. Good luck in the playoffs. And one more time, let's give it up to Ethan here. And we'll send it back now to the analyst desk where GB standing by at match point with Brock and Mata.
What's good, everyone? We're back here at Match Point. As your advanced silly say, I got Brock and Mata joining us. You know what Match Point is. It's a part of the show. We have some fun. We unwind, play a couple games, talk some crap. You already know what the deal is. But in any case, though, I got some playoff contenders right here. Congratulations, fellas.
Thank you.
Qualified for playoffs. You know, let's talk about the journey, the stage for you guys here. You know, for you personally as well, Brock. How is it coming into this team now, finding the success that you had, the experience? What's it been like?
Feels good. I feel like we started off rough this season, but we brought it back. We found ourselves again, so it feels really good.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely comes across that way. And Mata here, of course, we're looking just at your brilliant work, the stuff that you do that makes me green with envy, because I know I can never do it.
Watch this one.
Yeah. I mean, this one.
Why are they peeking, man?
So why do you think they were peeking? Do you think just because they thought that they had it to be able to take you down, or?
They saw I started slow last game, so.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you aced on pistol. They thought they were gonna run me down.
You had 3 aces, I believe, in this series, which, you know, that's normal, right? That's completely fair. I mean, this one there just felt like you were just running away. You saying, I'm actually him.
They had to do that in slow-mo. They had to do that in slow-mo. They had to do that. They had to do
you're saying that you're him. They got to do you dirty somehow.
I'm like jiggling. What is happening?
Well, Mata, you know, you've really. Well, we knew you were going to be a beast coming into the league, but obviously you've continued to show that you are a beast and you belong here with the best of them. What's that journey been like for you as well, man? Because I can only imagine what this road has been.
I mean, I got to give credit to everyone who kind of paved the way for me. I think all of my previous teams, the coaching staff from Shopify.
You are the sum of your parts, it's true.
Yeah, I'm the sum of all my parts. It's the best way to put it. I think my previous teammates from other like any version of any roster I've been on, there's always been someone that's helped me become the player I am now. So I'm just grateful, honestly.
And Brock, help me out with how the vibes on the team, the conversations. You know, like you guys are. It does feel like you're all just gelling. currently.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, everything feels good right now. We're all like, we're just going with the motions. Everything seems good. One game at a time.
Healthy mindset to have, for sure. And the good news is, we got another game for you boys to play right now. One more game. That's right. We're going to play Don't Say It. And there's only one rule. There's only one rule in this game.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. That's it. Okay, here's how this works. All right, we're going to ask both Brock and Mata some questions, a series of questions that we asked Sentinel's Zelsis earlier. Now, you guys need to not give the same answer he did. So you got to think, what would Zelsis say in this situation? All right, so you're going to get your mind. And that's a tough challenge as well.
Who knows what's going on up here?
I've had many conversations with Zelsis. I don't even know. We don't never know what's in each other's mind. So let's go ahead and see this first question here. It's name an agent. All right, simple. Name an agent, but what would Zelsis say?
What would Zelsis say?
Yeah.
I'm thinking saying Pryze.
What would Zelsis say, and then answer the opposite of that? Okay. So basically, find anyone else. So try and think. What would he say? And
I know.
Go away from it.
I think he would say Pryze, so I'm gonna say Raze.
Okay.
I think he would say Pryze as well.
Okay.
And I would say, is anything? Sova?
Sova. Okay. So we got Raze, we got Sova, and they think he said Pryze. Let's see what the answer is.
KO. What? Honestly, I could see that. Look at him. He doesn't even know why he said it.
That was a face of someone who had no confidence whatsoever. All right, let's go into this next one here. Name any map. Name any map. What would Sentinel Zelsis say would be his map, and then go the other direction?
I'm going to say, I think he would say Ascent. I'm going to say Icebox.
Okay.
I feel like he's going to say Lotus, and I'm going to say Ascent.
Ooh, okay, all right. Let's see what Zelsis had to say. This is, I'm kind of curious on this one.
See?
Split. Come on, man.
I'm telling you, you don't know what's going on in his head. I'm telling you.
Every time he answers a question, he's smirking.
Always something random.
It's always something random. My guy's probably going to name Dust 2 next. Jeez Louise. All right, next up, name any player, oh dear, in VCT Americas. Who would Zelsis name?
Zekin. That's what he would say.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he would say
in
Zekin.
VCT right now. In VCT, yeah, okay. VCT Americas.
Yeah, he would say Zekin. I would say I'm going to just say, like, Brock.
Brock, okay. Love it.
All right, I'm going to say Zekin as well. And I'll just say Adam, I guess.
Adam, all right. All right, let's see. Let's see.
All right. Honestly, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense.
You know, honestly, it probably would have gone and said the same thing too. Okay, last one. We're 0 for 3, but it's okay because this game was damn near impossible to begin with. Let's go ahead and see what the next one is. It's name any in-game weapon. What in-game weapon?
I feel like he would say like Stinger.
Okay.
Like a weird gun.
Something weird.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like he's gonna go Odin.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say Vandal. He's not going Odin, bro. He's not going Odin. It's gonna be the first. Watch. I'm gonna say Ghost.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying Stinger, and your answer is Ghost.
Yeah.
And then you're saying
Odin.
Odin.
And I'm just gonna go Phantom.
Okay. Let's see how this goes. This one actually might have some connection.
I'm going Frenzy.
Bro, like I've never seen the views of Frenzy.
This is unfair.
You
At
can't
this
guess
point,
that.
we're masochists for suffering here. Oh my goodness. Well, folks, there you have it. Don't say it. Did we say it? I don't know. We'll have to find out next time. But let's go ahead. Yeah, you guys did good. Give yourselves a round of applause. Seriously, okay? Good effort. Good effort. Now, here are your standings. This is where it really matters here. Because you see that green light up there? That means you boys are in. You've qualified for playoffs. But it also turns out that G2, C9, and Sentinels have all qualified for playoffs on their side of the bracket as well. So we already have 4 really strong NA teams coming into this.
Absolutely no surprise.
No, I don't think anyone was all that shocked by it. You know, when you see that though, and you see the players on the competition, who you guys would like to try in that first round?
In that group?
Yeah. Of the 4 qualified, or the 3 have qualified, that aren't you guys? Who would you guys prefer to take on first?
Prefer? Probably want to play G2 again. I feel like what they did to us last time was a violation. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
Last time was not it.
All right, they want blood. You hear that, Valen? They want G2.
He knows that too. He knows. We've talked about this before.
That's perfect. All right, well, there you have it. Now, of course, down here you got 2 more important matches that are going to be taking place here tomorrow. You got Sentinels versus Evil Geniuses, and then it'll be Leviathan taking on Crew. Any predictions for that one, fellas? Anything you want to give?
I'm gonna say it's a Sen 2-0.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say Lev 2-1.
Yeah. Lev 2-1. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say the same thing. Lev is looking good from last week, honestly.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you heard the analysis from the players of NRG. They played against Leviathan, so they know exactly what they're talking about, right? Well, boys, congratulations once again. Seriously, excellent work. And that is going to do it for us here today. Of course, come back tomorrow. Plenty more Valorant action right here from the Riot Games Arena. But for now, here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. See you then. C9, of course, coming to this one with a lot of pressure, but a lot of hope as well, because if they win this game here, they will lock up their spot for playoffs, and that is huge.
Oxy's going to get another shot at the op here. Drops an aid to dissuade the flood out from Hookah.
What?
Wait, what?
Oh my god. Spit is in a really nice spot, though, segmenting them off, but kills traded. That's not the weapon you want in that fight. However, you mentioned it, Zeppa's so weak, and maybe he can get away with one. Pryze has gotten it down to a 1v1. He's just on the other side. Vic will get his 4. Cloud9, I obliterate 2G. T stuck it. So there's going to be a fight coming in on the other side, but by the time he arrives, the round may be over. Oxy gets 3. As the dust settles, as he's left alone. Early denial of space from A-Main, and they decide to waltz into that fight. Perhaps ill-advised. Spike gets 4 as 2G get 5. And they're looking.
Mitch knows.
They know. No chance to provide any value. Gobert left in 1v5.
Oh my god!
Well, that really felt like the most fitting way to close that series. Poetic, some might say.